Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Welcome. Oh, man. Oh. Getting old, guys. Oh, man. I tweaked my back today. This sucks. Oh. Alright. We're gonna get through it. You know how I did it, too? Yoga. Yoga's supposed to help. It's not supposed to hurt. That's exactly what I was sold. The whole thing that I was sold on with that. But nope. Maybe I wasn't doing it right, but welcome to my phone screen. Oh, Ryan, what up? Kirk, you're first on both. Hey, look at that. Hey, you actually beat my multi-chat. The hell? You both somehow did? Oh, okay, there it goes. Whatever. Either way, how's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Trying to stretch out this, I think it's just a bump in the road. God. Every time that my back hurts when I'm, ever since I've hit a certain age, now I'm just like, is this forever? Is this just gonna be forever? Don't make me hyper aware of my own shitty back. How are you at your age? What? How do you have that bad of, like, is it like a genetic thing or what's going on there? Like, you should, what happened? You should not have that bad of a back at your age. I have had multiple injuries. I've had, tons of pulled muscles. That's the one thing that does suck is when you pull a muscle in your back. My first one ever, I was like way too young. I was like, God, I hate to say it, but I think it was before I was even a teenager. I was like 10 or 11. But yeah, I was playing hockey and ew. The good old days are where I thought I was a much better skater. A little bit of humility. My back is usually okay. It's my knees. Oh, really? You got the knee issues? I think I mentioned it that I wore like a bunch of I wore like the knee guards that you usually wear after like an injury. I wore those all the time just to make sure that I never really hyperextended anything. Definitely was one of those risk reward situations, and my hockey team used to make fun of me for that, like a lot. But then sure shit, once I joined a men's league, it was so funny to go like from one to the other, and like you start playing with a bunch of older dudes. God, my first men's league team, I had a guy that was in his like 70s. He was cool too, but man, it was his advice where he's like, yeah, if there's one thing that I regret is not doing what you're doing. I'm just like, really? He's like, yeah, don't listen to these guys. It's like, don't listen to anybody that's making fun of you. So that was kind of nice. Shout out Sully. That guy was, made me okay with the whole thing. But yeah, even in men's league, I got made fun of, or mostly questioned. But then, that's where I started seeing guys taking the advice. And then a guy named Marion Hossa, he was, I think it was one of like the Stanley Cup documentaries, but the hockey community became more aware of wearing those types of things instead of just like, you know, after an injury to prevent injuries. Matash, what up, dude? Dude, what is up with my chat? Okay, I just noticed that, yeah, you were up there, but you just popped up here. All right, hold on. I gotta reset this. Someone just type like 1 in chat. Oh, there you go. Hi, Matash. There we go. No, we're good. 1. All right. No. We're back. We're back. There was something up, though. I think that it was just frozen on its end. Is there a connection? What up, Distracting? How you doing, dude? Hope you're having a good day. 1. Robin B. 1. Thank you, guys. No. All right. Everything's good. We're back. All the chats are working. Woohoo. Even Twitch chat. Woo. Good times. All right. So now I can get back to this. Well, Matash, happy Tuesday. What up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Ryan, my 85-year-old grandpa asking me if my back is okay is a core memory. Yeah, wait a minute. You didn't answer. What the, like, what's going on with your back? Why does your back hurt that bad? Like, I understand if you had like an injury or you have like genetic condition. If it's just like you not like doing proper workouts or some shit, I'm gonna just be like, no. Be kinder to your body. It's one thing I have to say. I wish I would have listened or had somebody. Well, I'm sure. No. I'm sure I had somebody saying that, and I just was like, oh, you're old. I remember, like, thinking that 30 was old. And I was in my mid-20s when I was looking at people in their 30s. I was just like, oh. Genetics are a bit crap, but also definitely effed it up before and not stopping now. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. Right here, too. The second that I, like... Oh. Like, I heard the... Like, it was a pop. I was just like, oh, shit. I hope it wasn't the act, like... It, oh, God. OMG, 30 old shit. Yeah, I know, right, Robin? I have core memories of thinking, like, yeah, that's old. And then now I feel like a complete ass about that, because no, it's not. I think I'm with you. And I know that we're definitely, like, we have an age gap, but you know what? What I would give to be 30 again. Just that. Oh, man. Oh. Because, yeah, for some reason, your body's just like, nah, it doesn't matter what you do. You can sneeze wrong. That's happened to me. I totally pulled a muscle with my back sneezing. It's what you get to look forward to, kids. It's gonna be fun. Am I wrong, Robin? I'm sure you've had that one, or like you just, oh, you're just like, and you go like 4 days, and you're just like, no, I did not. I did. I pulled a muscle sneezing. Great. And then you have to reconcile with that. It sucks. I have a bad habit of carrying. Yeah, stop that. Yeah. Yeah, weightlifting was something that I was just like very against. For a while too. Ooh, there we go. That actually helps. And it was specifically because of like the way that, like, if you were like bench lifting, that's fine, but like deadlifting, no. That was I kept seeing that, and I'm like, oh my god, you guys aren't going to be able to walk by the time you're in your 30s. It's going to be like, oh, hell, some of them can't do it before that. Have you guys ever gone down one of those little rabbit holes where you see the injuries happen? Because I did that once. It was God, it was Olympic injuries. It was the worst Olympic lifting injuries. Ooh boy, there's one that's just like, oh, his knees give out, and it is bad. Also makes me appreciate where it's like, hey, dude, don't overcompensate. Go at your own pace. That's the one piece of advice I'm comfortable with saying. Guys, you should really take that. But, oh, man. So it was really funny. I woke up today, and I was checking the markets, and to my surprise, they were okay. Like, they were going up. Everybody was calming down, except for the people who already lost all their money, who also sold yesterday. I mean, that's the one thing that even the conversation that I had with that guy in chat yesterday, like, I have to say, the people who sold, can you blame them? Like, when you keep seeing it going down, you're just like, what do I do? What do I do? Because, man, because today it happened again. So it got worse. He somehow made it way worse with his announcement that we're now going to have a collective 104% tariffs on Chinese goods. Yay! Everything's about to get hella expensive, guys. Like it wasn't before. God, it really is a depression thing. Like, I've been appreciating all the stuff that, like, is going to, you know, hold me over long term. Like this coffee cup, this kind of stuff, where I'm just like, oh, cool. But realistically, man, this sucks. When it's going down, remain calm and you don't sell. You make it worse. I know, but I don't know why today's the day, but I actually kind of feel like bad. The last 2 days I've been able to just kind of compartmentalize and just go like, nah, it's not that. I mean, nah. Even my position, it's like, I'm okay, but this sucks. This sucks. Dude. People are losing their entire I'm talking entire retirement funds. Like, this sucks. And I saw it happen to somebody that I really respect. They're not a Trumper by any means. And, you know, that's where I was like, they had a really, really kind of like, it was a sad post, but it was also like, oh my God, like, I felt it hit me because it was one of those situations where she's just like, the past 70 plus years, I've done everything right in my like, I listened to all the right people. She's like, I prided myself on the fact that I didn't get affected by so many of the, you know, stock market crashes or any of the recessions. And then she was just like, this was ridiculous. She's like, I made all the right decisions and somehow still lost everything. And that hit me, man. I was like, oh. And then I'm not sure if it's like the tone of like chat yesterday, but man, that kind of popped in my head where I was just like, oh, and there's people that are just, you know, trolling online about it, going, yeah, just wait, it's gonna get so much better. I was like, oh God. I don't know, guys. I sleep on my stomach face first in my pillow if I suffocate in my sleep. So. Oh man, don't even get me started on that apnea stuff. Actually, I have that like problem where technically it's not even really apnea, it's just a severe breathing issue because of my deviated septum. Yay. Actually, I just ordered one of these. It's like a magnetic strip. Yeah, talked to my ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he gave me the go ahead. He was just like, "Yeah, no, try that." Like, he's like, I've heard about those. I saw it all over social media. He's like, that's one product that yeah, I would like you to try that. Now I kind of feel like, wait, am I doing a trial for you though? Because if this is something, it was one of those situations where it's like, ask your doctor about, and I'm like, well, you know what? In this case, I will. It's not a prescription. It's just literally a magnetic nose strip. You just put the little, they're like little magnetic band-aids. Yeah. Is it helping though? I don't know yet. I'm still waiting on it. I'm just saying. He told me to try them because I do use just like normal breathing strips, especially when it gets really bad. Because I don't know. I'm sure that you guys get it. Like, I'm not speaking like it's a special problem, you know, like allergies or whatever, where you just get congestion, right? Where you can't breathe. Well, it's imagine that, but it's always one side. Yeah. Again, it's not the worst problem, but so my husband tells me I snore, so I'm using a health app to track my sleep records, snoring. I think it's the dog. What do I do now? Well, be careful. Because, I mean, my mom used to snore really, really bad. I mean, really bad. So, thinking to, like, how she passed, because, like, she had a mixture of things, like, with the heart attack, but she also, it was, like, the complications of not being able to breathe due to having, COVID. So, oh wait, magnets, how do they work? So they're like little magnets that are in a band-aid, and you put the band-aids on each side of your nose, and the thing, it's essentially like a normal breathing strip, but it has more applied pressure, and it widens the nasal cavity, and it also it helps guys like me, where it'll hopefully undeviate this damn septum. Otherwise, I actually just there's this balloon thing that they can do before going like for full surgery, but yeah, I don't want to do it, guys. I really don't, because I'm afraid that's gonna change my voice. Like, I've learned how to work with it, so I am a little bit. But then again, being able to breathe, like take those actual breaths. Oh, yeah. Yo, Bloodstone, what up? What up? What up? What up? If my nose gets too congested, I can't sleep, so it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a side sleeper. It sucks. That's also why I think my back is in the condition that it's in. Although, like, I have one of those, like, long body pillows that I just, like, I try to use and, you know, keep my spine nice and, you know, straight. Well, as straight as it can be. I don't think that's what's going on, though. I think the pop that happened while I was doing my little yoga routine this morning, that's what did it. And that's what's embarrassing, man. I was literally trying to stretch. How in the hell is this gonna happen when you're stretching? Side sleeper, and I snuggle a body pillow too. Yeah, see, you get it. I also have to have a fan like right on me. It's just, yeah. Which is wild when your partner is completely the opposite of you. You know, they hate fans. Everything is about, you know, heat. So, we figured out the medium, or like the healthy in between there, is a heated blanket with them. So, yeah. I'm kind of the same way though. I just thought about it, Ryan. Like, when I get like too congested, yeah, I really can't do anything. Pep Talks brand body pillowcases. Oh no, let's not. No, let's not do that one. Must have been holding that side up too long. Yeah, no, dude. That was a good workout. You know what? I got all my steps in that day. That was kind of fun. Dude, that was fun. Everybody said hello to Kaz, and yeah, he was at the protest with me. It was a lot of fun, man. Oh, yeah, I don't know, dude. All I know is that, again, I can't even, you know what, maybe if I could just finish the stretch. Oh, even sitting. Oh my God. Oh. Get it? This sucks. Really? Back still hurts, but now the shoulder hurts. Guys, this is not fun. Oh. I just want to sleep in a coffin. Seems like a good time. Maybe not a coffin, because that's kind of like terrifying. I do like a sun step. Like, if I got the option to do like a sun. Oh no! Wait a minute, I take that back. No, because I need something like, I don't care if it's white noise or what the hell, but like I need something there to listen to. Otherwise, yeah, no, I don't like that. Like my fan, like this actually. Come on. Maybe if I stretch hard enough. This, oh. Ooh, actually, hold on. I think I got it. Oh. Oh. Oh, God. Got it. Much better. I don't know what that last little bit was, but ooh. Okay. Listen it up. I put airplane noise and ocean sounds. There's yeah. No, I like thunderstorms. Like I love a good thunderstorm, waves crashing, you know, the classics. You know, wind in a forest. I put your streams on. The thing is, you're not kidding. That's the part that's kind of getting to me right now. Doing the Macarena. That's what that was. Yeah, it was Dr. Evil. I was kind of, yeah, thank you for, oh. Sometimes you adopt weird shit in your life and you just kind of forget where it came from. That was one of them. You start at 12 a.m. I don't get much choice. Not true. You know what? That pesky time zone is kind of a bitch. But, hey, I mean, the fact that you're even here is, I gotta say, it's pretty cool, man. I do feel like I'm contributing to a horrible sleep schedule for you, though. That kind of sucks, but... Yeah, dude. Oh, man, you guys... I still haven't watched Austin Powers. My whole thing is gonna just be trying to perfect Austin Powers impressions. Those used to be like my go-tos. Me and my dad, oh my God, you guys just unlocked a core memory. Me and my dad, we went on a road trip once, and that was when the second one had come out, and it was when Fat Bastard was a thing. And dude, we just did like it was us the entire trip doing Fat Bastard. And my sister was, by the end of she's like, I'm never watching that movie ever again. Dude, I have to ask her. It's like, did you hold up to that? Like, if that movie comes on, are you just like, no, they ruined it for me? I used to do guard shifts at our old post, 2 to 6. Okay, no, this actually. Why did I discover you after I left it? Yeah, no shit. Like, no, but that actually makes sense. That's why your sleep schedule is still like tuned to that, and that's why like it's not a. Yeah, that sucks though. Yeah, I had a situation where my job was kind of all over the place, but there was a consistent like gap that kept putting me like where I wouldn't get to sleep until about 5 a.m. Dude, it sucked. It sucked so much. And it's like I still had to, you know, wake up and accomplish all my goals. So I was running. That's when I think I mentioned this. My healthy diet of cigarettes and Mountain Dew, which I never ever recommend, but it's pretty much how I survived that. Good times, good times. I have an entire collection of music to sleep to. I have like I have a music playlist. I have like Star Trek Voyager is that's one of my favorite YouTube pages is 8 hours of the Enterprise engine hum. That is one of my go-tos, and I highly recommend it. It's also, you know, kind of cool, you know. Occasionally, I will get taken to. It's like, ooh, I'm on the Enterprise. But then it gets weird. I sometimes fantasize about going full FNAF for a bit after my service and work as a night guard for a little bit. I mean, the thing is, if you honest to God, like, have that, you can get paid for that shit. I'm telling you. One of my friends, he was a late night gamer our entire lives. Like, before, you know, cell phones, any of that crap. He would never go to bed before like 6 a.m. And then he made that work for him. He got a decent, it wasn't a security job, but, God, I forgot what the fuck it was. Oh, it was like it was like a warehouse thing, but, yeah, he started making money specifically because he was willing to work the shifts that nobody else wanted. Yeah. Not sure if it's the same over where you're at, but if you can, make it work for you. I have either ASMR or some type of ambient vaporwave type music for sleeps. Nice. Yeah, I think that, like, I just recently discovered that certain types of ASMR I get, but then there's other, like, I don't get the, like, whispering one, because I don't like whispering. So, that's the one where I'm like, okay, you do you, but, yeah. You should check out Steve Shive's Star Trek content. I'm not a Trekkie, but I've heard, like, content's good. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a few people that I watch. Jesse Gender's actually one of the best, like, Star Trek content creators out there. You know, great trans activist, but that was the funniest part is when they started making this new stuff. That's who I went to for their takes, which they're fair, man, because I think they're even on the newest season. I think they got invited, but I can't remember if they were actually on it or if they just got, because I remember that she did a update where, like, the outfit, like the actual, like, outfit that she had was from the studio. I was like, oh, that's cool. I hate to say that's like always, that was one of my dreams. But I was a young lad. I was about 11 or 12. But I remember thinking that, where I was just like, man, how cool would it be to have an actual, like, on-set costume. I'm sure I could, well, not now, but I'm sure that you can get one for like a reasonable price. Actually, let's see. Let's see what a screen used. Star Trek. Uniform goes for. Yep. $2,000. Oh, that's one of the cheap ones. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So for about $2,000, you can be a official member of Starfleet. Bloodstone, what type of ASMR do you listen to? I like Josie B ASMR, Lily ASMR, for example. I like tapping wood sounds. That's okay. See, I like that. That is, I kind of figured this out because I was like, I like the sound of like when rain hits, like specifically a car, roof. I think, yeah. And that's kind of where I was like, oh, maybe I do have a little bit of that. Head scratches and massages. Interesting. Oh, so you watch those ones that have like those really intense microphones? Okay, yeah. Okay, either way, I don't know. I stun locked the hell out of this. I don't know how I went from back pain to this too, which, by the way, guys, that worked. Like, okay, remember, always do your stretches. So, all right, let's get to some of the stock market news because, dude, I don't get how the hell it got so much worse. It really did. And it was all after I checked it too, where I was just like, oh, you know, I thought I was gonna have a pretty easy day. Like I really did. I was just like, oh, you know, it's gonna be a slow news day. It seems like the stock market's recovering. Everybody's finally talking about, you know, the Supreme Court stuff is what I was going to start the show with, but here, let's get an update on what's going on.
What the market is dealing with here. And, you know, I was saying in recent days, one of the reasons the market was just sort of so concentrating all of its anxieties on the tariff announcement is because it bundled together all the things that the market...
Whatever will we do without Ralph Lauren, guys?
Struggling with the risk of a deeper slowdown, the stickiness of inflation, and the possibility of erratic, capricious policy making that just seems about aggression and not about...
Wait, is his smile like literally like surgically on?
Let's come to some kind of a better balanced solution. So I think we got basically the worst of what you could have thought you were doing. The market was taking a probability-weighted approach to say, let's price an outcome here, and we got something that was beyond the spectrum of what they thought. Now, what does it mean to me? I would think the question this morning is, why is the market down more? And I think there are good reasons why the market's not down more.
Why isn't it?
Yeah. First of all, where we came from, okay? You already had a market that was falling for 6 weeks, more or less. You retested these levels. We undercut it this morning on the S&P 500. You've had the median stock in the market down like 15, 16% from an all-time high. In other words, we weren't sort of stuck out on a maximum peak perch of excitement and enthusiasm. The other piece is,
just remember, guys, these are the shills for the billionaires. I put on CNBC specifically to kind of gauge where they're at.
Look, ultimately, we're more of a domestic services economy than we are purely trade driven. But we have to keep in mind, we're asking the market to bottom right now at 20 times earnings that are likely going down. That's a tough spot to sit in.
Jim was talking a 16 multiple on 26
stock is stressing me the F out.
Which we mentioned would...
Guys, I'm not kidding. There's we watched Aiden Ross yesterday. He's down 8 figures. Yeah, Dave Portnoy, I know that he the update on that was he lost, I think, a quarter of his wealth.
Take you to just south of 5K.
Sure, if those 26 numbers, I mean, pick a number, right? But no, I do think, though, that the market has to sort of reserve this possibility.
And now it's
that something here is contingent. They're going to say it's not negotiable. but we're
they're
going to...
They're going to reach a pain threshold.
Right.
Yeah, they may or they may not. I mean, there is a.
Oh, one thing we never solved yesterday, or like resolved, was where do we go from here? Like, silver linings and trying times.
Belief, a thought out there that I've heard from others, and Jim echoed this as well, that this number, however you got to it, is simply designed to move manufacturing back to this country.
Right.
Well, that's how you know that it's really bad, is when you have people who are like really, really anti-Trump that are even going like, come on, can he not, like, what? Stop it. It's like, collectively, you have a bunch of like people, and it's happening to a lot of boomers, and I'm not trying to generalize, it really is, because it's affecting their 401ks and the fact that they're looking at it from the perspective of, we do not have time to wait for this to rebound. We are not going to get the rebound. That's why they're even like selling. They're just like, no, like, we need to take out what we can now, and you're telling us to just wait until it's all gone? Because they're really getting screwed the hardest. And this is where I was saying, like, it's bringing Trumpers and like liberals together alike, because both of them are just like, listen, politics aside, this MFer he took my 401k, plain and simple.
That is the ultimate goal. Now, it may be,
because now you're seeing a bunch of Trumpers even come out. Even a billionaire, one of the guys that backed him, came out and was just like, he's got to quit this shit.
one that is ephemeral, that you're really never going to be able to achieve. But if that's the case, and Megan's reporting is right now, it maybe is right a month or 2 months or 3 months from now. Maybe that's what the number's about.
I know, but to do that, you have to have companies willing to invest in the United States and to hire and to spend. And if they're dealing with now all of their supply chain becoming more costly and expensive. I mean, look at a Nike. Look what's happening to Nike right now. Yeah. Nike
She has a very small forehead.
Its supply chain mostly in Vietnam, actually, and in China as well, where tariff rates have gone up past 50%, and they're in the 40s on Vietnam. And then ask them to build a factory to build shoes in the United States, where labor's more expensive.
Look, and where the policy might change just as the factory comes online.
Well, I lost $4,000. I'm pissed, not because of the stock, because I thought cash made more efficient toilet paper.
Yeah, and it takes a few years for that. The other thing, I just find a little ironic about this. And by the way, this is a knock on President Biden and on President Trump. Both of them have anchored their entire economic policy agenda around a return of manufacturing in the United States.
One was a carrot and one was a stick.
Both of them are lost in this world where...
Now they're saying this. Wait a minute, guys. Like, this is a weird pivot, because they were totally okay with the idea of, well, this is because of manufacturing coming back.
The future of manufacturing is automation and robotics, which I know you've talked.
Now they're admitting it. Whoa. And the thing is, this actually started in liberal circles. That's so odd how all of a sudden MSNBC or CNBC is just like, what?
Talked about, but it's just like, are we really willing to risk it all for that? My other point, on the formula thing, just to hammer this home a little bit more, state to state, U.S. state.
The real Republicans coming out when the economy is failing, aka they're losing money. If this wasn't already predicted months before.
Both have deficits with each other. They're not cheating each other on trade and on tariffs. I mean, that just as a simple explanation for why these tariff rates, I think,
every time.
So shocked by that.
You have a trade deficit with your hairstylist.
Guys,
does that mean you need to learn how to style hair?
Right, exactly.
We settled this.
Apparently, this is, they were starting this with the fucking, the egg thing, where they're just like, well, the trade deficit ends when I get chickens. And then they're like, oh, raising chickens is a lot.
Hundreds of years ago. I mean, whatever the blunt instrument is that they're trying to use in this scenario, if it even worked, you'd be having the U.S. economy go down the value chain. Okay? Your iPhone is designed in California and it's made in China, and that's worked out pretty well for us.
I just want to mention the U.S. dollar, because there's a lot.
Now, what the hell? Okay, now I'm getting whiplash, not just from the markets, from the coverage on this. This is nuts. What? Guys, just in the last 2 days, these guys were going kind of with the, all right, let's just see what's going on with Trump. Let's just see, the tariff thing. Tariffs are good. Biden would have removed the tariffs if they weren't good. But then this is a pivot that I was not expecting, because they're literally using the talking points that, not even just CNN. I'm talking some of the leftist content creators were starting to say, just 2 weeks ago when this was just, or a week ago when this was just starting? God, it feels like 2 weeks, doesn't it?
A noise about the dollar right now, and it's weakened.
We really are living through days that each day counts for two.
Deutsche called.
Yes,
It's
that's a
weak,
big deal.
and people are
We need to become Amish again. Stop it.
wondering, okay, this was not supposed to happen, right? All the economists,
We got Weird Al
all the
Yankovic over here.
strategists, U.S. tariff rates are going to go up, and the dollar's going to strengthen, and that's going to offset
At 4:30 in the morning, I'm milking
it.
cows.
Guess what? The dollar's down 2%. That's a huge move.
Crash.
Why? Well, I think the 2-year yield tells us a little bit about. There are expectations that the Fed is too restrictive, and they're going to have to lower rates because they're more worried about growth now than about the inflationary impact. By the way, inflation expectations are rising too. But dollar weaker on
stagflation.
worse U.S. growth, on Fed needing to cut, on U.S. assets not being as desirable potentially.
Well, that's the thing, because our trade deficit gives dollars to the rest of the world, which comes back into our financial markets and finances our deficit. So there's a lot of links in this chain. I agree with your take on it, though. Yeah. The market is, yes, 1-year inflation expectations are going up.
So now you just start being honest with your audience. That's what's gross here.
But the bond market is just not pricing that, really. The bond market's pricing the risk to growth and what the Fed's going to have to do. Yes.
More weak growth. I don't think it's losing safe haven status.
My best advice is always to try and restart YouTube because YouTube has been having issues, and it's not. I'm trying to help out. Remember, this is as a
gold's not even up today.
Look, if we're above 100 on the dollar index, we were there not that long ago. So,
Sarah, you don't believe though the theory that it's just about getting rates down? That's really all it's about. Because you've heard it. I'm sure you've heard it. Everybody wants to talk about that.
They're getting the rates down.
Yes.
They're getting
burning
the rates
down the house to cook a steak. That's the line.
Yeah. Yeah, they're burning down the house to cook a steak.
I think
everything's fine. Like, look at this
if
guy.
you have followed President Trump since the 1970s, it's been
People
the
are
trade
losing everything, and these guys are just like, we really don't want to piss him off.
And this is very consistent with his view.
Because he just kind of said that we could end up in a gulag if we piss him off. Oh.
Right. Mike, thank you. Mike Santoli.
In your note, you make the point that you need to know the...
Yo, I do not have autoplay on. What the hell just happened there? That's not okay. All right. We'll go to the next video here. Give me 1 second, because that just screwed things up. When did that happen? Here, give me a second. Kidding me. Okay, so never mind. YouTube is actually YouTube's having issue, guys. I just got a alert on my stream. It's not on my end. All right. Server issue. So if you guys do have a lag over on YouTube, that's just a reset.
If these tariffs go into effect at midnight tonight, the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank, now points out their plans contain math errors, serious math errors. The formula even received criticism from supporters of the president. Republican mega donor and Home Depot founder Ken Langone calls the tariffs, quote, bullshit, saying in an interview with the Financial Times, quote, I don't...
Burning down the house to make a steak isn't a good return on investment.
Don't understand the
What's the utility of doing that?
Goddamn formula. I believe he's been poorly advised.
And we just made a libertarian argument there, guys. Zing.
By his advisors in this trade situation and the formula they're applying. With us now are the two people who pointed out what they say is a major math error, Dr. Kevin Corinth and Dr. Stan Voiger. Thank you both so much for being with us. Our viewers are going to be super excited to see this formula on the screen here, and it's going to mean a ton to them. I'm about to commit serious TV crimes by asking you to explain this, but let me just point out what this essentially is is that the
Come on,
change in
bro.
tariffs
You don't know? You don't know? Come on, bro.
right here that the president has proposed
You don't
is
know? Triangle TI, XTI, XIMI.
equal
Come
to
on.
the country's exports to the U.S. minus the imports from the United States divided by these three things.
Okay, see, we're all dumb.
Okay? And you say these two things, the White House has got it completely wrong. Their math
Oh, my brother would love this.
is wrong. This isn't
Nerd.
about bad policy, you say, although it may be ultimately, but you say it's about bad math. Explain.
Oh, shit. Here, guys.
Well, the formula you have there, basically what it does, it divides the trade deficit, which is the numerator here, by total
that's
imports,
right.
which is the M in the denominator. And then to make their approach look a little more sophisticated, they added those two Greek letters, epsilon and phi. The epsilon they set at 4, and phi they set at 0.25. So they cancel out in the U.S. Trade Representative's report on the matter. Now, they claim that they picked that value for phi, which is the change in import prices when a tariff changes. They claim that they picked that 0.25 based on a result in a research paper.
You lost me.
But they picked the wrong number. That number should be close to 1. Now, 1, of course, is 4 times as big as 0.25.
Yeah, it's all bad math and just illogical as to why you would even use this as an equation.
So if you put in the right number, the change in the tariff goes down by a factor of 4. And so every tariff they calculated based on this formula is 4 times higher than it should be. So what does that mean?
That seems like a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The
What does it
highest
mean?
tariff rates, yeah, go ahead. The highest tariff rates they came up with were close to 50%. If you divide them by 4, it goes down by a lot, as you see here. And so if they had done the calculations correctly, thank you for putting them on screen, we would have ended up with a set of tariffs that barely exceeds 10% in any country, with the top rate being below 14%. So massive differences for a number of important trading partners, including Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. And so,
Sorry,
this,
guys.
you know,
All right, hold on. They did the Falkland Islands.
I don't think much of the approach makes sense even conceptually, but if we're going to take their approach seriously,
Yeah, this
if
is
we're
when
gonna
the
say we're
Dow
gonna
was
base
going back
our
up, guys.
tariffs,
This is when
our
I
entire international
I was
trading
just like,
system
I'm
on
not
this
worried.
formula, they have to put in the right numbers and do the calculation correctly.
And again, this is it's all about this number right here, which you say is 4 times bigger than they say it is, which throws all their math by a factor by 4. Have you taken this to them? Do they acknowledge that
Have you heard of Madman Theory?
they have a bum number in here?
So they have not. So a cabinet member has been asked about this. Peter Navarro
It can't be as simple as it
was
sounds.
asked about this yesterday morning. They have not disagreed with us on the substance. In fact, what we've seen
Shepherd pies for loser in trench coats? Hey, watch it, mister.
is that
I like being shepherds. Watch
senior
it.
members of the administration,
No.
Steve Myron yesterday, who's the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, Scott Besson this morning, who's the Treasury Secretary, they have both said, we had nothing to do with this formula. That was other people in the administration. And so, normally if you're convinced of the accuracy, the wisdom of your policies, you do not point fingers at other people in the administration and say, they came up with this, we did not.
Hey, Dr. Korath, just to reiterate that point, they're pointing the fingers at each other here. This is not a small difference. You can see Cambodia's tariffs are 4 times bigger than they would be if the math had been correct by your calculations. And those poor Falkland Islands.
This is really stupid.
Down there, I mean, what they must be going through because
They want to say it so bad. They want to be like, guys, this is one of the. All right. This Signal Gate was really dumb. But this
of this math
it's
error.
Like, come on.
So bad math, and then Dr. Korath, the policy.
And now we have to sell this as just bad math. It's just bad math. You know what happens.
Itself, using the idea
nerds
of
with
a
their bad
trade
math.
imbalance here, kind of ignores other factors.
Yeah, and it's important to point out that we're talking about corrected tariffs. These are not the correct tariffs. We're just saying if you apply their formula correctly, they should have been a 4th as high as what they're saying they should be. But we are not at all endorsing this approach. It does not make sense to say that tariffs are only based on, or that on trade deficits, or the trade deficits only depend on tariffs. So there's a lot of other factors, like its comparative advantage, different geographic factors that determine the
theory
trade.
is, what if we take one scene from Lethal Weapon where Mel Gibson talks down a jumper into foreign
deficit.
policy?
So to say that we should only base these tariffs on the trade deficit is just bad economics.
And Dr. Corinth, while we have you here on the subject of economics, and I know you guys aren't market
Biggs, Murtaugh, get in here.
watchers the way that some investment analysts might be, but the market futures are up today right now on the idea that all of a sudden the administration might be more willing to negotiate with certain countries than others. Does that make sense to you now that negotiations might be pushing the markets up?
Yeah, I think it
so. I
suggests
think
that the tariffs are actually. So I think it suggests that the
Yes, was told using the ampersand is a red flag. Calls BS formula, or call BS on formula right
tariffs
away.
are actually would be very damaging. If there's if small changes in the rhetoric of the administration can push up markets this much, it suggests that the market reaction would be even larger if these tariffs were made permanent.
I can say, Dr. Corinth, Dr. Voiger, this formula now will be seared in the brain of all of our viewers. I appreciate you explaining it so well.
We're keeping a very close eye on the markets this morning as investors look for signs President Trump might be willing to negotiate over his tariffs and potentially
they were so hopeful.
de-escalate his trade war. Take a look at this. The Dow Jones Industrial now up almost 1,400 points. That's a huge gain.
He might be doing it, guys. We might not be. Look.
So far, but it's still early in the day. Joining us now, the former president of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, Fred Hochberg. Fred, thanks so much for joining us. What impact are these Trump tariffs going to have on the global economy if President Trump leaves them in place?
He looks thrilled.
Well, thanks for having me on the show. It ruins or wrecks the stability that the United States has been known for. In a very chaotic world, we have been a stable force, both through our currency, our rule of law, and the fact that we're the largest economy in the world. And that's all in jeopardy.
I was going to say President Trump is apparently hoping his tariffs will force other countries to come to the table to renegotiate various trading agreements, largely on a one-by-one basis. What do you make of that approach?
Well, it's very labor intensive, number one, and it's very personal, as opposed to, regardless of where a product is produced, having the same tariff. So if you get, for example, I actually have a bunch of bananas here. Bananas are a key import. We don't grow any here. So
waiting on the whims of the president to see how screwed we are. Like, what the F is this clown show? I mean, we're supposed to wait till July. Like, what?
Be different depending on what countries send.
According to everybody, that's when we can start judging him, and then he can own this economy. Until then, Biden economy, I guess.
Bananas to America. And by the way, it's the most
ring, banana phone.
popular fruit in America, and that cost is going to go up.
Bananas, the most popular food in America. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's like 26 pounds per capita. People have for breakfast. You didn't have your banana this morning, I think.
Not yet, but I'll have some later. If it's a good. I love bananas. The president claims his tariffs will bring back American manufacturing jobs and encourage people to buy American products. What do you say? Is there truth to that?
Well, here, if we're going to negotiate one by one the tariffs right now, starting a week later.
My two roommates just got under a bunk together, under a blanket. Wow.
How am I going to build a factory here that takes 4 or 5 years to build when the tariffs may go up, may go down, may disappear? Mr. Trump is going to be out of office in 2029.
That's it. The money's in the banana stand.
May not continue any
no
these tariffs. So that's not a very stable environment.
Arrested Development. How have we ended up in Idiocracy and Arrested Development, and those are somehow like documentaries on our times?
If you're going to make a large investment, you need to look out 5, 10 years, and that's very hard to do, particularly after last week.
Are there other ways, Fred, to encourage American manufacturing without sweeping tariffs?
You know, we had a program under, I'm sorry to say, President Obama called Select USA, where we encourage companies to build factories and to manufacture here. And we've been pretty successful. Nikki Haley.
Yeah, but that's what the chip. That's what the CHIPS Act was
We're
for.
successful in South Carolina. We have a lot of foreign
That's why I need this today.
automakers that are making and manufacturing their cars and trucks in the United States to serve our market. And in fact, if you want a BMW SUV, it's going to be exported from the U.S. to Germany. So we do a lot of manufacturing here, and we have to recognize that. And that's a good plus, and we've been pretty successful at it.
But even if the car is made in the United States, a lot of the spare parts are being imported from overseas, right?
Yeah.
Correct. And they're now
they also have
to a duty which will raise the cost of those vehicles and
domestic
raise the cost for average Americans.
Oh my God.
What does all
God.
this mean?
This guy he doesn't understand it either. Guys, get this. So the cars that he's talking about specifically, they do have their own factories over there for domestic production. This guy is pretending that no, BMW is going to stop that and just bring it all to America.
Mean for American soft power around the world, Fred, and you've been doing this.
He's
studying this a long time.
I'm very concerned about that. You know, one of our great soft power, one of our great exports.
I'm off to work. I'll check back later.
Has been entertainment, films, movie, higher education, college education, college degrees. We're putting that in jeopardy. We are now deporting students that have a green card, may be married to an American citizen because of something they may have said or protested.
Someone needs to seriously hang his interior decorator, because what the fuck?
Encourage more students to come to America.
He looked at split pea soup and was just like, that color is my color, and that's what I want everything to look like.
It brings in a lot of revenue, and on top of which,
dude, he looks like he's in a scene from Loki.
We inculcate with them, we give them American values, American way of life, and that's very positive for us around the world to have basically all these students who graduated from American universities in some way as ambassadors back to their countries. And I think we're putting a lot of that in jeopardy.
That does. Ryan, that does. Okay, one roommate is non-binary trans. The other was raised by two same-sex parents, and me. So this is as gay as it gets.
As well, which is a form of our soft power.
Good point indeed. Fred Hochberg, the former president of the Export-Import Bank.
A mistake upon a mistake. Overnight, China hurled these new accusations at President Trump as it took action, bracing for a real trade slugfest. President Trump is now promising a new 50% tariff on China, on top of the other new tariffs, which are on top of existing tariffs. Combined, this would make U.S. tariffs on imports from China a whopping.
So, are you guys starting to get the idea that tariffs maybe are a tax?
104%. And yet, despite all this tough talk, the markets, they seem a little less agitated this morning. After days of these massive losses and trillions of dollars in value evaporated,
Really
U.S.
are.
stock futures
You're
are
joking, but
pointing up, for now at least. It comes, and it may be because
you can ignore that,
of the fact that some members of his administration have relented on their no negotiation stance. Some members of the administration. The markets in Asia, you can see right there, most of them rebounded after their sharp sell-offs. This comes, though, as China accused the U.S. of blackmail, and China is vowing to, quote, fight to the end if the president moves ahead with all of his threats. So let's get right to CNN's Mark Stewart in Beijing here, because the rest of Asia is in a different place than China is right now, and China really seems to be gearing up for a serious fight.
Indeed, John, despite what the White House may want, China and Beijing is making it very clear that it's not going to budge. And once again today, we saw this shift from diplomatic language to something that's much more defiant. You brought up that phrase, mistake upon mistake. That is some of the language we heard today from China's Ministry of Commerce. And it's taking a very strong stance. In fact, it also went on to say that China will resolutely take countermeasures to safeguard its own rights and interests. As far as what those countermeasures could be, we heard from a state media commentator who brought up the point that we could see more tariffs targeting agriculture, things like soybeans, which we know are so important to American farmers and the broader economy, even restricting or banning American films. We heard at a press briefing just about 4 hours ago from a spokesperson from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The messaging there, very strong, very firm. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Pressure, threats, and blackmail are not the right ways to engage with China. If the U.S. disregards the interests of both countries and the international community, insists on launching a
Can you please use Trump's name?
tariff or trade war, China will fight to the end.
No, they need to start calling this Donald Trump's trade war. No, stop. Like,
Fight to the end. That spokesperson was also asked, would China sit down at the negotiating table with the United States? His response, China has not shown any kind of genuine willingness to have a substantive conversation. John, that's where things stand now, just
global markets are rebounding.
Past 7 o'clock
That's
in
fun.
the evening here in Beijing.
Yeah, no, I know it's been a long day there in China, taking some measures to prop up its own markets. This is what you do if you're gearing up for a fight that may not end soon. Mark Stewart in Beijing, great to see you. Thank you very much.
The Chinese Commerce Ministry firmly denounced President Trump's threat to raise cumulative tariffs on China to more than 100%. That could happen as early as this week.
Yeah, they're talking on the 8th.
Christy Lu Stout in Hong Kong for us. Christy Lu, great to have you. Trump ratcheting up, clearly, the global trade war with this new tariff threat. How's Beijing responding?
Well, Beijing is responding this way. It is calling Trump's 50% tariff threat, quote, a mistake upon a mistake, and it is vowing to fight until the very end. It was on Monday when we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump again when he ratcheted up the global trade war, lashing out at China for striking back and threatening a new 50% tariff against Beijing if Beijing doesn't remove its retaliatory 34% tariff. China is holding
Think China says capitalist America every time they say America?
firm, and China is pushing back.
I mean,
We heard earlier today from the Commerce Ministry of China issued a very defiant statement with this expert. Let's bring it up for you. The expert saying this, quote, the U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which once again exposes the blackmailing nature of the U.S. China will never accept it. If the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end, unquote. The ministry also called for all tariff plans to be dropped and called for dialogue to settle differences. Earlier, we heard from the spokesman of the Chinese embassy in the United States who took a more measured tone, using language that we've heard time and time again during ongoing trade battles between U.S. and China. This is what Liu Pengyu said in a statement. He said this to CNN, quote, we have stressed more than once that pressuring or threatening China is not a right way to engage with us. China will firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests, unquote. Now, China watchers are watching all this very, very closely and believe that China is going to hold firm and China is not going to budge. It's not going to give up. It's threatened retaliatory tariffs of 34% set to kick in later this week on April the 10th. In fact, this is what Ryan Haas, a scholar at Brookings, had to.
I know I'm not the only one struggling with this one because, like, it is kind of just. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around exactly how much this is going to affect us.
To say he posted this on X just a few hours ago. It's a very interesting analysis. He said this: I am skeptical.
Other countries will just boycott USA, and we still won't be able to afford America-made goods, especially when they raise prices. Yeah, no, that's what they were saying at the beginning of this segment when they were just like CNBC's finally catching on, where they're just like, wait a minute. So great, you're gonna manufacture everything in America, but then nobody's gonna be able to afford it because they've all lost their jobs and they're not making enough at these new manufacturing jobs. Or they were finally honest about it. They're not gonna have manufacturing jobs because they even said no, it's gonna be automation.
We'll blink on President.
But according to whatever Howard Lincoln or Dinkin or whoever the fuck, apparently you're gonna have these guys to build the robots.
In Trump's recent tariff escalation threats, Chinese leaders understand holding firm.
China's about to impose controls on rare earth minerals to the United States, targeting high-end industries and military.
Will be economically costly. They are preparing the public to tolerate pain. Politics may drive decisions, unquote. So Rahel, China apparently not expecting any trade breakthroughs, not expecting any off-ramps here.
Right.
Not only that, China is digging in. Rahel,
If
back
not,
to you.
thumbs down.
Yeah, certainly if they say we're
Also, welcome to stream. How you doing?
we're willing to fight to the end, it doesn't sound like they're willing to budge, not at this point at least.
No,
Chrissy
oh
Lucy.
my God. It's almost like bullying people into these positions, especially when you didn't need. Like, dude, this is what's still insane to me is the fact that this was all started just by him. There was nothing that predicated this. It was all him.
Out in Hong Kong,
That's
Chrissy,
crazy.
thank you.
We were also
That's right. I'm from mainland China. This
learning
is
new details about
our
what's happening behind the
internal
scenes at the
information.
White House as this chaotic tariff rollout is about to kick into overdrive overnight.
Don't put us into
and what
an
message
awkward
some
situation.
of the people around the president think he should
welcome,
and should
welcome.
not be
I mean,
pushing with the American public?
I think that this is insane. I am not a Trumper, and I am one of the Americans that is just watching this going,
no! Elena Treen.
And then everybody hates us on top of it now.
At the White House for us. Elena, this is going to be quite the day. What are you learning?
It sucks.
You're exactly right. It will be. Look, we actually had some new reporting come out about
Well, on behalf of America, I'm sorry.
how, as all of this is, of course, all of these tariffs,
sorry
people
for
are
our
trying
idiot
to figure out
president.
what exactly is the way out of this. And, markets
didn't
are
vote for it.
responding by being scattered. 401ks are shrinking. We learned that over the weekend, the president's Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, actually flew to Mar-a-Lago and to deliver a message to the president. Essentially, that message, Kate, was that they need to get his team on the same page, but also more
Don't worry, I
clearly
think the American people are
explain to
innocent.
the
I
American
appreciate that.
people what the end game with these tariffs are. And of course, that is trying to get better trade deals with other countries. Now, we did actually hear the president yesterday say that he is open to negotiation. He said he had talked to the Japanese prime minister. He talked to other world leaders as well, and said that he's willing to deal. However, when I have talked to many different White House officials, Trump administration officials about this, they tell me really
I was about to say, one foot doesn't know what the other's doing. Like, what is going on with this administration, guys? Just for guys, I'm trying to be objective in this too, because I get it. You're just a leftist. You hate Trump. Blah blah blah. No, for real. I'm trying to view this from just somebody who doesn't even follow politics, and they gotta go. You just gotta go. What is happening?
Other countries.
This administration doesn't know what they're doing as far as literally they don't know what each other are doing. They got cross communication, and then bad math. Bad math is responsible. Now they're just guys, in the history books, we're gonna go to that math equation and just be like, yeah, that's what the new modern Great Depression, or the New Age Great Depression, whatever they call the new one, Great Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, they're just going to be like, it was based on bad math.
For everything they can get. And his ultimate priority is really to try and erase some of the deficits that America has with these other countries. We've heard the president say
China and
as
the rest
much.
of the
Now,
world.
all of this,
We're
though,
all
of
just
course,
like, I'm sorry.
comes as a lot of people have been trying to kind of read between the lines of what different top economic advisors here at the White House are saying. There was
And that's, there's even, the concept of a
mixed
plan.
messaging
Oh,
over
God,
the
I
past
already
several
forgot
days.
about
Even
that.
just yesterday, we heard one of the president's trade advisors, Peter Navarro, say that these tariffs are not a negotiation. Then you've heard Bessent and others say they will be negotiating.
Just like Caitlin Collins' little sister.
With some of these key
They
trading
look like they could be cast as sisters.
partners. Listen to how the president responded to them.
This summer, she was a CNN anchor who got the top position.
There have been some
Her sister was a up-and-coming reporter.
messages from your
They got hired at the same network. Now they're CNN sisters.
administration. You're talking about
in.
negotiations, and yet
Weekdays
others
at
in your
11.
administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the action?
Well, it could be. They can both be true. There
They
can
can
be
both be
permanent
true.
tariffs, and they can also be.
Dude, why does he look like just like a curious little kid every time with the little eyebrow raises? And he's just
Negotiations, because there are things that we need beyond tariffs.
It's the way he sits too.
Now, Kate, one key thing as well to
Donnie, we need you to look up here, Donnie.
keep in mind.
Donnie, here comes the choo-choo.
And this is something I've been picking up from officials
I
behind
love
the
the choo-choo. Can you make it an airplane next? Can you make the little whoosh noises?
scenes. Is that
I love when you make the
some
whoosh
people
noises.
in this White House and administration do believe that the president needs to get some wins on the board, that some deals need to be made in the near term to essentially show the American people that their patience is worth waiting for, to have them buy in to this tariff plan. And again, as people are really worried about what is happening to the stock.
Even when you're trying to sell it as like a news story, even she's kind of like, I mean,
to their retirement accounts, worried about what's going on with their
tariff
wallet.
plan.
So all
She
of
wanted
that,
to use quotations so bad.
as we see these tariffs expected to go into effect later tonight. Kate?
It seems we're also watching an evolving definition of negotiation and
All right, if
negotiating.
there's anything I can
is
say
what we
about
seem to
the
be
news analysis right now is just what is going. It's funny at this point. Wait, what
Volatility
is this? Wait,
and-
is this new? No, I was about to say no. We watched this one yesterday.
Mistake
upon. All right. Do we have any more updates? How American consumer?
China is accusing the U.S. of bullying and blackmail.
And this morning, Beijing is vowing to retaliate against President Trump's latest
I want to watch CNN, sister.
tariff threat, while the White House says
Why does Caitlyn always get to go to the White House?
China is making a big
You always
mistake.
put me outside.
CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. So, Jeff, walk us through this new
Once you get Donald Trump's number, then you'll know that.
angry exchange between the
Then you'll be invited in.
U.S. and China.
Don't ask how I got it. Zing.
Well, good morning, Pamela and Wolf. There is no better example of
Because I believe, because I believe that the United States needs a thorough institutional reform rather than these small changes.
a trade war underway right now than
Right there with
looking
you.
at the United States and Canada. It all started at the
Oh yeah, guys, the Bernie Sanders town hall. I'm going to try and cover that.
beginning of the Trump administration.
Very worst case, what I'll do is I'll let it go live and then we will watch the replay because for some reason CNN doesn't care the second that it's not live.
When the president to put on a 20% tariff against China because of fentanyl. Then, of course, he escalated last week. Then China escalated. And then the president
I like
escalated
Trump's
yesterday
humor
with
speeches. I mean, that's the thing. Even as a leftist, I think that Trump is objectively hilarious. But what he's doing now, like, it's not funny. So, like, even if he says something funny right now, I'm like, dude, fuck off.
a tariff threat. The question is, what?
It's like you're tanking our economy. I would give you the ha-has if there was, just not so much of this, but it's like every day, dude. It's every day. Every fucking day I go to buy, or well, yeah, if I go to either get some, some food, or I just look at the prices of everything, or see the stock markets, or see my 401k. I haven't looked in the last, 2 days now?
Off-ramp for all of this. The Treasury
I wasn't
Secretary,
kidding, guys.
Scott Bessent did not signal an off-ramp this morning, but said this.
Let's put it this way. If it doesn't come back, I'll be the first one that's just like, well, you told me it was coming back.
I think it was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. Traditionally,
do you like it when Trump calls it China?
If you look at the history,
you have to admit when he called it the Kung Flu. They came in with the Kung Flu. Everybody was Kung Flu fighting.
The trade negotiations. We are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
We have Central Michigan University checking the government website to check on their students' status twice daily. Really? No shit.
So the Treasury Secretary calls it a losing hand for China. We shall see. Of course, the United States depends on the goods from China. Certainly American consumers do. They've grown accustomed to the lower prices. But this is just one example of the trade war that is going on, even as this administration is signaling it is very open to negotiations with other allies. But again, of course, at midnight, these so-called reciprocal tariffs go into effect, and the China one would as well. When you add it all together, Wolf and Pamela, 104%. That is the percentage of tariffs that the U.S. now is threatening, at least, against Beijing.
Just to follow up with you, Jeff, for our viewers watching this, why should every American be paying attention to this escalation between the U.S. and China and how this could impact
Please stop defending the
them
tariffs.
directly?
Are you kidding?
Pamela, just look around your living room. If you're watching this at home, look at where your television comes from. Look at things in your garage.
Do you think, wait, just because I do a killer impression doesn't mean that I'm actually a Trump fan.
In your office,
Wait
in your home office, in your kitchen. This is why this matters, because it drives the price up. Don't forget what a tariff is a tax. A tax on an imported good. So this is why all of this
labor costs in the United States are too high.
Confusing back and forth actually matters.
Yeah, CNBC just picked that. Like, they just figured that out.
Never mind the stock market. That's slightly separate here, and it's leveling off somewhat. But it's the price of American goods. But look, the bottom line of this, the Trump administration believes that it's time to do more American manufacturing, all kinds of goods, from electronics to jeans to cars. So that is what's at play here. But again, if
things Americans, what do you mean?
For sitting at home,
what do you mean?
Look around your house.
Americans don't use that crap.
So many things likely came from China. Pamela.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, live for us at the White House. Thank you, Jeff.
President Trump's tariffs could be the most significant from the United States in a century. Nearly everyone in the world will feel them, at least in some way.
And as Americans brace for the sting, we were just talking about that with Jeff, so are companies, big and small. So knowing how to navigate the minefield of a new tax landscape could be essential for economic survival. CNN's Tom Foreman is at the Magic Wall for us. Tom, walk us through how these tariffs work and who's on the hook for them.
You're absolutely right. Jeff is right. Wolf is right. You're all right to call it a tax, because that's what it is. Here's how it works. Foreign company produces goods to be sold in the...
But Trump said it's not.
U.S.
Trump said good.
They're shipped to the U.S. and they face the tariffs. U.S. companies pay the...
At what point do like the Trump supporters kind of feel like assholes? Like now, like do they... Every single day, do they wake up and just go, you're making this harder on me, dude.
Tariff,
But then they're just like, all right, hold on, let me get this Cheeto dust in. All right, let's go.
Caveat on that to the U.S. Treasury. That's where the money goes to the Treasury. And then companies pay the cost of the tariff, or they pass it on to consumers. And that really matters, because is it possible that a supplier could pay the entire tax when they send it? Possible. History says it's very unlikely. 50-50 split, the supplier and the business doing it? Also possible. This is the one that everybody says is what most often happens. There is some absorption along the way, and this is shown as an even split, but there's no indication that it will be an even split. And American consumers absolutely, Pam, are going to be hammered by this on many things, as Jeff noted, that you use and you touch every single day.
So a little more specific on that, what gets more expensive? What should we be bracing for as American consumers?
Well, as a practical matter, almost everything. Bananas up 10%, wine up 20%, coffee up 10%. Interesting point here. If you drink 1 cup of coffee a day, average price last year was about $3.
Trump tax.
That's going to be $100 more for your coffee every year. That's all there is to that. And then there are many other goods that will also be affected out there. Electronics, absolutely. You want a new phone, you want a new TV, you want a new anything in your house that's electronic. Almost all of it is tied to foreign manufacturing. Textiles, the jeans that were mentioned a minute ago, shirts, things like that, footwear, sporting equipment, all sorts of things, medical.
Have I mentioned that I essentially have 2 pairs of jeans that I cycle through that I've had for the better part of 20 years? And this I bought this sweater when I was 17. I am 38.
Equipment. It's impossible to keep up with all the things that are part of world trade.
Take care
So
of your
all
stuff,
of that
guys.
is potentially impacted by this and is being impacted by it right now.
Always use Delicate Cycle and hang dry.
So when are we going to start seeing these prices go up, Tom?
Well, Wolf, in some ways, that's a great question. We have targets out here, that say that tomorrow 50% reciprocal tariffs go into effect for dozens of countries. May 2nd, 54%.
So that would mean the next shipments of everything. That's why everybody's panic buying right now.
Tariff rate applied to packages less than $800.
At least in my locality, they are.
Coming from
The local Aldi was completely cleaned out today.
China and Hong Kong. American consumers, do you sometimes buy something more than $800? Yeah. But you know who really is not affected, who is affected by this? They're applying this to those less than $800. So the wealthy people who are ordering great big things, they're off the hook. Everybody else is paying it. Then if
just another way that the billionaires, don't get to feel any pain. Cool.
These
Glad
dates
they're
hold,
protected.
Wolf, because
I would feel so bad if the billionaires didn't get hit.
the administration has been so off and on with, we're putting on tariffs, we're suspending the tariffs, we're reinstituting the tariffs, we're changing the rate.
Now, again, guys, the fact that there's so many of these sycophantic assholes that are still supporting him after shit like this, where they're having they're having it explained by CNN. That's the problem here. I just kind of did come into my whole reality where it's like, oh yeah, they're not hearing this. Duh.
Really hard to keep track of what's happening minute to minute.
Yeah, we just heard the trade representative, Jamieson Greer, to the Senate say, yes, everything is still on. But then at the same time, the White House...
How would the value of the dollar be affected by this? It could possibly tank the dollar. Right now, I know that the way that they're talking about it is if we actually hold to this, we will lose our status as the reserve currency.
The House is saying that there are negotiations happening. More than 50 countries have come forward trying to negotiate. One country that isn't...
The U.S. 500, the U.S. 30, the U.S. 100, all down.
Negotiating that's really digging in its heels now is
stock
China.
index is
So how could the escalating
Japan
trade war
up.
Impact American consumers
Denmark,
in terms
France.
of the goods that we get from China?
Shanghai.
Yeah, that's why, Pam, when they say, oh, well, China has a weak hand here, they only have a pair of twos. We're buying this stuff. American consumers are buying the stuff. That's part of...
Is there really a rush buying phenomenon in the U.S.? Yes.
This hand, too.
Yes, because we are very stupid.
Temu over here, tons of consumer goods out there that people like to buy. They're doing very, very well.
They're literally buying the weirdest shit, too.
Shein...
things that they would never need.
There's a lot of cosmetics
but they're just getting it because it's going to go expensive.
Products out there also big. AliExpress. This does.
And then believe it or not, you have scalpers buying shit right now, which it's just they plan on scalping off the tariffs, where they're just like, well, if the tariffs are more expensive, then I could probably make a $5 to $10 profit, because that's how these stupid assholes work.
Direct marketing tends to have a little longer delivery time, and they're trying to find buyers around the world to deal directly with Chinese companies. These are great big Chinese companies that Americans are dealing with in a very big way. So that's out there. And when you put it all together, and this is the part that people have to bear in mind, this is a tax. And one of the estimates right now is that the average home out there who's dealing with this annually from the budget lab at Yale University is going to pay close to $4,000 annually for this tariff plan. Now, the White House will say, no, 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 it's all going to come back. It's all going to be good in the meantime. But right now, if we're playing cards, that's the bet that your household has just put on the table, whether you want to or not. And you're hoping it doesn't come out that way for you.
Tom Foreman, thank you so much.
So I guess, Pamela, with the price of coffee going up, my Venti Skim Latte at Starbucks is going to cost more money.
I was going to say, this is really bad news for us early birds, right? I'm so early. I love my coffee in the morning. I'm like, should I stockpile right now?
Switch to tea.
Before this goes into
All
effect.
right, let's continue the conversation.
She just realized that she contributed to the. Should I stockpile? Oh.
Joining us now, CNN global economic analyst Rana Foroohar.
Her eyes
Rana,
right there
thanks
were
so
like,
much for
oh,
joining
shit.
us. What are the consequences if the two sides continue this escalation?
No, somebody had a conversation.
Well, you just heard the biggest one, which is $4,000 a year. That is something that most average people simply cannot afford. There are a couple of other things that I would point to. I think that we're going to see continued stock market volatility, and that means big things for people with any money in the markets. Only a little over half of Americans have 401k plans, but a lot of Americans hold some stock, and the market itself being so jittery means that companies are buttoning down spending. That could affect jobs, that could affect the employment picture. So I'm expecting that volatility to continue until we have some real sense of where things have landed. I think the other thing...
The problem with me drinking Folgers is I would have to sing the song every time that I'm making my coffee. I'm not sure if I could handle that.
To think about is...
The best part of waking up.
What's the end game?
Folgers in your cup.
Here. Donald Trump hasn't spelled out too many
If
details.
it was sang by Bruce Springsteen, in the middle of a very strenuous turd.
But he said in broad brush strokes that these tariffs are meant to bring jobs back to the U.S., help the U.S. reindustrialize. I would question that. I think tariffs are one tool in the toolbox. I was actually for tariffs in Trump 1 against China. They were surgical. They were very specific. But then you saw Joe Biden coming in and creating a domestic industrial policy, which is the other thing that you need in order to really bring manufacturing back. You know, you saw the chips industry coming back thanks to that strategy in about 18 months. That's now being unraveled. So what I see is this one tool of tariffs being used as a very blunt instrument, a hammer to bang the entire world over the head. But you don't have that domestic piece. And I think without that, you're just not going to get the job growth that you're looking for.
I like
Now, I
using
wanna
a hammer. It makes me look like I'm a big, strong man. Using a scalpel, come on. Nobody likes scalpels. Everybody likes the big knives. Oh, damn. It's under 5,000. It's under 5,000! Sorry. Dragon Ball reference. Oh, here we go. We got the Adam Muckler one. Here we go.
All right, breaking news. Trump just further escalated the trade war. The markets are falling, and Caroline Leavitt is still spinning in the White House press room. I want to show you guys the exact moment that Caroline is forced to run defense for Trump after he placed retaliatory tariffs on China's retaliatory tariffs, thus further escalating this already insane and unnecessary trade war. And you know, China is one country where if you want to place targeted tariffs on them, I actually understand.
Hey, Coors Banquet's good. The banquet beer.
Understand that more so than Canada or Mexico or any other of the 100 countries. Placing tariffs on China is something that Biden did as well. But the way that Trump is doing it is insane. He's accusing them of panicking when he's clearly panicking. And Xi Jinping even accused Trump of trying to blackmail China.
You're being emotional. He's doing the Tim Pool thing. Hey, Sam, you're being emotional. You're being emotional right now.
We'll get into all of that. But let's start here, you know, with the tariffs rising to 104%. Tariff tensions escalate as White House hits China.
What does the scouter say about the stock market? It's under 5,000!
With 104% hike.
What?
Crypto
5,000?
and stocks drop in the U.S. as the China standoff deepens. And the funny thing is, Caroline Leavitt was spinning while this happened. So you see the Dow dropping on the bottom right corner while she's speaking. We'll play this clip in 1 second, but let's start with the big news. Tariff tensions escalate as White House hits China with 104% hike, an increase of 104%. Crypto and stocks reel as the U.S.-China standoff deepens.
And I don't
the
even care about
U.S.-China
crypto.
trade conflict entered a volatile new phase after the White House confirmed a dramatic escalation. Edward Lawrence reports White House press secretary says 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time because China has not removed its retaliation. Can I point out one more time? The tariffs haven't actually gone into effect. The big Liberation Day tariffs go into effect tomorrow on the 9th. On Wednesday, right now, we only have the 10% tariffs in place. I say only, but 10% tariffs on every country is wild. We have massive tariffs.
This only really benefits the billionaire class because the people who are the richest in the country are the ones that are going to buy on the low, or buy the dip is what they call it. But realistically, that only serves maybe, I'll be generous, 5% of the population, even the ones that like fancy themselves as rich.
Coming tomorrow, that's when we'll see a huge plunge in the market. Markets wasted no time reacting. Bitcoin, which had soared to 109,000 following Trump's inauguration, fell to 77,000. We saw a bunch of people reacting negatively, and the markets will only continue to drop throughout the week. Let's check out what Caroline Leavitt was talking about. I have a few clips to play.
Are you trying to bring it back, Anna?
Well, let's go to the funny.
Don't get Kirk started. He'll go for like 4 hours.
One where she's trying to spin as the stock market drops on the bottom right corner of the screen. I'm not even going to play what she's saying because it's all just propaganda, but I want you to pay attention to the Dow. Right now it's increased a very slight bit, but just pay attention to what begins to happen as she speaks more and more. It is now beginning to fall a little bit. I'll unmute it for a second.
Paying jobs in hollowed out communities across the country. It's America first, all the way. And despite fear-mongering by the media, the world is clearly responding to President Trump's approach. Just yesterday, President Trump held a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here at the White House. The Prime Minister...
You see that too, right? As she's speaking, it continues to drop.
I just got
and
it.
drop. It was just at 38,190, now 38,160. It continues to fall. As she says, the world is responding well. Yeah, the world is responding by selling off. I mean, pay attention to these numbers if you're watching on screen. Continues to fall and fall. And maybe by the end of the day, it will recover or go to a neutral position, but that is just indicative of the uncertainty that is in place. If the stock market falls and then recovers back, and then falls and recovers back, that means we are in an uncertain, predictable market. And this is while Caroline Levitt is yapping and yapping on about how the tariffs are super beneficial. I mean, watch this clip of Caroline Levitt saying that everybody in Washington knows that Trump is right. I mean, just please take a look.
I do just want to point out one thing, that the president, everybody in Washington, whether they want to admit it or not, knows that this president is right when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to trade. And
who is everybody? I mean, the markets have collapsed, allies have pushed away, new alliances have formed with China. When you say everybody is aware, who is everybody? Why is Caroline Levitt trying to speak for everybody in Washington? It's like if my friend said, dude, I gambled all my money away and cheated on my girlfriend in Vegas, but we've all been there. Everybody's been there. It's like, who is we? Why are you saying everybody's been there? No. Everybody does not know that the tariffs are working. In fact, we all think the exact opposite. Can I remind you that in Trump's first term, he started a similar but less aggressive trade war with China. And honestly, that's not even a big deal. If you want to put tariffs on China to disincentivize certain behavior, you can do that. There are ways to do it. And
I've seen the stock market repeatedly falling and rebounding, which indicates that Trump is controlling the stock market's decline.
More gentle way. I mean, Trump wanted to place.
It's not like he's controlling it in the way that he literally has like his finger on a button, like, hey, look, the little red button, it makes the stock market go down. They made it red because line go down, it turned red. So they made me understand that. I love red. You know I love red. But no, for real, man. I think that he does have control of it over just his the uncertainty. Like the fact that he's playing this game where he's just like, I don't know, we're going to wait and see. Like he keeps doing that. And then he does capitulate sometimes. Like the last time where he put this off where he's just like, we'll see what happens. You know what? We got to negotiate. Let's go to the table. We'll chill out. Everybody just chill out. That approach has already, like, now everybody they are just so sick of it. They just don't want to wait anymore. And that's where he overextended his hand. This is kind of where you are getting a real look at how shitty he is at negotiating and why, just why he is responsible for bankrupting casinos and bankrupting multiple businesses. It's because he makes decisions like this. And the only thing he's actually good at is just selling you bullshit. That's like his own bullshit. Just he can talk you out of thinking like, look, we're not seeing what you see. Totally. You know what? I can make you laugh. I can make you cry. But you might like me. Who knows? You might like me. You might be like Bill Maher. Call me a monkey one day and then or orangutan, and then all of a sudden now you're bowing down to me, calling me a good guy.
Bigger tariffs in his first term, but he had people stopping him. Biden actually placed tariffs on China as well. It's not inherently bad, but the way Trump is doing it now is bad, is 100% bad. And even if we go back to his first term, the tariffs were basically just null. They had no effect. This headline says 92% of Trump's China tariff proceeds went to bail out angry farmers. This is from 2020.
Yeah.
This is from right before the election in 2020. It's a really solid talking point.
Because you forget that in 2018, the soybean collapse. Like God, I wish I could talk to Kowalski from Nebraska about this from the Majority Report.
When debating the tariffs, because what Trump did was he hurt farmers in the Midwest, states like Iowa, so badly that 92% of the proceeds that he got, by the way, from American companies, had to go to bail out the farmers, meaning it was just a wash, basically. He didn't use the profits towards any sort of social services or helping American citizens. No, it was a complete wash. Watch Caroline Levitt trying to explain the White House.
Except for France. Do you think that their response to the... and now we're going to France's response to the tariffs. Sacré bleu!
Position on the tariffs, like whether they're going to negotiate or whether they're permanent, things that are very important, she can't.
Can you explain the White House's evolution from...
Yes, I did. I saw that they... I actually saw the whole thing about the dire wolves. I was going to cover that a little bit later here.
It's not a
I'm really
negotiation
excited
on
about that.
tariffs too. Countries should pitch us and start negotiations on
Sure.
tariffs.
As the president said yesterday, Jasmine, both things can be true at the same time. And it is a non-negotiable position that the United States has faced a national security and economic crisis because of the unfair trade practices by countries around the world. As for the president, I have maintained this position. The entire administration has always said that President Trump is willing to pick up the phone and talk. And the president met with his trade team this morning, and he directed them to have...
That is why the markets are crashing right now. Exactly what she just said. That is why the markets are crashing, because the White House is taking contradictory positions at the same time. If you want companies to reshore manufacturing, you need the guarantee of permanent tariffs that will never be removed, so companies can safely move manufacturing back and take that risk, which would be a huge risk and hugely expensive. But if you say that the tariffs are then negotiable, companies will just wait it out and won't take that risk of reshoring manufacturing. They'll just chill out and wait for the negotiations to happen or negotiate with you directly. So it's all just self-defeating. And honestly, I'm thinking this is leading down a super corrupt path. Tariffs can be a perfect vehicle for corruption if a president is corrupt enough or wants to act like a mob boss. I mean, dude, look at this article. For Xi Jinping, China's strongman leader, ceding to Trump is not an option. And by the way, that's why they're going to keep playing this game of chicken until the global economy melts down. Trump keeps accusing Xi Jinping of panicking. I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think China really panics. I think Xi Jinping has more of a...
Actually, they're just kind of holding out, so they're just like, just wait for him to panic, because his own... They kind of said it. I forgot who said it yesterday, but they were saying that like the Chinese media is even just reporting it like, oh, wait for Trump supporters to just turn on him.
Steady hand than Trump. He's been a leader for much longer than Trump. I think he's a bad leader. I disagree with many of his policies, but I do think that he is not someone who is just going to back down to Trump or bend the knee or panic like Trump implies. In fact, I think that's indicative of Trump panicking, if anything. China sees little to gain in capitulating to Trump's tariff threats, labeling them, quote, blackmail, and vowing to fight until the end. And dude, Trump is about to spark a nasty trade war, because this is China's foreign ministry spokesperson speaking right here, and even he was saying China will surely take necessary measures to fight back, to punch back in a measured way, or in an equal way, which means that they're going to now raise their tariffs by 100%. Lord have mercy. Xi Jinping wants you to know that he will not be cowed, reads this article. Confronted with the latest threat from President Trump of an additional 50% tariff, Beijing said they are not reversing anything. And this actually was written before Trump put his retaliatory tariff. So now we'll see what happens. I do not think Xi Jinping is someone who's going to back down. In that same vein, I don't think Trump is going to back down because he's so stubborn. He wants his image to look good. But in my opinion, I do think over the next 10 days, Trump is going to find some reason to wuss out of the tariffs, because he doesn't want to actually feel the pain in his approval rating, in his legacy. I could be wrong, and I know a lot of people will disagree with me.
That's why the stocks haven't gone completely like into tanking territory.
Respectfully, and that is fine. But I do think Trump cares so much about his legacy, he will wuss out at some point. That being said, make sure you drop a like.
I agree. I do agree with that. Let's hope, though. I hate to admit it, though. That's also coming from a place of hope. Like I kind of, let's see what happens. That's what everybody's doing right now. Everybody's just like, we'll see. Crazy. Shock poll, AOC, Amy Schumer. Calls out today's market move higher. Oh shit! Really? Huh. Okay, so it does look like Trump is finally... Is he gonna respond? Wait, he's not? Oh, that's why he... Okay, so somebody was just like, that's why he had his presser this morning. Alright. US stocks dropping After another stunning day of reversals, this uncertainty reigns about Trump's tariffs. Yeah, dude. Even so now that's kind of funny. The right wing is finally starting to catch on, and the left wing is kind of like, you know what? We've told you, like, how much, like, you guys are all paying attention to the stock market at this point. Iran nuclear deal must include destruction of facilities under U.S. supervision, Netanyahu. Comedian Jon Stewart on Monday said that President Trump's economic policy has the same tagline as the Netflix show Squid Games. Trump tweeted, "Only the weak will fail amid falling markets." Jon Stewart pointed out that this was the tagline. Oh my god, dude. Well, there's that. Didn't see that one coming today. I think the problem facing the United States will always be the uneven distribution of wealth. Base, dude. Hey, you got some... Hey, definitely not gonna hear any arguments here. If you haven't already followed, please do. I appreciate that. Helps the channel out, and also I think that you're a good fit here. Although we are about to do a little celebration here and then go into the next segment. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I gotta say,
Larry Kudlow,
did not expect that Fox hosts would be the ones schooling Trump administration officials, but I guess that's just how disastrous Trump's economic policies have become.
Art doesn't believe that the trade deficit should be a metric.
Oh my God, this guy looks like a bad guy from Richie Rich.
I don't really either. I mean, Mr. Secretary,
he literally looks like the bad guy from like a kids movie where it's just like, we have to steal the. We have to steal the book from the mean old principal's office.
If you get your tax cuts, and I guess you're well on the way, you get your deregulation. These are all huge pro-growth items. Okay. We will grow. We, the United States, will grow faster than Japan. We will grow faster than almost anybody. Therefore, almost by definition, by growing faster than the rest of the world, we're always going to have a trade deficit. So I don't know why you'd want to use the trade deficit in a calculation for a reciprocal charge.
I'm all about a nice, comfortable hoodie, and we all know this here.
I understand your point about non-tariff barriers. I get that.
I can count on like one hand how many times I've streamed without a hoodie on.
That's why I would have chosen a handful of countries, I don't know, maybe 10 or a dozen countries, and really carefully pinpointed it. But to apply this to the whole world on the basis of trade deficits, is that really the best in your judgment? You've been around a long time. You've looked at these. You've done analysis. Is that really where we should be at?
Well, look, Larry, the trade deficit, as you and Art know, is a result of three things. It's a result of the terms of trade, it's a result of our budget deficit, and it's the result of the level of the dollar.
Now, I know this topic seems a bit dense, but it's actually quite simple, so I want to make sure that everybody understands here. The reason that our economy is crashing right now and the stock market is tanking right now is because Trump decided that our trade imbalances with other countries is a sign of America being ripped off.
Dude, now, I am middle class, and it's very much not good for me. Are you really that dumb?
In reality, a trade deficit means that we are importing more than...
Okay, yes. If you keep thinking that way, then you're going to be calling your own libs, and you're just going to be like the guy, like, no money, just going, ha, at least I backed the guy who did the thing that I made, made the funny and made the people mad, because that's, dude, seriously, how sad is your life that this is what makes you happy? You got to ask yourself that, really.
Then we export. Not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that Americans want more of those imports than foreign countries need of what we're selling. I'll use an example that I've used before because I think it's a helpful one. Madagascar produces 80% of the world's vanilla. We don't produce vanilla here in the United States, and so
I'm trolling. I sound like MAGA.
we need it. Now, Madagascar
did a good job.
is also one of the poorest countries in the world, which means that Madagascar probably isn't going to import much from the wealthiest country on earth because
cry lives cry.
Because our goods are probably going to be too expensive. I mean, hell, many of our goods are too.
Real quick, this is something that I just do on my channel. Welcome. I am
too expensive for
I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
Americans, which is why we import cheaper goods from other countries. Anyway, of course Madagascar isn't going to reach trade
hope for peaceful trade, but Trump seems to be different.
Parity with the wealthiest country on earth. But so what?
No.
We need vanilla. They produce vanilla. We buy it. There's no problem. But in his infinite wisdom, Trump has now imposed a 47% tariff on Madagascar.
Remember, it's all based on bad math, too. Do not forget that.
Because they don't import as much from America as we import from them.
Asterisks.
So here's the result. We still don't produce vanilla here in the United States, which means that we're still going to
failed businessman making deals by bullying other countries is like not the smartest move.
Import vanilla from Madagascar, only now it'll be 47% more expensive. Because remember, a tariff is a tax paid not by the foreign country, but by the importing company, and is then passed on to the consumer. That means us. We are the consumer. We pay more for vanilla now, thanks to Trump's tariff. And guess what? Madagascar still isn't going to import as much because it's still one of the poorest countries on earth. So the literal only difference here is that we Americans will pay more money for something that was cheaper just last week. But hey, art of the deal. Yep. And beyond that, who cares if there's a trade imbalance? That's not a bad thing. It just means, again, that we need more of other countries' goods than they need of ours. Why are we punishing foreign countries for selling us what we need? Is the United States...
I mean, you can use any example, but I think that the girl on CNBC actually used a really good example where it's like, I have a trade deficit with my hairstylist, so I should just learn how to do my own hair? Like, what's going on there? So does he not understand how this works?
Going to become a vanilla-producing country? Donald Trump is an idiot who thinks that trade imbalances are bad when they're not. It's just a trade imbalance. We import what we need, they import what they need. The notion that one of the poorest countries in the world, with, by the way, a population of 30 million people, needs to import as much as the richest country in the world with 350 million people makes zero sense on its face, and certainly makes zero sense as a basis to plunge us into a voluntary recession. And I can't believe that I'm going to cite Larry Kudlow here, but he's right when he explains that the U.S., as a strong, growing economy, will run trade deficits because we're growing faster than other countries, which means that we consume more than other countries. The reality is that we can't produce everything here in the U.S., so we have to look elsewhere. It's not a sign of weakness, it is inherently a sign of strength. And yet now, Trump has squandered that advantage.
A lot of people think that tariffs caused the Great Depression. Little known fact, it was really owning the libs.
Instead, unilaterally and voluntarily plunged us into an economic downturn. In other words, he took a healthy, hot economy, decided based on some arbitrary backwards ideology that we were getting ripped off when we weren't. He stopped that hot economy in its tracks.
Those wokies and their women's suffrage
punished us and our trading partners and plunged us into an economic slowdown where I guess we don't have to worry about being ripped off anymore because now no one is making any money anywhere. All thanks to one person. In fact, it's not just Kudlow who's losing his patience with this economically illiterate man-child. Here's Dave Portnoy.
I almost tweeted out, Dave, how much
this isn't even the good one. This isn't even the good one. We need the update. He's lost over, I think now it's at 30 million?
Down right now and today. 7 million. I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto.
Well,
and it's tariff city. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them. I don't. Like, it's more a trade deficit tariff to me. Like, hey, we get this much shit from you and you get this much from us. Let's even that up. Let's get some wacky formula and do tariffs. And everything's in the shitter because of it.
And here's Ben Shapiro.
Seems like Kamala will be correct in predictions on Trump's economic plan.
Yesterday,
don't say that to him. Dude, say that in a MAGA chat.
President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs impose hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans, be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America. And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries The Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted immediately.
Do you think his eyebrows are almost done gestating and are going to eventually turn into those the butterflies that we've been waiting for?
More than 1,000 points. The S&P 500 plummeted more than 3%. The NASDAQ plummeted almost 4.5%. There are real-world implications for this sort of stuff. Trade wars are, in fact, not good and not easy to win, particularly if you don't actually have a plan. It is predicated on a bad...
I am trying to understand why the asshole I voted for is being an asshole.
...idea
Trump
of how
voters.
international trade works. A fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits. Trade deficits are
eyebrow
an
makeup. He
accounting
really does.
procedure.
Yeah.
Trade deficits have
He's not great
pretty
at
much
it either.
nothing to do with the health of an economy.
He's got the uneven mascara line.
Name you a period in American history where there was a fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression.
In fact, we might even see some
Maybe he's born with it.
Republican senators acknowledge their own autonomy and use the power that they've already contracted out to the God King to instead rein him in. According to reporting from The Hill, 7 Republican senators, including Senator Chuck Grassley, the Senate's president pro tempore, Senator Mitch McConnell, the former Senate Republican leader, have signed on to a bipartisan bill that would require Congress to approve President Trump's steep tariffs on trading partners. Grassley and McConnell have joined 5 other Republicans, Senators Jerry Moran, Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, Todd Young, and Susan Collins, in supporting the Trade Review Act of 2025. The legislation would limit Trump's ability to impose unilateral tariffs without the approval of Congress. It would require the president to notify Congress of the imposition of new tariffs and increase tariffs within 48 hours and provide an explanation of the reasoning for the action. And I gotta say, it sure is funny watching these Republicans scramble to figure out how to clean up the gunshot wound when it was them who handed Trump the gun in the first place. These bowls of human jello have contracted every single ounce of their power to Trump, knowing full well that he is an idiot who has been threatening to sink the economy because of his backwards idea of tariffs since the day he entered office. This is like if a 5-year-old spent every day for months telling you that paint looks yummy, and then you leave him in a room with a bucket of paint. You don't get to be surprised when he eats it. You assholes left Trump in a room with a bucket of paint, and only now, when the
It's a little bit sticky, guys.
Kid needs to go to the hospital, are you
It's all over my tiny little fingers.
recognizing that maybe paint should be locked up out of reach of children? All of which is to say,
out
this
of
was
reach of Trump.
predictable,
No, come
and yet
on,
none
he's
of the
the joke.
Republicans gave a shit. These people were so worried about showing loyalty, showing fealty to Daddy Trump, that they allowed their supporters, like Larry Kudlow, like Dave Portnoy, like Ben Shapiro, like millions of other Americans, to get screwed
Aiden
over
Ross?
by
Oh,
policies
come on.
that we
How you
all
gonna just ignore
warned
that
would
one?
usher
I
in
covered that one
economic
yesterday.
disaster. This is what happens when you reward Republicans with power. And look, I'm not here to relitigate the 2024 election, but I am here to ask that you not support a political party moving forward that felt that this was an appropriate thing to do, knowing the risks, because ushering in economic catastrophe is anything but appropriate. Before you go, first, if you enjoyed this content,
Gotta say, no, actually, I gotta give him some credit. I like the new background. I like the new branding. Cool. All right, let's reflect. At pep talks, they were saying, oh, geez, renting a car. I'm not trying to debate that. This is like if you bought a casino and managed to bankrupt it. Yeah, geez, it's almost like they're. Huh, there's some. Didn't somebody do that? I swear I've heard a story like that. Yeah, we are getting a real-time look into, his art of the like, here's my favorite part is, like, this really is kind of a, an eye-opener on, specifically how his first administration did have adults in the room and how this one is like, oh, this is what happens when you take the guardrails off, and, like, they were just saying, you leave him in a room full of paint, or just a room with a paint bucket just going, paint is yummy, and he's just like, oh, is it? Okay. What are we doing? We're just waiting on him. This is insane. Like, guys, I'm having a real existential moment here. We are legitimately just waiting on our president to not have his temper tantrum and to eventually do what we all know he's going to do and just capitulate. Like, I'm playing a very sophisticated game of chicken. I like chicken nuggets. Ugh. So I did just have that moment where I'm like, yeah, it's exhausting. It really is just exhausting. Ooh, we got a segment from Farron Cousins. This guy is one of the OGs that really got me into like the internet left political content sphere. So I got to give him a little credit there, as far as short form videos. But let's take a look.
Preface this by saying I take no joy in the stock market crashing. Like millions of Americans, I have a 401k. And that money is in the stock market. Like I'm getting screwed just like the rest of everybody. But I will say something actually hilarious did happen on Monday. The markets, of course, opened immediately 1,200 points down. So it was really bad off the start. But then something amazing happened. Rumors started to be reported that had no...
Trump says he will veto the Bipartisan Trade Review Act of 2025 if it passes. They would then need to pass a 2/3 majority to pass it if it's vetoed. I don't know, guys. Like I could almost see them getting that majority.
In reality, but nevertheless,
I know. That's almost one of the wildest things I think I've said on this show, but I could see it if he does do that and it's a bipartisan bill and he keeps playing these power moves. Like Congress is eventually going to like do something that's just like, no, we're not doing this anymore, and it's going to be his own party.
Rumors came out that said, hey, Trump may do a 90-day pause on the tariffs, and in response to those rumors, the market went back into positive territory.
Yeah. Again, I woke up to it where I was just
okay,
like, oh,
hey,
look at that.
Maybe it's not going to be that bad, right?
That's crazy.
Well, then Caroline Leavitt opened her big stupid mouth. And Caroline Leavitt
so it really
told
was
reporters...
It was literally her press conference that did it? Oh, I thought... See, this is the thing where I was a little confused. I thought that he tweeted some shit that I just missed. I didn't understand that it was actually her presser.
Something so incredibly stupid...
that explains...
That it immediately...
They were literally waiting for
he caused the markets to start tanking once again. Like, we had minutes of a recovery until Caroline Leavitt opened her dumb mouth. So here is what happened, as reported by CNBC. I spoke to Caroline...
Talon, I'm not sure. Like, I hate this because, again, if you don't like fucking Congress, like, then what kind of system do you want? Why are you not running for Congress if you don't like the idea of Congress? Like, then change it.
Leavitt, the White House press secretary...
People that are just like, we just need a government run literally by the people, and I just mean everybody. Right?
On the phone.
Not just one person or just a representative. Representation is
just
what?
A short time ago, and she tells me it is quote unquote
where are you going with that?
Fake news that the White House is considering a 90-day pause. So the White House pouring cold water on this idea wherever it came from, that they're considering a 90-day pause on tariffs, saying that the president is committed to his tariff regime.
Arguing that Congress having power like to check the president is what? Because that's essentially what you're doing here.
And any reports that he's considering a 90-day pause.
If you're arguing against the fact that they did that with the 17th, like that's a bad thing.
Pause are, quote unquote, fake news. And then the markets tanked. Here's the thing. Caroline Leavitt was at least being honest for once, okay? You got to give her credit for that, right? The one time she decides to tell the truth was literally the one time where maybe you fudge it a bit, right? Maybe you be a little vague. Maybe you look at the markets recovering on these rumors and you go out there and say, listen, I have not been privy to these discussions. There is perhaps a way that we can pause these for 90 days as long as these other countries wish to cooperate with us so that we can hammer out solid trade deals that greatly benefit the United States moving forward.
I mean, notice how they have been using this playbook. Even like Republican-controlled Congress has been doing this thing where it's just like, okay, we'll vote on a bill later. Push it down the line. We'll do this later. It's always later with these people. It's like, well, we'll convene on another date to vote on these things.
Like that was literally off the top of my head, right there. I hadn't even
now he's doing this thing. You know what? We'll take 90 days and think on it.
put any thought into that, and that's what I came up with. Caroline, all you had to do was say that, right? Give one of those like super vague non-answers that doesn't necessarily give people too much optimism, but it doesn't destroy the entire stock market. Like, for once in your life, be smart and help people.
You're asking a bit much of me.
And you're like, nope, I'm going to tell the blunt truth finally for once in my life, and to hell with the consequences.
It's kind of funny when you think about it.
So,
wait a minute. This is the first time I think Trump has actually just said, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to tank the economy.
That's what happened.
Wait a minute.
We could have had a market recovery. We could have had the
yo, what up, Coy?
Stock market settle down.
I'm crashing out. I'm getting a headache, and I'm off to, and I'm gonna head off, go to sleep. Nice. All right. Good night, Ryan. Take care.
Down a little bit, maybe, replenish your 401ks. But nope. Caroline Leavitt finally decided to be honest, and we all paid the price for that. Thanks for watching, everybody, and if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel. We got fresh content.
No, you got fresh content. All right, cool. I mean, fresh content. I also will have some fresh content. Oh, by the way, guys, Friday I will be taking a rare day off, but I will be uploading some content later in the evening from Comic-Con. I'm going to be dropping into Comic-Con, and yeah, I'll make a little wrap-up video for that. Here, let's see. Propping it up was going to be of no advantage. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he was talking about Farron. Here, real quick, if you guys, here's the link for my mom's memorial fund. If you guys could or would consider donating to that, we're getting closer to. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that day. I'll be honest, guys. Like, it's gonna be a rough one. Again, I can pretty much say that's gonna be a planned day off. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a rough time with that today. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys, that's the link for that. And then, if you guys could just hit the like button over on YouTube, it really helps out the channel and helps me out in the algorithm. So if you guys can be cool and just help support a smaller YouTuber, I really appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, it's free, makes it cool. Also follow over on Twitch if you have not already. So I appreciate you guys. Also, real quick, just thank you for everybody that has supported the stream and who has also contributed to my mom's memorial fund. I really, really do appreciate it, guys. Yeah. You know how to humble. You know how to humble a man. What up, Weasel? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. Just wrapping up the segment on the stock market. I'm gonna move away from that. Let's see. Trump told Republican senators he's open to higher taxes on richest Americans. What? Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. This is an interesting development that I didn't have this one on the bingo card. Let's see what happens here. All right. President Donald Trump reportedly told several Senate Republicans this past week he was open to raising taxes on the highest earners in the U.S. Semaphores Burgess Everett reported on the meeting and wrote Trump's comments excuse me, came during a sit-down about his agenda with Senate Budget Committee Republicans and majority, sorry, I'm not used to saying that one anymore. Majority Leader Tom Thune, after Senator Lindsey Graham, we know where you're from, South Carolina, asked Trump how he'd view a proposal to let taxes... Man, why can't my freaking dyslexia stuff work here? Yeah. Mediaite's one of the sites that, like, it just blocks my my text settings, so it makes me angry. How? They just enacted permanent cuts. I know, dude. Trust me, I know. Thank you. That's how he'd view a proposal to let tax increases on the highest earners. The president replied that he'd be fine with that idea the three people told Semaphore. Everett added that Trump's comments were not considered full-throated support for tax raises by his sources, but noted that they saw it as evidence as the president's willingness to entertain higher rates for upper-income taxpayers aligns with recent positive signals about the approach from some White House allies. All right. So, honestly, it's like, he kind of just did the thing where he's like, all right, you know what? Maybe, just maybe. Is this from April 1st? April 8th. Some White House officials believe letting income taxes on the very highest earners would buy breathing room for other priorities, but and help blunt Democrats' attacks as they seek to extend President Trump's 2017 tax cuts. Officials say all discussions are preliminary and nothing is set in stone. By the numbers, currently the top income tax earners the top income tax rate is 37%, charged on income above $600,000, or for an individual, or $731 for married couples. If the 2017 law were allowed to expire, that would jump to the pre-2018 rate of 39% and lower the threshold. Again, dude, just that little bit of a percentage. It's not, you're not losing anything. Like, dude. And on top of it, didn't somebody say something about how, like, if they were just paying the tax rate, like if they were just not dodging the taxes right now and they were just paying by the code that is set up like this rate, then we would be totally fine. But it's because they go and hide their frickin' their income. It's because they go and hide their money. So I know that contributes to this. So if we renew tax cuts for the rich paid for by throwing people off Medicaid, we're gonna get effing slaughtered. The White House said in the in the midterms. Okay, so at least you have some people that are like not completely short-sighted and do care about like the midterm elections, because that has had me a little disconcerted, is the fact that it's like, why is he so not concerned with like losing support? Like, that's a little crazy. Aw, dude.
The Weasel Lord, $20 for the corn sign.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the sign I was holding at the protest on Saturday. That was a great time, by the way. I had a really, really good time. But thank you for the $20 donation, man. I really appreciate that. Here. Oh, that actually... that already did that. Sweet. Alrighty, I'm gonna put a quick intermission video on. It's only gonna be like 2 minutes. I have got to take a little bathroom break, but here, you know what?
So as you all know, there's so much.
We got the Kyle Kalinske. We love Kyle Kalinske on this show. I will put this on just for a minute and come on back and enjoy the video with y'all. Just give me 2 minutes.
Going on, people could barely fucking keep up. It's the It's the Steve Bannon strategy of flood the zone, do 100 things every single day. The media can't keep up. They can only focus on maybe 2 or 3 things. So you just got away with over 90 things that are horrific, that would be career-ending scandals for any other politician. But for Trump, he's a bull in a china shop. He just keeps going ahead. So as you all know, Trump decided to illegally bomb the Houthis in Yemen. The reason I say it's illegal is because you need a declaration of war from Congress in order to do something like this. He did not get a declaration of war from Congress. He's bombing the Houthis, and it's under the guise of, oh, this is part of the war on terror that was passed in the early 2000s. What? I mean, just to explain to you how dumb that is, the Houthis are a Shia Islamist group. Al-Qaeda is a Sunni fundamentalist group. So they have nothing to do with each other. In fact, the Houthis and Al-Qaeda are mortal enemies. But he's pretending, the same justification that was used to go after the Al-Qaeda, the Sunnis, is the same I'm going to use to go after the Houthis. And by the way, also as if the Houthis are a threat to the American homeland, which is just laughable. There are no, the Houthis attacked Cleveland yesterday. That didn't fucking happen. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. So that's a scandal in and of itself. Then there was a scandal on top of the scandal, which was Signalgate, which was Pete Hegseth and all of Trump's little idiot cabinet buddies, Tulsi Gabbard, J.D. Vance, all these morons, Mike Waltz. They were casually discussing over Signal detailed and intricate bombing plans for Yemen, right? And they were debating, whether or not to do it. J.D. Vance was like, I don't know if this is a good idea. This is really helping those freeloaders in Europe. And then they were like, nah, let's do it. Then they say in the group chat, we bombed this guy who went into his girlfriend's apartment building. We bombed the whole apartment building. And J.D. Vance is like, excellent. Hooray. Yeah. They're casually discussing war crimes and like high-fiving over that shit. Sending emojis like little fucking teenage girls. So that was the scandal within the scandal, right?
How many times has he said robber baron in the last 5 minutes? Actually, this is about Yemen, so I don't think he said it once
Well, guess
yet.
what? I know this isn't being reported much, but almost every single day since that first bombing, they've been relentlessly bombing Yemen.
That's his new favorite word. He traded in Dickie McGeezax for that.
Remember why they're actually bombing Yemen, too. Remember why they're actually bombing it. Because the Houthis stood up and said, oh my God, Israel is doing a genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza, carpet bombing innocent people. So let's do our part. And our part is let's try to blockade ships from getting into Israel. That's what they say. This is our goal. We don't want ships to get into Israel because they're doing a genocide, and we want to do whatever we can to make them stop. Right? That was it. And guess what? When there was a ceasefire, temporary pause, that whole pause, the Houthis stopped. They were like, okay, there's a deal. We'll stop. Second that it went back to the genocide, boom, they kept going again. So Trump's doing this macho man fucking dick swinging bullshit.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely not part of macho madness. Don't own Donald Trump. No, we're
going to bomb him, bro. We're going to bomb him. And
Hulk Hogan, yeah.
And they're going to stop. We're going to make him.
Hogan loves Donald Trump.
Him stop. Yeah. We know how to make him stop, you fucking jackass. Stop arming and funding the genocide, dipshit.
Sorry.
But no, he wants to do the big macho man swinging dick thing.
He's gonna say it again. Better stop invoking the name of Macho Man. No, keep that name out of your mouth when talking about Macho Madness and Donald Trump. Yeah.
War is like, I love war. Now he's loving war. So anyway, they've been bombing like every day since that first bombing. Ready? Here we go. Privately, the Department of Defense admits they have had limited success against the Houthis, despite strikes being larger than what was done under Biden. Quote, and much bigger than what the Department of Defense has publicly described. Costs are $200 million so far and could exceed $1 billion by next week. $1 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the same assholes that cut off pediatric cancer research, which doesn't even cost
but
this
then they're
much.
also talking about waste, fraud, and abuse.
And they got $1 billion to fucking splurge on bombing innocent people in Yemen.
Yep.
All right, let's go to the article here. President Trump said this week that Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen have been
gold's up 0.37%.
decimated by the relentless strikes that he ordered beginning on March 15th. But that's not what the Pentagon and military officials are privately telling Congress and allied countries. In closed briefings in recent days, Pentagon officials have acknowledged that there has been only limited success in destroying the Houthis' vast, largely underground arsenal of missiles, drones, and launchers, according to congressional aides and allies. The official
My nephew messaged me a few hours ago saying he heard an airstrike in the distance.
briefed on confidential damage assessments say the bombing is consistently heavier than strikes conducted by the Biden administration and much.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like to live in an area where you have to like listen to for airstrikes the way that I listen for like tornado sirens.
Bigger than what the Defense Department has publicly described. The total cost could be well over $1 billion by next week, and the Pentagon might soon need to request supplemental funds from
Man, I hope your nephew stays safe.
Congress, one U.S. official said. So many precision munitions are being used, especially advanced long-range ones, that some Pentagon contingency planners are growing concerned about overall Navy
money saving. I wouldn't give it
and
that.
implications for
Come
any
on.
situation in which the U.S.
God, this is the same thing that I went with the chickens. Like, no, growing is great, but like you do have to equate like the whole, you know, nutrients, all that kind of stuff. Time
would have to ward off an
invested,
attempted
like,
invasion of Taiwan by China.
It is.
Let me tell you what that
but
means in layman's terms.
I also still, you know, I still go to the dispo.
Dog, we're blowing through this advanced artillery, this advanced arsenal we have, and we're sort of running out of bombs if we might need them in a different scenario. Now remember.
Oh, that's right. You do have different laws. You guys
remember, this is the same motherfucker who's saying we're going to invade Greenland. This is the same guy who signed an executive order on day one to legally allow him to invade Mexico without going through Congress. We got Iran's on the chopping block, Mexico's on the chopping block, Greenland's on the chopping block. They're going to try to do another coup in Venezuela. They just they might send troops to Ecuador because a center-left party might end up winning there. Panama, too. He says he wants to militarily take it. They drew up plans for that.
Panama.
This motherfucker wants war with every goddamn country, and they're blowing through all the bombs anyway on Yemen, where they're having no success. Can we impeach this guy already? For real, man. How many things?
Yeah, at what point? At what point does his own party start to vote for an impeachment? Like, seriously. It's not even the Lincoln Project, like, assholes at this point. It's his own people. The people that voted for him are going, yo.
How many things does somebody have to do?
Man.
I mean, the number of crimes on a daily basis are through the fucking roof. You have some, literally open and closed, slam dunk, black and white ass cases that are right there for the taking, man. You're going to,
I think ours is 4,
round up innocent people, no criminal record, ship them off to an El Salvador slave labor camp, and everybody's supposed to just, this is fine.
Yeah.
Everybody should be screaming about this from the top of their lungs. They should be dragging his ass in front of the Senate. They should have impeachment hearings, and they should impeach his ass. And even if the Republicans circle the wagons and defend him.
What's the point of impeachment if he can't be removed? Well, number one, it is a strike on him. But the thing is, it could possibly happen if both houses were to vote for it.
We need to be on the record for history's sake, so everybody knows who the fucking good guys were. Okay? This is untenable, what we're talking about here.
Which... yeah.
Motherfucker. The final thing I'll say is this.
But you, unless you do have some Republican support and not just the Adam Kinzingers, like you actually have like unilateral Republican support, then don't even bother, because this whole right side of history thing, that's overrated. I'm sorry on that one. That's completely overrated, because we did kind of contribute like with the first 2 impeachments, and then the witch hunt and the Russia. Like, dude, think of it. Like, if they had just laid off a little bit, and then they had hyper fixated on just the one thing that they could get them on, but instead they played the Hail Mary card, and then we ended up here.
Have all the fucking assholes out there who pretended like Trump was anti-war,
because that will start losing the independents, who then will start thinking like, oh, here they go again.
Apologize yet? I'm just curious. Have any of the fucking assholes who pretended to be left-wingers and then sucked MAGA dick on a regular basis, the Russell Brands of the world, the Jimmy Dores of the world, have any of these people come out and say, you know what? Hey, dog, my bad. My bad. Turns out he was a flagrant warmonger.
Yeah, to be fair, moral shit doesn't really go
way above and beyond anything we've seen in modern American
history. No, I mean, who are we catering to? A 13-year-old that's going to be reading, a history book in 2080?
History. He makes fucking Dick Cheney and George W. Bush look like fucking Noam Chomsky. Have any of them come out and said that? Have any of them come out and said that?
Miss Teacher, it says here that in 2025 at least, the Democrats were on the right side of history, so we should definitely give them some points for that, right?
I'll fucking wait. Remember who was bullshitting all along. Remember who was lying to you all along and pretending, oh, maybe he will be anti-war because I don't fucking know anything and haven't seen any of the facts that came out of his first term with his foreign policy madness.
The thing that Kyle still does that I don't even do is the whole, he believes that they believe this shit. Like, at some point, you just have to go, dude, they don't even believe this.
Just remember, I just want you to remember who was a fucking liar, who was a bullshitter, who was trying to ride a wave of what's popular online in the moment. Remember that. Remember that, because then you know who to never fucking listen to again because they're wrong about everything. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big.
It does.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about what's currently going on in Gaza and Israel. Man, it has been nonstop,
We do need some
wall-to-wall
updates, so
genocide
why not?
for so long now. And, you know, what's really disheartening is that seemingly for the first maybe 5 months or so, everybody had their eyeballs glued to it. Everybody was following every single update that came out of there. And there was this real sense of underlying outrage, and just the humanity of people was showing that they were like, this is unacceptable. This has got to stop. The world's got to take action, etc. Right? And I could say,
to his credit, I get where Kyle is coming from because that's been his brand since he started making content. Okay. That's fair. Oh, shit.
Just from doing this show firsthand, you noticed within the first 5 months or so, as we covered every single update, people wouldn't stop watching. They couldn't stop watching. They were just, they were glued to it, and they wanted to know what was happening, and they wanted, you know, to stop it. And then as time has gone on, it really says something dark about the human psyche. Like, people could just sort of get used to horrible things if they're consistent, right?
Yep.
And then it just...
But that's trauma. That's trauma. No.
Wasn't-
Don't be surprised by this is where, psychologically, yeah, we're all starting to experience collective trauma.
As big of a story, and people weren't talking about it as much, and there wasn't as much outrage, and it's almost like people just baked into the cake of their mind that, yeah, Netanyahu and Israel are fucking vicious, fascist, genocidal freaks, and the Palestinians are innocent victims who are being slaughtered, and that's just how it is. And
Correction, they tried to impeach him on the one thing that the Democrats are also low-key guilty of.
can we even do about it? Like, that seems to be the perspective, and that's very
Fair.
disturbing, right? That's very disturbing, because you can never stop fighting for justice, stop fighting for what's right, give up, right? Because then they win. Then the bad guys win. That's the last thing I want, is the fucking bad guys to win.
Yeah, it just uses it to fuel the conspiracy that the deep state's after him. Yeah. And the thing is, you would think that, it's a conspiracy. Nobody's going to, dude, they definitely bought into that one. And it's not the farthest fringes. I'm talking normies. Normies totally saw it that way. And we have to acknowledge that.
So let's go through. Now it is official. Israel is even openly sort of acknowledging, we're stealing Gaza.
Netanyahu kind of said it in the presser yesterday.
We're starting to steal Gaza right now. Okay, but I'm going to walk you through this article here. I want you to take note of how weaselly the language is in this media outlet. And this is Sky News, by the way. Weaselly language.
Of course it is.
And this is also part of the problem with what's been going on, is that there is a...
Wait a minute. Are they going to tag Kyle for improper use of their video? That happened to me.
Sanitized nature to it in the West. In the U.S.
It's one of the few
there's
videos that I ever had flagged by a news source, and then I appealed it, and I won. But
the sanitized language where
I was just like,
when Israelis are victims...
Wait, Sky News? I had to do a double take when I saw that one. I was just like, really?
They use very emotive language, very over-the-top language. This is terrorism, this is brutal, this is barbaric, this is savage, etc. But when it's Palestinian victims... It's everything is seeped of its humanity, seeped of the emotive language. A blast took 17 lives, the Gaza Health Ministry says. They always take the teeth out of it, right? So keep that in mind. Since I said that, keep that in mind for this article. Ready? Here we go. Netanyahu says Israel establishing new security corridor in Gaza to, quote, pressure Hamas, and plans to seize large areas. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his troops are seizing an area he called the Morag Axis, a reference to a former Israeli settlement previously located in an area between Rafah and Khan Yunis. So let me break down this title for you in layman's terms. Netanyahu says Israel will annex parts of Gaza and will finish the ethnic cleansing. Like, that's what's actually happening. That's what the title should be. But notice how they sanitized it. They make it sound official, right? We're establishing a new security corridor. What does that mean? By stealing
that internet scam copy ad about fasting
more of their land.
Probably. No, it is. It totally is AI. You can tell.
Motherfucker. Okay, here we go. Israel is establishing a new security corridor across Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced as his country plans to see.
To be fair, if on YouTube, as a content creator, if you use certain types of ad blockers, they will penalize you. So we're all in the same boat here.
These large areas of Palestinian territory. Mr. Netanyahu said Israel was increasing the pressure on Hamas as it demands the militant group return dozens of remaining hostages taken in the October 7th attack. This is getting so tiresome, man.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, a deal for the hostages was always on the table. You just had to stop doing your genocide, and you refused to actually stop the genocide. But they're framing this for Western audiences along the lines of the reason why we're going to steal a lot of territory in Gaza now and take it and annex it and build on it.
Oh, I'm not even saying it's taking it as a critique. I'm just letting you in on why.
The reason we're going to do that is because of the hostages or something. It's so lazy. I don't know how the person who wrote this article, how can you write that in good conscience, man? He said his troops were seizing an area he called the Morag Axis, a reference to a former Israeli settlement previously located in an area between the two southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. Mr. Netanyahu said in a video message that we are now dividing the strip and we are increasing pressure step by step so they will give us our hostages. Remember, this is just the cover story for the West. By the way, one of the things which is fascinating is when Netanyahu is giving a domestic address to the people of Israel, he'll speak in Hebrew and he will let it all hang the fuck out. He will actually tell the truth about what they're doing. When he speaks to Western audiences, it's all couched. It's all softened. Yeah. It's a security corridor. We're not stealing parts of Gaza. It's a security corridor. We're just trying to put pressure to get our hostages back. None of that shit is true, bro. They're just annexing Gaza. That's all they're doing. The prime minister said the move, which would cut off Rafah from...
To be fair, he learned that from, the American military. Let's be real.
Khan Yunis would give Israel control of a second axis in southern Gaza. That is in addition to the Philadelphia corridor running along the border with Egypt.
Liberating Iraq. Operation...
Which Israel sees as a key line stopping weapons being smuggled into Gaza. Enter Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, said his country was beginning a major expansion of its military operation in the Strip, and there would be a large-scale evacuation of the Palestinian population from fighting areas. Let me repeat that. There would be a large-scale evacuation of the Palestinian population from fighting areas. Another way of saying that is, we are doing the ethnic cleansing. They did the genocide, the endless bombing. Gaza barely fucking exists anymore. It's just a giant pile of rubble. And now they're doing the large-scale evacuation of the Palestinian population from fighting areas. That's another way of saying we are doing the ethnic cleansing and we are stealing the fucking land. If you ever wondered, how would modern media cover the Native American genocide and the Trail of Tears? Well, now you know. This is
and don't be surprised when they sell it to the Trump, Trump.
Exactly what they would do. U.S. says it's
do not be surprised if in about I wouldn't even say a year. I'll say a few months where they're just envoy for Donald Trump comes to scout
setting
land for Trump Gaza plan.
Up a security corridor by taking areas in the middle of the country and putting pressure on the Native Americans to give up the hostages. And meanwhile, it's just literally Trail of Tears, genocide, wipe them all out. Notice how, just the way language can be used to justify the unjustifiable really is mind-boggling, isn't it? And a lot of people are fucking cheap. And they read it, and they fall for it. Mr. Katz said the operation would clear out militants and infrastructure and seize large areas that will be added to the security zones of the state of Israel. Why are we still playing this game? Motherfucker, Israel is bombing Lebanon. Israel is bragging about stealing South Syria up to Damascus illegally, literally on the brink of conflict with Turkey. And this whole time, it's, small bean. I'm just a small bean. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just establishing a security corridor by carpet bombing children and killing women and sniping children in the face and kicking people off their land and permanently building a settlement. And at this point, I don't even know why they bother. to do this tap dance with the language, because the fact of the matter is, you guys did it. You did it. Donald Trump is president. There's not even any fake rules for you anymore. He literally came out in his speech and said, we're going to own Gaza. We're going to take Gaza. We're going to own Gaza. Why are you even bothering at this point? The world doesn't believe you. The world doesn't believe you. They see through this. They know exactly what this is. You have destroyed the whole notion of international law. That's what you did. You destroyed it. It no longer exists. And I don't know about you, but I don't like living in a world where might makes right is actually the rule. Because guess what? We're always going to be in a position at one point or another where we're not the strongest. We don't have the most muscle. And wouldn't you like some appeal to reason and humanity? No, they want to throw that all out, and they want to go back to, 1800 style mentality, and it's might makes right, and we get to steal your territory, we get to kill however many of you want, and you can shut the fuck up about it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a dark time. It's a fascist time. We are living through a fascist genocidal era. Finally, I'll leave you with this. I like this comment here. The word for this is annexation, and the tactic is ethnic cleansing. Somehow, those words are missing from this article. They have been starving and mass murdering people, so they...
I wasn't kidding when, he made that announcement where he had the table discussion with Saudi Arabia and Russia over the Ukraine peace plan. That's when I just knew it. I was like, oh, this is the new axis. Oh, God.
They can steal the land, and there has never been any other intent to this than that.
Might makes right equals Cobra.
That's exactly right. I mean, I still remember the first time Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza. They bothered to mount a propaganda effort to try to spin it and lie about it. And they say, oh, it wasn't us. It was an Islamic Jihad Palestinian rocket that misfired and hit the hospital.
Oh, my God.
I'm not
it
kidding.
is really like they watched G.I. Joe just for that King Cobra guy's got a point.
This was a big thing. I don't know how many of you guys remember it, but that's what happened. And I remember looking at it and going, that's not true. That doesn't add up. And then there was a second hospital bombing.
Cobra,
then there was a third hospital bombing. Then we literally got up to, there has been over 20, maybe even over 30 hospital bombings. And at a certain point, they just gave up. Don't try to justify it. Don't try to spin it. Don't try to say, actually, they did it. Don't try to jujitsu it. They just gave up. And guess what? The media didn't even fucking talk about it. And so then, you learn through these, human rights organizations, X number of schools have been bombed. X number of hospitals have been bombed. There are pictures of kids who got sniped in the head. American doctors who worked in Gaza come back and say, I've never seen anything like this. This is like Nazi atrocity level shit. They banned medicine from going in there, so kids were having legs and arms amputated with no anesthesia, right? All of this was going on, and it just continues. It just continues. The U.S. doesn't pull the funding. The U.S. doesn't pull the weapons. The international community can't drag these assholes out of there in handcuffs. And it just makes you realize the law is kind of fake. If we're not actually going to enforce it, if we're not actually going to hold people accountable for their vicious, brazen war crimes, the law's fake. It is fake. And it's a real eye-opening moment for people where it seems like if you have enough money...
To be fair, the International Criminal Court has been super fucking ineffective. Every time they talk about Interpol and a Mission Impossible, I always kind of do that. Okay.
Or if you're powerful enough.
Yeah.
Or if you have the right connection.
Because, George Bush or anybody that actually deserves to end up in front of the International Criminal Court. This isn't new, Kyle. I hate to be that guy, but it's don't act shocked like this is a new thing.
The rules
this has been a problem for a while.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can massacre.
Welcome. I'm going to quote the great John McClane. Welcome to the party, pal.
An entire group of people. Hundreds of thousands.
The great philosopher, John McClane.
You're invited to the White House right now. Netanyahu's in the White House. Got invited to the White House.
McClane. Officer John McClane. Of the NYPD, of the New York Police Department.
A historically evil figure.
I love how he enunciates. It's great.
The red carpet fucking rolled out for him. My tax money, your tax money. Not okay with it. Not even close to okay with it. So, free Palestine, arrest the war criminals, sanction Israel. You saw the poll. Let's not sugarcoat it. The overwhelming majority of Israelis want to see the ethnic cleansing happen. Only 3% are against it. We just covered the poll
Nah.
until the other day. At this point, it's a nation of psychopaths. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Nah, I mean, Duke, at some point they would have to have just one piece of like, yeah, you know what? That's a lesson learned, guys. They won't do that again.
That's what it is.
Like, honestly.
Right? We all need
I'm sorry for the hot take here, but I've had this since I was in middle school when I first learned what the International Criminal Court was.
Called out for what it is. We need to cut off the money. We need to cut off the weapons.
One of the first
we need
questions I had, I'm like, okay, so who have they actually prosecuted? And then it was just crickets.
Sanction them. We need to arrest the fucking war criminals. For the future of humanity, we cannot let this stand.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
Period. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
How did you say? Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. I love how he drops that mother. Oh, man. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, guys. Seriously, Die Hard is like one of the best movies ever made. Oh, good lord. The reason the all figured out in middle school. Well done. I was a smart one there, Duke. I saw through it all. The reason the ICs, yeah, I mean, everything I needed to know I learned in middle school, not kindergarten. That was a stupid play. Anyway. Well, we got the Kyle Kalinske segment done. We always appreciate a good Kyle Kalinske segment. I love the way that he structures his stories, and you know, he's got some of the best content out there. I gotta be real with you guys. All right, so I think that we got a TYT thing. Give me 1 second. Let me find it.
Time in the algorithms.
There was a response to the Vanguard boys, Silly and Billy, as they are so popularly called. Oh, wait. Really? Hold on, guys. Oh, did they put that behind a members-only paywall? Which would be ironic. It really would. I hate to say it, guys, but that would be kind of doing the thing that, you know, she was criticizing before. Sucking dudes. What the fuck? Thanks for the follow. Every once in a while, man. It really does. It's like I read a name and just can't help it. But the funniest ones are where it's like I'm talking about something serious and then it's just like, oh, thank you for please God, don't ban me. Your very first chat is I followed you. Oh, please don't ban me. I know my name is problematic. I'm so sorry. I get insta-bans a lot. All I mean, I'm just a homo trying to vibe. Oh. We are LGBT friendly. I am not, myself, but I like to trigger other straight dudes by saying I'm cis because they're just like, oh, how dare you? You're using the slur. You're using the slur against the straight man. How dare you? Oh, you're capitulating. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're fine. I will just say it's a little on the nose, if you will. I see the Elon poster, how non-homophobic you are. Hey, it's just a good old Midwestern insult. Realistically, it's all about the funny. Plus, when I was holding that at the protest, if you want to talk about like seeing MAGA get mad, nothing dude. Okay, so you can trigger MAGA all you want with facts. I mean, jeez, you could go out there with your Trump is crashing the economy, or Trump, Trump is bad on immigration, but then you hold up a sign like that, and they're just like, what? No, he doesn't. It's kind of funny. We're LGBT friendly, but I'm not as a hell of an introduction to the stream. Oh, Peach Pie Lord. I said I'm not I'm not gay. I should just. I'm not part of the community. I am an ally of the community. My bad. I misspoke. You're right. That was probably not the best way to say that. It's cool that you are gay, but let me abundantly clear I'm not with that gay shit. I mean, it's more so where no, I'm just making sure that nobody has any false expectations here. Nah, we have fun here. I was going to say before I went on a little bit of a tangent there that just in general, I don't know. The name is a little like, whoa. Like I said, I'm in the middle of a, you were mad about paywalls? Wait, what type of paywall? I mean, there's certain paywalls that I am. Yeah. Oh, how'd you know? You totally, oh, yes. No, it's totally a Washington Post article. What you gotta love, because I am sponsored by Ground News, but, Ground News is just like, yeah, we're not gonna give you that the one that breaks through the paywalls. You gotta pay for that one. So, but, you know what? Democracy dies in darkness. Pay up, losers. Yeah, see, like that. Like, those are the types of signs where it's just like, all right, we get it. Again, that one was more effective. Man, I had one MAGA guy, because we were on a roadway, so there was just, we had a lot of support, like a lot of support, but there's one specific guy in a truck, go figure, that was very, very not happy about my Elon sign. You just saw him go. No, he doesn't. Oh. 12, archive. Fix those pesky wall probs. What? I already said there. But no. Yeah. Washington Post and their damn paywalls. You'd think that they would want more people actually watching their crap. Nah. Who wants that? They let you circumvent the walls. Those pesky liberals. They just want... Is that what you're insinuated? Everybody! Ooh. Democracy dies with paywalls. Actually, here. Let's see what Ground News has to say right now. Speaking of, this fine program is sponsored by Ground News. If you guys want to break through the algorithmic BS and get it explained to you with very, very minimal, a very, very minimal amount of work, try out Ground News for real. I love the way that they just present the news. You don't have to really search through any algorithm. You can see exactly if it's right, left, center, who's reporting on it, who even owns the people that are reporting on it. So just got to say, it's one of the sponsors that I was very, very adamant about trying to get, and I was kind of surprised when they were like, hey, we like ya. So try out Ground News. Here is the link. You guys can get 40% off, and it really, really helps out my channel if you guys try it out. So, yeah. Check out Ground News, and I will show you exactly why I'm enjoying it. Oh, wait. Some dude named Hassan, 39K people falling for that crap. I just saw a bro posting as their stream name, Stock Rally. Wasn't so sure, and it looks like they actually closed 300 points down on the for Dow Jones. Yeah. No, I mean there was a stock rally, but then yeah, it crashed immediately. And we watched a video. I think you missed it, but it was really, really funny where Caroline Leavitt was giving a press conference and she said something and immediately it tanked. So leave Hassan alone for his political takes, but whatever. Glad that y'all appreciate Hassan. Nah, he's a cool dude. He's based. But also, real quick, judge lists Trump's White House restrictions on AP while lawsuit proceeds. Oh shit! Wow. Well, let's see how that holds up in the Supreme Court, because you know how well their track record is. Man, especially today was the one where I was like, "Oh, please don't do it! Please don't do it!" And then they did it. They did the thing. And you see that they halted the other judge's decision to try and get that guy back from Venezuela. Yeah. U.S. to impose 104% tariff on Chinese imports on April 9th after Beijing misses deadline. Stock futures slump as Trump tariffs deadline nears. Yeah. They didn't do it. Right now, Mr. 47 not having the best time in the courts. Yep. Not gonna lie, cute or no, bro, is clearly a potato. A potato. I mean, he's, you know what? Wonder if these, if any right-wing channels promote ground news. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Because, man, I mean, ground news is pretty fair to them. Like, look at the way that Blind Spot is broken down. Like, you got 50% right, 47% right, 100% right, 67% right. Here, let's see what the 100%. DOJ repeals zero tolerance firearm rule. Department of Justice announced the repeal of the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms zero tolerance policy that shut down many gun stores across the country. Right. The policy change was influenced by Donald Trump's executive order to review Second Amendment related policies. Wonder if we're going to see anything, you know, bad come from that. Oh my God, guys. AOC took first-class flight to attend anti-oligarchy rally. Oh my God. I'm going to just say this as a leftist. Don't fall for, like, honestly, if you guys want to report and harp on that shit, that's insane. That's effing insane. Who cares? And that's... Trust me, man. If I see any leftists that are just like, yeah, you know what, that she should be said it. You know what? I don't like it because she's going against her own policies. It's just like, fucking A. Because, like, what they're doing is they're also trying to attribute her to all the farthest leftist policies, which, again, would be base as fuck if she actually was. But we also happen to know it's like, nah, you know, she's still a politician. Pretty sure the right typically uses straight. That's what it is. Straight arrow. Yes. Or like something like USA Today. Yes, USA Today, they do tend to just take from the headlines and go with it. Normally I would attribute that AOC thing to slow news day, but this is 2025. Yup. Yes, but then for the right wing, nobody on the right got to see Jon Stewart. Trump economic policy has the same tagline as Squid Games. Like, nobody on the right covered that. GOP senator says he was joking about using violence against journalists. Again, no right wing takers on that one. National Park Service restores Harriet Tubman reference to Underground Railroad. Yeah, because that they literally were just like, nah, we can't have that. Because that's not sus as hell that they're just like, we can't teach about any rebellion against, you know, some really, really shitty policies and, you know, that whole civil rights thing. There's just too much of that woke BS. People that make, for example, $500,000 a year aren't oligarchs and they can afford to fly first class. Oligarchs own jets. Dude, again, the thing is, I had a situation where I got upgraded to first class on a flight home from Baltimore once. Was I supposed to just say, no? Fuck off. This idea that the right can sit there and dictate when the left can have nice things or not. And this is what drives me nuts about it, is the fact that we did it with our self-policing bullshit with that, like the whole Hassan having his house thing. That, like, again, guys, good job, like, on that one. Like, I'm not saying for us, but like, that was the one thing where I was like, okay, guys. Now we're gonna just demand receipts for all politicians, and they did this with Bernie Sanders. Like, oh, he's got a vacation home. He's got all this. Crabs in a bucket. It's just, you ever been to Bubble Gum Shrimp? It's actually one of the few things, like, I'm kind of surprised in Chicago. It's like a tourist destination. And I'm like, all right, you know what? They got some pretty tasty seafood, I gotta be honest. Left shaming only works on liberals. Nah. Does it, though? I don't know about that. Because, like, look at the way that people come in, even after me. Like, I've had a few people do that who are no longer part of the audience. Because apparently I didn't I didn't live up to their stand. Like, I've had that with God. Trying to think if you guys even remember some of them, but for real. I'm also trying to remember myself, I'll be honest. But I just know that I've had a few people that at least let me know. Like, they're just like, oh, you know what? Like, I've had too lib for me. Like, that one got me where I was like, really? I think a lot of people struggle to understand the scale. Lots of dipshits have a few million in retirement accounts, homes, but most people aren't dictating our lives. Yeah, but you push back. Let them know how you feel about it. I mean, I do. I mean, you know, if you guys are, you know, regular viewers of me, I think that you guys know that I'm not one to exactly hold back, especially my feelings about something that I do feel like I have an opinion on. But you also know that I will adjust. Like, if how many times, like, I know this is rare, but sometimes I will speak on something that I'm not fully educated on, and then I go, oh, you know what? You're right. And sometimes I will just be like, at this point, I'm not going to try and be too opinionated on it. I just want to learn more about it. But don't look too fast, but your dog is in a perfect ball. I know. He's so cute. I don't want to wake him up right now, but he definitely deserves a little snack. So I'm going to... Shh, Matash. There's one. I was going to see if he'd wake up. Oh. Man, I want to give him one. He's been good. Here you go, buddy. Breakfast in bed. Aww, he's so cute. Oh, by the way, yeah, when you guys donate to the stream, he does get treats, so I will just put that out there. Matash knows this all too well, but that's why I'm also like, you know what? Nah. He's been a really, that's precious. He is such a good boy. Like, he's been really, really good today. That's why I was like, you know what? I can't even. He deserves this. It's usually like liberals who aren't heavy in their stances, but are the easiest to shame, concerned with keeping up the image. Oh, yeah, dude. Well, again, I would say that that's not fair. Don't put that all on liberals. Some people, like, they play that game, you know? And I don't want to, like, try to be disingenuous and pretend that it doesn't happen. You know? I unfortunately can think of a few. Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. SKB. Oh, Matash. Good morning, sleep. He is so sleepy. The way he just looked at me. Thank you for the $2 donation.
Mitesh $2. Good morning, sleepyhead.
We'll give you a little bit extra marrow. Because you have been so good today. All right, here. One marrow. You're so good. You're the polar opposite of your sister. My other dog upstairs, she is a full, like, she is the quintessential lab. She's a yellow lab who, chewing? Psh. No way. she hoovers stuff. It's insane. And on top of it, she's got, like, a dangerous bite. Like I have to tell people, do not hand her anything. She doesn't know her own strength. Perhaps a controversial opinion, but I don't think the ultra-wealthy are in charge in the U.S., at least for now. They haven't gotten control. Trump is the closest thing, or is the closest, and all he'll be able to do right now is to break shit. I mean, no, they're definitely... What are you talking about? Like, the upper class, I mean, they're the ones who are the most influential. Like, this is... I think that's a little bit of a hot take, because it's ignoring the fact that just, like, you know, money equals power equals influence. Like, it's not exactly a hard equation to really put together. So, that's my only opinion on that, but... you're not entirely wrong. Implying that it's not all, but typical specifically... Out of those, you can shame. Typically, they are, you know, yeah, but that's, you know, but how many times have we seen, like, leftist infighting with stuff like that? You know, unfortunately, we've seen it with so many different creators that, like, before, this is the one that I always thought was a little odd. Because before Vosh's whole, you know, his folder going public thing, the one that people would use to denigrate him was his stance on land back in his Professor Flowers arc. Like, they would always use something where they would just be like, here, you had a shitty take here, therefore I cannot like you for X reason. And, like, do you know how many times I've, like, just as a newer creator have had that? Where they've told me that they can't like a certain creator because of just one weird, and it's usually arbitrary. Like, sometimes they can't just go, I don't vibe with them, you know, or like they have to create some, like, they were somehow, oh no, they had a really bad take, like I got pushed out of that community, or like I willfully left because that streamer had a really hot take that I just couldn't get, like that kind of bullshit. Like, I don't know, man. Especially as somebody who makes jokes, like, here, like, this is why I try to tag everything with comedy in it, where it's like, no, guys, like, I do the funny first, and then I kind of will go, oh, my bad. Like, I'm talking more on things when neoliberals and right-wingers try to use leftist ideals to shame people on the left. But that's exactly my point, though. Like, unfortunately, you have, like, channels that will just eat that. Well, hold on. I'll speak to the past, because I actually, until, like, I, you know, show up tomorrow, start going through my stuff, if I don't see that covered, then that's actually improvement right there. But if they buy into that, that's how you know right there they're doing it again. But I honestly, do you see, like, Hassan? Well, no, because Hassan definitely won't cover that. Who would be someone to jump on this story on? See, I'm kind of proving my point right now, because I don't think that that's as effective anymore. I think that enough leftists, especially in today's, like, in today's economy and political economy, I think that everybody sees that there's just no, you know, there's no point. Like, you don't get your merit badges. I think that enough people did learn that too, where it's just like, okay, so I helped push this person out of their position as a voice on the left. Why? Because again, certain times it totally makes sense. Like, Keffels was one of them where I was like, wow, that sucked, and that did suck too, I have to say, because used to enjoy the content. It was the same kind of, like, with Vosh, where it's just like, yeah, whatever. But Destiny Sex Pestiny, that was the one where I never watched him, so kind of seeing it from the outside perspective of a bunch of people just being like, yeah, I used to watch Destiny, and then having those discussions was kind of funny. But you want to talk about one who I don't think he's coming back, guys. Like, have you noticed how irrelevant he is? Nobody talks about him anymore. He hasn't been popping up in my algorithm at all. I think the .gg community has even kind of abandoned him because they were just like, yeah, dude, like, you do realize that just by supporting you, we get lumped in with you, and like what you did is pretty fucking egregious. Like, outside of the internet communities, dude, who can look at what Destiny did and just be like, yeah, you know what, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, dude, it really was. Yo, what up? Rome Dog in the house, aka Big James. How you doing, dude? Hope you're doing a little bit better today. Any updates on the the SSI situation? Like how Xander Hall has a hate boner for Hassan. Yeah, what's up with that? Can you explain that to me? Because again, I'll be completely real with you guys. Ever since I've started this, I have not had a lot of time to go and watch other people's streams. And usually when I do, it's on Twitch, and I've been watching Angry Ginger and other people that I've been collaborating with, because honestly, maybe this is why you guys like and enjoy my content and have sought me out, was because you guys are looking for new content. You guys are looking for, smaller streamers to support, and that's kind of what happened to me. I hate to say I was in that same boat where I was just like, it's not that I don't enjoy his content. It's just I was looking for something else, I guess. But I don't get his hate boner for Hassan. It almost does come across as like he's doing it because his community doesn't like Hassan, and it's because it stemmed from like I remember that's how I even caught on to the $2 million house thing, was because Xander Hall and his community were harping on it pretty hard. And then I remember Shuan had did a fucking video about it, and like it became a whole thing. So he believed in the Willie Mac videos. Oh, he did? Oh, really? So he went with the Ethan Klein side of shit? No way. He actually believed the contact nuke? Really? Okay. Again, Hassan says some pretty dumb shit. Like, the content nuke was, like, it was a nothing burger in the context of especially how, like, Ethan presented it, like it was going to be this career-ending thing. But realistically, it did showcase some of Hassan's not what I would call less than bright moments, where it's just like, bro, like, you make it. It's kind of like what I was saying. It's like, you're not helping. You're kind of... You ain't helping by making me have to explain, like, what the hell is this whole video with him and him explaining to a Twitch streamer that this is a music video, and the Twitch streamer's just going, no. No. That was kind of like, that wasn't a good look. I'm just gonna say that much. Well, dude, but the thing is, I'm not sure if maybe it's because of how I was raised with like my religion and all that bullshit, but like the pot calling the kettle black, because didn't Xander Hall have his whole thing where it's just like he had that one guy, what's his name? Is it President Sunday? He like, I think it was President Sunday, like made some fucking video about him and his whole situation with Lonnie, and then the whole thing with like, I don't know, man. The drama, the one thing that I don't like about like how that specific community fell apart was the drama farming on each other. Like the way that Demon Mama would drama farm on Vosh, and then Xander Hall would he would drama farm on those situations, and then he would I mean, the fact that he had shocked Pikachu face when Vosh like cut him off because he started chiming in on the Demon Mama stuff, like, again, this is where I'm like, yo, no, I ain't playing that game. Like, once it gets to that personal point, because like then it turned into virtue signally, like, oh, you, because how am I not supposed to see it as, oh, come to my community, watch my content, because Xander Hall, he's not the true leftist. Like, why would you even give him like the views, like that kind of bullshit? Like, how am I supposed to not interpret it that way? Because that's kind of how I saw it, where it's just like, oh, you guys are really like, that's almost like an aggressive way to try and like do audience capture, which is scummy. Like, that's really scummy, too, where it's just like, oh, guys, how dare you like this content creator? He said this, this, and this. Do you guys want to be associated with that? Ew. Ew. Like, guys, I mean, I think that it happened here once, where I was watching a Vosh video, and then it turned into that, and I'm just like, yo. People do scummy things for cash. Yeah, it's true. That is very true. To be fair, Demon Mama drama farmed everything, and she was just generally not a good person. Again, I didn't watch Demon Mama's content really, so yeah, shaming you for like the wrong stuff and thought policing. Exactly, the thought policing part of it too, where it's just like, instead of even having discussions about it, because that's also what really turned me off, is the fact that they wouldn't invite discussions about it. They would just make their own videos and then use that the content. And trust me, man, this is where it's like, oh, was it the shadow cabal of the bread tubers, where they all 5 got together at TwitchCon and decided, oh, guys, you know what we can do? We can create some fake discourse and fake drama just by doing this. How about this? We'll start here, and then we'll move on here, and then I'll have opinion about this. Doing the Charlie Day like conspiracy. Oh, thank you for the highlighted message. I appreciate that. But yeah, if I'm wrong, or like if you guys think that there's something else to this, please chime in, because realistically, though definitely okay to shame people for liking certain things. Some things will definitely get you put into certain groups in my book. Like what? I mean, and that's where it's like the whole grouping mentality too, where it's just like, wait a minute, I thought that we were trying to group together as leftists, and then, you know, have a movement there and try and bring people to our movement and our cause. And then, see, maybe that's where I'm naive, is like, I'm not going to cause drama with Angry Ginger just because he has more, you know, viewers than me, or he's on at the same time as me. No, I'd rather, like, go check out his content. I would love for you guys to, you know, check out other streamers. If you guys want to see me collab with another streamer, that's usually how I work, where it's like, oh yeah, let's do something. But I'm with you there. I didn't like how they did that. That's why I stopped watching their videos. Again, didn't it kind of almost feel like contrived at some points, where you're just like, yo, the timing of this is sus, at least. Or it's just like, you guys, like, they milked that drama fucking stuff for a long time. I mean, fuck, let's be real. Like I said, the Professor Flowers one, that was 4 months. I think that was like a 4-month drama arc that ended up, you know, it helped her a little bit, but in the long term, like, I'm not sure. I mean, it definitely helped Vosh get his stuff out there, and then somehow solidify himself as even a, you know, more of a voice, because that's the one thing I'll say, dude. Like, Vosh he's got steady growth. Even after that whole controversy thing, he still has steady growth, which is kind of like, wow. And he hasn't changed his content, really. I mean, from what I've seen. To be fair, if he has, I'm not seeing it, because I'm only seeing the videos, like the clipped videos that he's doing, so. But, yeah. Maybe that's that right-wingers grift by lying to their audience about minorities, while left-wingers grift by lying about to their audience about other leftists. Well, yeah, but that's also where I don't get it, because, like, what are they getting from that? Like, again, I'm for growing the community, and I don't know why they couldn't, like, put that to the forefront. Like, really? They couldn't see how this was essentially giving all of, like, the Destiny orbiter, like, because that was another thing, just seeing how quickly, like, the Destiny, like, people went after Vosh and all those guys. It's, like, so crazy. Cherry. Wasn't she one of Zan's, like, editors or something? I just know that she had something, like, she ended up in the Destiny stuff. I feel bad like for that one. That was again, Destiny's a piece for people to still be standing up for that one. That one I will just be like, cut your losses, bro. No, that one's Vosh is hilarious and he doesn't hold back against anyone, especially his own chat. No, that's actually where I have just been like, wow. But I mean, hey, I got nowhere near the amount of viewership as him, but I'll say this for myself. I don't think I've held back against you guys. I have not been maybe this is a flaw on my end, but I haven't been able to just not go off. So yeah, actually oddly enough, you guys just kind of reminded me that I need to try and get in touch with one of the editors that kind of put like that whole community together. But yeah, somebody had given me their contact info and I just kind of slipped on that one. So I don't know, guys. Realistically, at least with my channel and then friends of the channel, Angry Ginger, Smoke a Tide Pod, Honeybee when she is on, even like guys, like that's the kind of thing I'm looking to grow, like help other streamers grow, but especially other streamers that politically are on the same page. Yeah, Cherry. The Cherry situation was kind of a mess. She was one of the ones that sold him out to Demon Mama. That's what I thought. Yeah, like, so what happened with that, Sylvie? I missed that entire situation because I remember coming back to like after taking like a prolonged like just break from pretty much any streamer at that point. And I remember listening to a random Xander Hall episode and just being like, what happened with Cherry? Like, whoa. Because like, oh yeah, that's when he was talking. He actually was like talking to his new editor, and then they kind of brought some of that stuff up. I was like, whoa, I missed an entire I guess drama arc, but because trust me, I'm not one to just ignore the video. I admit my contribution to it, or it's like, no, I've contributed to some of that just by even clicking on the damn thing and being interested in the drama because, I grew up with Howard Stern. One of the most interesting aspects of that show is when there would be some drama between, the staff. Like, this guy Benji, his whole shtick was, like, pissing people off, right? Well, sometimes he'd go too far, and then they'd call him out on it. Those are always my favorite, because he could only do the shtick so much, because they call it the Benji Vortex, like, where he's just, what do you mean? What do you mean? Everybody thinks I'm funny. Like, no, Howard, you don't get it. Like, everybody else is in on the joke, and they're just like, no, we are not. You are delusional. He's like, well, that would require me to actually, like, have visions or, like, I think I would need a professional's opinion about that one, and that's just how he would do things, so. Which, again, annoying, but also made for interesting radio. Yeah, it's semi-nuanced. If you look at it, one-sided from Cherry's side, Xander looks like a monster. One-sided from Xander's side, Cherry looks like a monster. Okay. Well, I know Xander had his... oh, wait. Was that against Cherry, his whole blow-up, where he, like, went full GTA, like, troll on her? Where, like, he was using some language where even I was like, whoa. Dude. Like, I could not believe that he didn't get, like, TOS'd off YouTube. That was one of those situations where I was just like, dude, you literally, like, you said, sequentially, like, you wanted something bad to happen. It's like, hey... Even as a newer YouTuber, I was like, kind of had me going through my TOS again, just like, hold on. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I actually read the thing. I think that's also why I can be on YouTube and Twitch. Somebody was asking me, like, how I maintain that. I'm like, oh, because I know, like, if you know YouTube's TOS, then you know that you're pretty much good. You're not really going to break TOS on Twitch if you are following YouTube's, and same with TikTok. Actually, no. TikTok, I don't know what the hell is up with theirs. I I'm not about to read like 9,000 pages though, because the last time I checked, I was like, wow, they really made that. So if you are a creator, you ain't gonna read that. They want you to hire an attorney. According to him and those in the community, she would do the same back. So that's why it's harder to parse. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. That sucks. Again, I hate the fact that, like, I really am that guy too, where I'm like, oh, like this happens in my real life. When I hear that there's a falling out between friends, I get legit upset, where I'm just like, oh, now this is awkward, and there's this whole, like, now you don't want to be in the same room as them, and now it's like, oh, now we got to plan events differently. Great. There's nothing worse than that. I mean, I've been guilty of it too. Of literally being the guy where it's like, I can't be in the same room as them, and then I don't know, grew a pair where I'm just like, screw it. I don't give a shit. Mainly because all chats were deleted by Cherry, so it's hard to tell. Oh, she deleted her chats? Wait a minute. That's not cool, because, yeah, I do know that she was, like, using Dropbox and, at one point to try and, like, show Xander's side, like, some of them. Like, were they edited chats, or did she, like, get called out? Is that what happened? Did she get called out for, like, editing them? Like, why would she delete the chats? I'm still kind of confused by that. I mean, that's a sus move. I don't know. If I hear one side deletes the chat, then it's like, what's going on there? I spent my childhood having to be in the same room as my father. You'll live. My man. Coming in here and he's just like, you know what? Doing that whole thing where it's just like, you think that you have it hard? It's like, bro. Yeah, as I was saying, I think that the whole if they can, like, if we can maybe not do that this next time around, that'd be nice. It's kind of where I'm going with it, because I don't know. Doesn't it also kind of play into like the psyop-y kind of thing where it's like, you know, let's disband this growing leftist community? At least that's what I saw, where I'm just like, well, I mean, if anybody was against it, then they got what they wanted. So yeah, Cherry deleted her chats and then she left and then posted her screenshots. That's dirty. Ooh, okay. That's, wow. That actually makes me rethink a little bit of okay. Yeah, and especially like, I don't know. I mean, Vosh, I know Xander like did lose his shit though, because I remember seeing like he would at least had the part where he put his side of it on, and like he was reading back his chat. And I remember even going like, Jesus, Zane. Like. Their only elaboration is that Cherry isn't a public figure and she's not required to provide her chats. Wait, does she not stream? Oh, okay. See, I was under the impression that she had her own stream. I didn't know that she was just a behind-the-scenes personality that was just helping with the communities. Okay, well, then that does change things a little bit different. Like, for me, personally, like, hold on, okay. I mean, it doesn't change, like, her deleting her chats and then posting the screenshots and then also trying to be like, well, I don't need to do this. I'm not public. It's like, yeah, but then, like, you're doing the dirty thing there, where it's just like you're hiding behind the fact that you're not a public figure to get away from the fact that, yeah, you should have to answer for this other side of things. Just from my personal opinion, but who am I? You know, besides just another YouTube personality with a couple thousand, you know, subscribers, or 1,000-something subscribers. I should be fair. Apparently she was handling a lot of his finances too, which is weird. That is weird. Wow, he really does need a mom, like, all the time. I'm not trying to be mean there. Because, like, knowing Xanderhall's situation with his mom, that explains why he was so flippant in giving, oh God, what was her name? I'm already forgetting. I said it earlier. His ex-girlfriend, Lonnie. That's why he was so flippant in giving Lonnie control of his money, which, bad move. But you'd think he'd learn. What is he doing? Like, damn, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't want to have too much, like... I'm just going to say this much. Maybe. I don't know. Like, if he has more than one editor, edit some of your own videos and then pay for, I don't know, a financial consultant. Jesus, dude. What is he doing? And he makes most of his money from PayPal. Like, it's really not that hard. And you would think, too, just trust, like, from the trusts. Hey, Pep, you heard of Amigo the Devil? No, I haven't. It's crazy that he would... Yeah, he's extremely fiscally irresponsible, especially taking in all through YouTube and not having a proper LLC and business account set up. Wait, what? He does... Wait. No. No. He has 100,000 subs. He doesn't have an LLC? You're kidding me, right? Like, that doesn't make... Oh, my God. I had to do that. That's... What? How is he paying his taxes? When you're saying that's great, I can't even wrap my head around that, dude. Whoa. He's claiming as an independent? Whoa. How is he taking in... Well, hold on. He's not on Twitch anymore. Oh, this is weird. Yeah, I thought it was just understood that when you started a YouTube channel that you just file under an LLC. I didn't... No LLC, bro's gonna get spanked with taxes? I don't understand how he's doing this. Like, that actually kind of hit... Like, my head hurts. Oh... He's an IIRC. Okay. Seems to be bordering on legit slander to delete the instigating correspondence. Yes. This is Xander Hall. He's a streamer on YouTube. He's a fellow leftist streamer. How much do I spend on groceries? Well, I mean... How much do I budget for groceries, and then how much do I spend on them are two different things now. So, God. Well, it's only me and my wife, so. I'm not sure, actually, how I'd average this right now, because it's been kind of all over the place. Depends on what you take in. No need for LLC until you are making enough money to offset that cost. Yeah, but the thing is, without saying too much about like how YouTube's payouts and everything go, like I'm comfortable saying that he's making enough. Like, that's kind of wild to me. Because like the other thing is he's technically employing people. Like, he's technically paying editors and other people. Like I'm going based off how I would do this. Under an LLC, and then I would also try to have some, possibly set up a broader company, and like almost employ these people. But you do need to be making a certain amount, and I do know that you have to have a certain amount of subscribers to even be pulling in that type of money. But he has broken that. Like. No, like, yeah, no, he's... Well, then, Sylvie, you said it right there. Then, yeah. No, it makes absolutely no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. And it's like somebody had just said in chat here, like, if he's not filing under an LLC, he's going to get hammered with taxes at some point. He has more than enough to need it under the same under a business LLC and a higher. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, guys, I am a smaller YouTuber, and this is stuff that I thought was just like understood. I'll be right back. My dog is literally. Oh, she has barked 4 times. Oh, I'll be right back. All right, guys. If I don't go upstairs in 5 minutes, please remind me to go get my dog. Got a little... Oh, sorry. Yeah, my proper channel to let my dogs in is currently down right now, so... Otherwise, I usually know when my dog's at the door, so... Okay, all he needs is a trustworthy accountant and he'll be fine. That's why I'm saying, like, he doesn't even do that. Like, if he's having a fan, essentially... Because, like, I think that's how cherries start. Like, that's how a lot of people, I mean, even people that I trust with things in my community here, I met you, like, through this community. But, you know, you also proved to me that, like, you are, in fact, really that much better with, you know, certain things that I'm, as far as, like, delegation and, like, I have a mod that's helped me build the Discord. I had no idea how to do that, so... Man, that's wild to me. Like, cause no, like, guys, it's not like YouTube is the. I hope that I'm not like contributing to this misunderstanding that YouTube is somehow like paying out these massive amounts of money and all. Like, no, like he's making a comfortable living streaming, that's for sure. But that's wild to me. Cherry was literally handling the progressive victory payouts and the payroll subsequent to that. Whoa, wait a minute. I know for a fact he's using Streamlabs. Streamlabs can do... Wait. He couldn't even do that by himself? His streams aren't even that long. I mean, okay. I'm trying not to judge too hard because, yes, my goal here eventually would be to be able to make enough on stream to hire somebody like an editor that I can have clip my videos and my VODs, and then also, you know, help me out. Like if somebody like Cherry, who it seemed like she had a pretty good understanding about like when to release things and what to like tackle in thumbnails and shit like that. Because that's the one thing I did notice was his thumbnailing changed a lot when she left, so. But yeah. Like, that's, but even through that, then yeah, it would be through health. That's so crazy to me, man. Huh. Okay. Well, good for him either. Like, either way, good for him. I wouldn't want my fans in my business. Nah. As I said, like, having, like, okay, so in my situation, I've had a few, I'll say like 2 people, like, kind of cross that line where not only were they in my community long enough, but they reached out to me with different types of, information, with different types of offers, but like, it was always in furthering like the channel and helping the stream and helping me out. And like, they were honestly like, if they were doing it self-servingly, then they really didn't do a good job. But that's where I'm saying, like, I kind of understand where, something like that would happen, but finances, like your personal like he just handed over his PayPal account, was just like, here, you deal with this. Like, what? I'll work for hot dogs and beer money. I always appreciate your ilk. Oh, all right. Hey, it worked. Cool. Dog is happy. Oh, she needed that. Well, I appreciate talking about this because honestly, like, these were always the things that, like, before I started streaming, yeah, those were like some of the streams I would watch. So I'm definitely not above, as I said, the drama stuff. Like, the Shoe on Head arc with Xander Hall. I think that might have actually been like the last one that I watched, like, most of it. I got to give Xan some credit though. His coverage of the Ukrainian conflict right at the beginning was really good, man. He did really, really good coverage of it, and he was like consistent. So, gotta say, like I said, he was one of the few content creators on YouTube that took time out of a stream to give some pointers to a up-and-coming streamer. So, I will always be very, very grateful for that. And yeah, you know what? Just gotta say that I do appreciate that. Okay, so Sam Harris goes off on Joe Rogan. What? Really? Really? MAGA bros lose millions.
There isn't a red or blue America when a president's policies wipe out what you see here, part of the $6 trillion losses in days. Everyone loses. And we have new evidence right now showing the backlash to Trump's flailing trade war. That backlash is broad. From the bankers and CEOs I mentioned and quoted some here at the top of the show, to political leaders in both parties.
Thought about doing a pinball stream.
Plus this weekend's protest, which tapped into the wider anger there, you can see.
Nice. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll join you in doing a pinball stream, because my father-in-law actually, he restores antique pinball machines, and he has his own little pinball room.
The sad emoji with a crashing retirement account and the failed policies that those protesters say are hurting Americans and small businesses in real.
Maybe I should play Astro Pinball from what was it? Windows XP.
Real time. Now then, there are still many people who, of course, avoid traditional or credentialed press. This is what CNBC looks like if you turn it on the screen here, but people may not see that kind of news coverage of the tanking markets. There are people who consume alternative.
Wait a minute, Mitesh, are you doing the impression of the pig from that famous Geico commercial? It's just like,
yeah, that's as a cultural.
Do you not have Geico insurance?
Matter, or
does Geico insurance actually save you loads of money? Did the little piggy go wee all the way home?
I've heard about some of these MAGA-friendly podcasts and streaming shows, and that's a political matter. And a different set of voices rules.
Twilight Zone. I like the Kiss pinball machine from the mid-'80s. I don't like the '70s one that much. And Batman Returns. Batman Returns, I would say, is probably one of the best ones.
One bite everybody knows was Avoli. 7-7. Good, solid.
Most companies have all these different requirements, and they're openly allowed to discriminate against especially heterosexual white men.
The attempt to feminize men is ongoing on the left.
Check out this rap and let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible.
That's from one of the streaming shows there, and a Tesla Cyber Beast retails
Windows
for about
$100,000. No, it was Windows XP.
$1,000.
Astro Pinball.
The young man you see there, Aiden Ross, would have a harder time buying one now. Now, he's supported Trump and even scored a coveted interview, but he now complains with the tariff crash that he's losing money, that he feels, quote, poor after all this, which is part of a wider backlash from MAGA podcasters and streamers. And let's be clear, many of them speak to their audience in an unfiltered, authentic way in real time. That's part of what draws their audience.
Thanks, dude.
Now, they have MAGA credentials.
Stop giving away my secrets.
I'm showing you. They have this past talk about supporting Trump's promise for the country, but many of them are now sharing with their huge audiences, which can number in the millions or tens of millions in the case of Rogan, who I showed earlier. Well, many of the ones you're about to see, they're sharing concern, panic, confusion, and even disgust over the cost of Trump's flailing trade war.
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand him. I don't. And everything's in the because of it. Donald Trump just cost me $20 million or whatever he did. Maybe don't be on the golf course.
Everyone in this room.
Even he can see it. Even Dave Portnoy, he's done. He's just like, maybe don't go play golf when, stocks are crashing.
Everyone loves you.
Nice.
And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country. I don't know how many of you guys are invested in crypto or stocks. What the is going on with our country? Guys, why am I poor?
Because Donald Trump is the nominee against Joe Biden, I won't just vote for him. I will walk over broken glass to vote for him. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally.
This is a vivid demonstration of very well-known, prominent Trump fans, whether they're in your feeds, as they say, or not, going through their own personal experience of the harm of these Trump economic policies.
That's so wild that I technically did this story before MSNBC. I did this story yesterday.
As their viewers watch.
Right?
And this shows how the medium is still the message. The younger viewers might see their favorite commentator reacting to the markets in real time, kind of like a popular YouTube reaction videos, or sometimes there'll be a video of some.
Oh my God, Boomer. Oh my God. This is like Boomer cringe right now.
Someone cooking or a dog doing a trick and then someone else reacts. That's
explain it a little bit. Just I don't know. Maybe add a Gilligan's Island reference. Just Boomer this up just a little bit more. Please. Let's
some people are getting these bad market updates, learning how bad things are in reality. And it is hard to dismiss these last 5 days as some, quote, snowflake old media conspiracy when very
MSNBC copying. Yep. There we go. You know what? They're coming to pep talks and stealing my content.
Friendly.
Now they're going to start stealing my jokes. You're going to see one of these anchors doing Macho Man. It's all over.
New media.
They're getting
media.
I knew it.
Are live streaming their pain.
Yeah. Coming at you, MSNBC. Only the Trump, most trusted news source. Yeah.
Just cost me $20 million or whatever he did.
What the is going on with our country?
Maybe don't be on the golf course.
Guys, why am I poor?
Now losing 20 million means you have more than 20 million. Trump's richest backers are losing even more. The tech titans from the inauguration, who had criticized Trump before, remember, who had given public warnings about exactly the type of governing failures we've been seeing now.
They're crazy to think that now people are looking at the bill, like the 130 billion, and they see that and they're just like, I could have that. That could be my retirement fund.
Tens of billion with a B. The one who lost the most has actually been the most involved.
Macho Man balance news.
On the right.
Left and right, not in this ring, yeah. Only center, and Macho Man will break it down for you, yeah.
Right, losing over
stock markets crash, yeah.
$1 billion in the past few months alone. It's hard.
Republicans, Democrats, not in this house. Only poors now, yeah. Poors unite.
To even get your head around the numbers. This theme runs from those tech elites to the MAGA podcasters I showed you to some of the most seasoned Wall Street insiders. Take the hedge fund leader and Trump backer Bill Ackman, who made a lot of news this week by bemoaning how the tariffs from Trump are leading to a
that's the billionaire that I heard about. Yeah.
Induced
Because I know
economic
his name. He's just like, yeah, you know what?
nuclear winter.
I make
Total
the billions with the B.
Reversal, I should say,
Listen
from his
to me.
post-election vow that Trump would do nothing to interfere with America's economy.
We're stepping into, I would say, the most pro-growth, pro-business,
with that picture of him.
pro-American
I did do that to him.
administration I've perhaps seen in my adult lifetime, certainly. President Trump will do nothing that interferes with the success of the country, the success of the economy.
He will do
That was a good reaction shot.
nothing. That was post-election. That was just over 100 days ago.
That was a little bit authentic.
And yet,
see, now they come to, they come to us streamers because we're authentic. But occasionally, I'll go to you guys just to see how inauthentic you are, and then laugh at the fact that you had that little bit of authenticity.
What Ackman?
This is why everybody collectively loses their shit when an anchor accidentally says shit or piss or fuck.
Is referring to the quote I read you that's new: tariffs causing an economic nuclear winter. The tariffs are from the guy.
Could you imagine Rachel Maddow just shit, piss, fuck?
Ackman wanted elected. Ackman now part of this larger money-losing team who said they just didn't think.
Wait, Rachel, do you have Tourette's? No. It's just I looked at the economics report and just
Trump would tariff like he said he would. Ackman also goes further in addressing this. He claims it was actually unforeseeable that Trump would do what he said he would do on tariffs, posting, quote,
snap into an economic downturn.
I don't think this was foreseeable.
Oh, yeah.
I assumed economic rationality would be paramount. My bad. All right. And yet, might be or not, it was somehow foreseeable to other people, some of whom are, of course, Trump critics or in the opposition to Trump and MAGA, some of whom are just nonpartisan individual experts or journalists who try to track what he really does and how he operates. And we have a long record now for that. Because many other people knew that it was foreseeable if Trump campaigned on pardoning convicts like he vowed, that he would. And he did. Or that he would try to use power to punish opponents like he vowed, and he's doing now. Or that he would flout court orders and not care about limits on his power, from immigration to tariffs to other features of the presidency, because he said he would, and he previously dodged 4 different indictments like he vowed, and he did. So, added together, just a couple quick examples, yes. It was foreseeable that President Trump, if elected, would tariff like he said he would. One might say Trump had been very clear he wanted to tariff like it's 1930. That's a kind of a Prince Smoot-Hawley reference.
Yes, everybody's learning who Smoot-Hawley is, and I am appreciating that. Wait, what's with the purple rain thing?
You know, tariff like it's 1999.
Oh, you did not. You did not. Boom.
I can't hear
boom.
The audience in the back, but I'm sure that 1 out of 1,000 people appreciate the reference. The point is, I don't usually do Prince.
I thought you should react to that anytime. Boom, boom, boomer.
Combined with Smoot Halley references. One might say that if this wasn't such a serious news night and costly news week. So, all right, we'll put Prince aside. But here's how the very serious Nobel economist Paul Krugman dismissed that kind of rhetorical wobbly defense, which I'm telling you about because this is part of our reality, and Trump's got a few years left in office. Krugman writes, these ultra-wealthy backers are shocked to discover that Trump is who he always was. While the Times' Michelle Goldberg notes many investors did delude themselves about Trump because they either leaned right or they wanted lower taxes or...
Talon, I don't know, looking at your numbers, I honestly, I'd have to really crunch, but that seems reasonably close to, yeah.
They just hoped the money would keep pouring in, so they looked the other way, and now the sell-off is feeding a buyer's remorse and the selective memory.
He wanted to use Kiss as an example, but he just so he could go...
And for voters who may not follow every single story, they are on to this one, and that will only continue if the markets keep tanking and the recession risk rises. Trump voters are finding all that talk of lower prices and prosperity has not been Donald Trump's stated priority. Instead, he's warning of more pain while he golfs. The markets are down on the tariffs.
Yeah, you'd think that he would actually be trying to, I don't know, just stave it off, maybe give you a little pat on the back. None of it.
Warnings of a wider recession risk rising.
He's doing the ultimate, he's treating us the same exact way that he treated his kids. Dude, we now know how Don Jr. feels, where it's just Dad, Daddy, you gonna do anything? You know what? I'm busy. I'm golfing. Oh, okay.
So some were in denial that Trump would tariff exactly like he planned. Some were in denial about Trump himself, a lesson that they could ignore at their peril, given that Trump is currently saying he'll hold power past 2029, which is illegal. So if you didn't believe that he would do the pardoning, and you didn't believe he would do the tariffing, and you didn't find that foreseeable, then buckle up for a president who, while in power, is saying he's, quote, not joking, and he intends to rule past 2029. Our job here is to look at the facts together. Don't delude yourself out of those facts.
Yeah.
Other people did see the risk and the impact. Politically, the bad news for Republicans dates to an old law of politics, popularized by President Reagan, but it's been reportedly said or in circulation from far earlier. The saying is a recession is when your neighbor loses his job. A depression is when you lose yours. In other words, how do you experience it? Well, millions of people may be personally experiencing these impacts. Whether you're rich enough to be a podcaster who says he's out millions, or you're just someone trying to get by. It's always different when it hits you. And there need not be any glee in any person's pain or loss. I say that whether they are MAGA or not MAGA, whether they are American-born citizen or immigrant, whether they're being hurt by Trump's stubborn, flailing tariffs policy, and they live in this country or they live somewhere else.
Again, and the fact that he's not acknowledged, is that do you guys think that that's affecting the markets even worse? Is the fact that he's not addressing this, him going golfing? Do you think that immediately played into this, the futures not correcting at all?
No glee in the pain.
I'm starting to see that, maybe, just maybe, it is true what they said on TikTok, that he is trying to do this on purpose, and that we kind of knew, and I know, every once in a while, it is shocking to just be so right, and then just be wait, you're telling us that we called this? No way.
But those podcasters are experiencing what they sometimes call in the vernacular,
it's setting a house on fire and walking away.
Losses. Yeah. Trump is making many people in America take a
and then literally looking at us, aren't you going to do something about this?
Giant L. That's not in doubt. You can look at the markets, you can look at the numbers, you can look at your retirement account, or you can listen to MAGA podcasters who are talking about losing so much that one of them feels, quote, poor. But as always, life is about what we do with it, what's happening, what we experience, what we might be learning. Will these losses also be lessons? A different type of L. That's the other big question about a crisis that has just begun. And a crisis that, remember, if you want to learn from, even MAGA bankers tell us is a crisis, a giant L that is Trump inflicted.
Yeah, the fact that MAGA economists are coming out against this stuff now, like, here, let's take a look at this, actually. Here we go.
Have you changed your spending habits? The fact that you used to go out and, go to a dinner occasionally, you can't do that no more.
So you're not going to be going to restaurants for a while?
No, I have a car that's got to be replaced. I'm not going to replace it now. I can't afford it.
I just turned 62, so I'm worried I'm not even going to get my Social Security. When the tariffs came out, I thought now everything's going to go up. The economy's going to start tanking. The stock market, like it did, went in a free fall pretty much. And I'm afraid for the future of our country.
I'm concerned for...
Real people have sympathy. These talking heads are supposed to be spraying propaganda, not feeling sorry.
For many generations, the ones that are coming after me. I'm concerned for the seniors in our community who have no ability for earning.
Dang, she looks pretty good for 62. I was thinking that myself.
Capacity other than through the stock market, which just took a $6 trillion hit, which is something I can't even comprehend. We're both on the same page.
Internationally, it's affecting everybody. All right? I don't think like over in Europe, they don't have the love they had for us in the past. We're starting to lose our, the reliability from other countries. And that's bad. We need them.
What do you think about, regardless of the way they're being carried out, the idea of tariffs generally? Do you think the U.S. should be pushing for tariffs on other countries in some...
Is that home?
Yes, Russia. We wonder why Russia doesn't have a tariff on them. That's the biggest question in all the tariffs that have gotten put out there.
The tariffs are probably good. It's just that it appears that he's handling it wrong.
And when you say you think tariffs themselves may not be a bad idea, why?
Why? Because I think that a lot of these countries have abused us. They've taken advantage of the United States.
Stan, are you not worried? How can you just sleep like that?
And it's time just to, straighten everything out.
Thank you for the $5
but
donation.
Not the way he's doing it. He's too aggressive.
Pep Talks Gilf Watch. Dang, wow.
All right, guys. So Sam
here.
Harris went viral on social media here because he had some commentary on the current state of politics, but more importantly, the current state of the podcast world, the new media world, the Rogan sphere, if you will. And he used to be, a regular sort of member of the Rogan sphere. He's been on the podcast probably double-digit times, right? Kind of similar to me. I wasn't on as much as him, but I was on maybe 5 times or so on Rogan. And man, he has some thoughts here. So let's listen and we'll break it down as we go.
Joe is a genuinely good guy who wants good things for people. But he is honestly in over his head on so many topics of great consequence, right? When he brings someone on to just shoot the shit about, how the Holocaust is not what you think it was, right? Or
he literally did that, by the way. Just so everybody knows, this is not hyperbolic. Because you could hear Sam Harris say this and think like, oh, he's being hyperbolic. No. He had on that guy, Daryl Cooper, who literally did Nazi apologetics right to Rogan's face. Go watch the video we did on that. We did a video on that. I think it was called like the Nazi apologist experience or something like that with Joe Rogan, something like that. Go watch that video. He's literally talking to a guy who does exactly that. He talked to a guy who said Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. The chief. Can't stress that word enough. The chief villain of World War II. Is there anybody worse? Let me think. Are there multiple people worse? Hitler, Mussolini, Emperor Hirohito, right? Like, he's right. He's also right about Joe being in over his head. I consider that fucking...
Well, no, this is also where it's this, the faux intellectual bullshit where it's just like, oh, guys, did you know that this popular version of history isn't exactly what you think it is and that they bastardized this once great man?
Patently obvious.
They seriously are doing that shit.
When Joe has on a...
actually, I think I know where Jeff is. He mentioned that his son has a Hang Your Hate concert, so I'm pretty sure he's there.
Robber baron billionaire oligarch seemingly every month. And the oligarchs routinely lie to his face about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is basically the anti-scam police in our government. They've returned billions of dollars to Americans who were defrauded by big financial institutions. They're basically, if you get scammed, that's where you go. And they are wildly successful, and they're so easy to work with, right? That's who they are. Joe had on a bunch of billionaire robber barons who were like, bro, the CFPB thing, whatever it's called, bro, like, they messed me up, bro. They came after my buddy, dog. They, like, really do fucked up shit. They oppress us, man. And that's how he's in over his head, because anybody worth a shit would immediately look up, what's the CFPB? What do they do? What's the evidence? Here, look through their history, etc. Couldn't do it, didn't do it. Sat there and let them lie. They kept saying to his face, oh, the CFPB debanks conservatives. Meanwhile, the reality is, not only do they not do that, they've protected people from being debanked. By the way, the Republicans wanted to legalize debanking. The people he fucking votes for and sucks off on a show on a regular basis. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's let him continue.
Maybe Churchill's the bad guy in World War II.
Is that Tucker?
Or he's got Dave Smith, being treated as an expert on Israel and Palestine and the history of that conflict and the.
Okay, that's. You just lost me, Sam Harris. I have so many criticisms of so
many times have you said that?
The people Joe brings
I tried
on the show, and of Joe himself, and of the shit they talk about. But one of the best parts is having Dave Smith on to keep Joe Rogan sane and grounded on the issue of Israel and Gaza. In fact, he handpicked probably the single best moments from the Joe Rogan experience within the past 2 years and said, that's the problem, bro. No, it's not. By the way, Dave Smith would cook Sam Harris on a debate about foreign policy, and like I did, and on a debate.
I mean, it's true.
About
but what world are we living in where now I'm all of a sudden like, yeah, Dave would definitely
Israel, Palestine. It wouldn't even be close. Look, Dave
Smith is oh my god, he's a working comedian still. Like it's crazy to me, like to see like his trajectory, like. He was on the Legion of Skanks.
Smith is a libertarian.
What is happening?
In my opinion, he's dead wrong on economic issues, right?
Right.
But on foreign policy issues, depending on the one in question, he's a lot better than Sam Harris is. Sam Harris is an ardent Zionist and a neocon. So, I mean, it'd be good to see them debate it, but clearly he looks down on Dave Smith. Bro, I can't talk to Dave Smith, bro. Dave is right on Israel and Gaza. You are wrong. You are monstrously wrong. So he lost me here.
Emergency that came to the world's attention on October 7th, and what is appropriate to think in the aftermath of all of that, right? Dave Smith is the only reason why anyone knows what Dave Smith thinks about any of this is very likely because Joe had him on multiple times to talk about it, right?
Yeah, he's one of the least bad of the people that Joe has propped up. That's what I would say. Again, I would disagree vehemently with Dave Smith on 50 to 60% of political issues, but on the other 40, he's just leagues better than almost anybody he has on his shitty fucking podcast now.
He's a pure misinformation artist. And
no, that's you.
Debate culture is stupid. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong.
On the issue of Israel and Gaza, that's you. This is Mr. Bro, the fucking Muslim.
When I try to debate, I'm actually legitimately trying to learn, the positions of my opponent and then just kind of work from there.
Birth rates are too high, bro, and the West is falling, bro.
I always try to have at least one moment where I'm like, okay, I could see your point there.
You did your whole fucking fear-mongering over Muslims for a fucking decade now. People are past it.
And
distracting. Glad you made it home.
On top of many others. And when Joe talks to someone like Trump or Tucker Carlson or any of these other guys who lie as freely as they breathe and doesn't push back against any of their lies. In fact, in Trump's case, really fairly energetically helped put his lies into the most plausible possible shape.
That is 100% correct. That's what we talked about. Go watch my segment. I covered his talk with Trump. It's pick any asshole mainstream media journalist. They have done a better interview with Trump than Joe Rogan did.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan sat there and took it. When Trump said about Hillary, I never said lock her up. I never said lock her up. People in the audience would say lock her up, and I'd say, I don't know about that. Seems a little much. Yeah. And Joe sat there. He didn't respond.
But then he started repeat. No. This is even worse. He started repeating that to other people.
Hold on. Wait a second. Jamie, pull that up. See if there's fucking a compilation of it, because we played the compilations on the show. He said it a gazillion fucking times. He said lock her up countless. It was like one of his campaign slogans. There was like MAGA and drain the swamp, and then lock her up was chanted all the time, and he would say it too. And he was like, one of the things Rogan said to him was like, oh, make your case on why you think 2020 was stolen. I'll move out of the way and let you make the full argument, unlike the people in the media who will cut you off. Yeah, when the people in the media cut him off, it's because he's fucking lying, and they're like, you're fucking lying, and here's how we know you're lying. Rogan made it seem like virtuous to let him lie.
If you like candy walnuts, you would love the ones from Buc-ee's.
About that in front of everybody. I mean, it was just fucking,
That was
it
one
was
of
just
the best
pathetic.
things I
It was
got
just
from
absolutely
there.
fucking
I was
pathetic.
like,
He did no homework for it. He didn't know the first fucking
How good
thing.
those
I
were.
love how he asked Trump, like, hey man, did you make mistake in your first term when you invited in the neocons to be in your administration? And he posed it like this good faith, like, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Like, you're not going to make that same mistake this time. And it's like, anybody who's well-versed on this shit would know. Number one, it wasn't a fucking mistake. Number two, it wasn't just the neocons. Trump himself is a warmonger. Number three, like, immediately after Trump got back in office, he invited like 17 more neocons.
No, the biggest lie that Trump convinced people to believe, especially his supporters, is the fact that he is indeed just one of the guys. I'm just one of you. That's it. I'm not a politician.
And now he's warmongering more than any fucking more than George W. Bush and Dick Cheney ever, right? When
Jimmy would be in El Salvador right now if he fact-checked Trump.
Greenland, you're threatening Canada, you're threatening Panama on top of Gaza, on top of Iran, Mexico. You're a way bigger warmonger than even George W. Bush is. And Rogan...
Oh, hey, T-minus 20 minutes until we're at 4-2-0.
Sat there, took him at good faith, all the bullshit online about like, oh, Trump's anti-war, bro. He's Oh, really? He's anti-war? Is that why he broke the drone strike record in his first term and increased it 432%? Is that why he kept us in Iraq and Afghanistan? Is that why he said we're occupying Syria to take the oil? Is that why he gave Israel the Golan Heights and said, I know it's Syrian territory, but it's yours now? Is that why he ripped up the Iran agreement and he bombed Qasem Soleimani? Like, it drives me crazy, man. So on this one, Sam Harris is 100% correct. Joe has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He's massively in over his head. He's in this friend group of right-wing idiots. They all convinced him, oh, you got to endorse Trump, and Trump is base, bro. Trump is base, bro. And now he owns everything. He owns all of it. The other day, he was like, you know, bro, I'm lefty on some things, right-wing on other things. I believe in, like, universal health care and stuff, bro. I believe in socialized medicine, bro. He said that on his show the other day. Meanwhile, he said fucking dick when the House Republicans just passed a bill to cut Medicaid, which is healthcare for poor people, $880 billion, which would destroy Medicaid and make it so we basically don't even fucking have it anymore. Stealing healthcare from tens of millions of Americans casually with a vote through Congress, and he said fuck all about it. So spare me with your, in theory, hypothetically, I kind of support these things, bro. Meanwhile, every actual decision you make in this real world that impacts people, you're consistently on the wrong side, sucking off J.D. Vance, sucking off Donald Trump. Give me a break.
It is irresponsible. I mean, it is directly harmful. Our society is as politically shattered as it is, in part because of how Joe has interacted with information.
It's true. It's all vibes. It's all vibes. It's all vibes. And the thing is, vibes got me in that room, and I was able to try to speak sense for a while. But, you know, the vibes of the ascendant right-wingers online sort of captured him. And he felt like, this is cool, bro. We're part of something bigger than ourselves. And we all like to beat on fucking woke college campus kids who don't like comedy, bro. And he just got swept up in all that.
Again, I don't think this is, I think a lot of this is inadvertent.
True.
Or maybe, all of it's inadvertent.
I tend to agree with Sam on this. I know some people say, like, no, I think he's literally just bought off. And to the extent that you consider the 100 million or however much it is from Spotify being bought off, in that sense, it's undeniable because he literally took like over $100 million from Spotify. Like, he is corporate media, regardless of how he virtue signals, like, I'm independent media, I'm new media. No, you're not. No, you're just not, right? But in terms of what does he think? I think in his own mind, he thinks, I'm just honestly navigating through all these issues in real time, but he went down a lot of fucking horrible rabbit holes and ended up with preposterously stupid positions.
But it is also avoidable, right? He could actually take the responsibility that really is his to take at this point to get his facts straight and have someone other than Jamie there riding shotgun with him. Where, I mean, he could have two brilliant journalists whose full-time job, he could pay each of them $1 million a year just to sit there and make sure he doesn't put his foot in his mouth in a colossally irresponsible way.
Here's the thing, Sam. He's all about the vibes. He's all about the vibes, and nothing would throw off the vibe faster than an asshole like me fact-checking in the room where I'm like, hold on, Joe, that's not true. You're talking about Hunter Biden's corruption or Joe Biden's corruption. Here's how Trump is way more corrupt. Here's how much money he's taken. Here's the deal with the Saudis. Here's like, nothing would kill the vibe faster. And what he prioritizes the vibes over everything else because he's a comedian. He's an entertainer. It's all about like, bro, we're just shooting the shit. We're just comedians shooting the shit. Bro, you can't take our word seriously. But then he commands a fucking army of people who take his word seriously. And so in theory, in principle, what he's saying would be good. Somebody be there to be like, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. But how quickly would the audience turn on that person and be like, fuck this person, get them out of the room. They're fucking the vibe up. And that's part of the problem is that we live in like a vibes-based order. And so that's why a lot of people looked at Trump and thought, oh, he feels like he's authentic and he tells the truth. Meanwhile, he lies more than any politician in fucking human history. But since he feels like he's telling the truth, bro, that's good enough, right? And so that's the problem. Joe would never do what you're talking about here. And if he were to do what you're talking about here, I think his podcast will become even less popular. So it's just a matter of, at this point, there is no hope for Rogan. It's about winning the information warfare against these people, against the Joe Rogans, against the Daily Wires, against the Steven Crowders, against the Candace Owens, against the right-wing slop, Tim Pools, et cetera, et cetera. It's about against the Fox News and the Newsmax and the One American News. That's what it is. This is an information war. And for too long, the left and liberals have sort of really been hands-off or just doing their own thing while the right runs circles around them on social media and gains bigger followings. And now it's time to take the fucking gloves off and expose these people for what they fucking are. They're liars, they're con men, they're frauds, they're freaks, they're losers. They believe wildly unpopular.
I will say this, the YouTube sphere, like every creator that's growing, like with these large numbers, and you can thank Adam Mockler for showing us the chart. It's progressive media. I have to say that is kind of like nice to see, and that's definitely being glazed over. I think for reasons.
Things. Their policies will
like,
ruin people's lives.
The right-wing machine just being like, no, they're not growing that much.
That's what it's time to say. So no, there will be no fact checker in the room holding Joe Rogan accountable, because also, by the way, they'd have to interject every 5 fucking minutes, right? Instead, it's no, just tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. And the good news is that's why you're now seeing Rogan has slipped from the top spot. He's no longer the #1 podcast in America. You know what it is? The Midas Touch guys. They're an anti-Trump podcast. And thank fucking God they dethroned him. And thank God the left and liberals are ascendant. There was just a chart released the other day of political content. #1 in growth was Midas Touch. There were more left-wing shows growing than right-wing shows. And so now it's our time. Right now, given how horrible Trump is and how he's destroying everything in this country, people are starting to wake up. And it'll only lead to more growth and more growth and more growth among the left and among liberals. And that's the only way to win this war. There will be no saving the soul of Joe Rogan, right? There won't be. Because even when he stumbles on the right take now, he can't help but couch it.
Yeah,
right. It happened the other day.
That is true, because
really?
he does. The thing is, he's starting to do that thing where he doesn't want to turn off the remaining audience.
They like kidnapped a gay barber and shipped him off to El Salvador, and he was totally innocent, and there's no evidence he did anything wrong. And go watch that segment. We covered it. I covered it. It's the best you're going to get from Rogan in 2025, but it's still pathetic.
It is.
Did you hear how he talked about it? At the beginning, he's like, it's hard to tell, bro. He's given just...
No, he also did the thing where he's like, maybe you shouldn't get tattoos that look like gang tattoos.
Flat out facts about how barbaric and savage and terrible this is and who this guy is and what they're doing to him and how he's in a slave labor camp in El Salvador. And he's like, it's hard to tell, bro. No, it's not. The reason why you think it's hard to tell for you is because you're fucking texting Elon Musk and you're texting Donald Trump Jr. and you might even be talking to Donald Trump himself. You are in that friend group. You are in the friend group of J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and Trump Jr. and Trump. And you look at these people as colleagues and as friends. And so you think, well, it can't possibly be as evil as it looks. He kept trying to come up with reasons why they did. Oh, did this person do vandalism? Is that why they were fucking arrested? And it's like, no. One of them wrote a pro-Palestine op-ed and was kidnapped. Another one led pro-Palestine protests and was kidnapped. Another one is an innocent person, and they're legal, and they were shipped to the slave labor camp in El Salvador. We just got evidence from 60 Minutes. They did a deep dive on this. 75% of the people, the 238 people they sent to the El Salvador slave camp, 75% of them have no criminal record at all. And of the ones who do, only a tiny percentage are actually violent criminals. This is the reality. And you helped get us here, Joe Rogan. You did. By humanizing Trump, by acting like he's a truth teller and this is normal and he's really fighting the establishment. He is the fucking epitome of the establishment. And right now he's overseeing a robber baron coup led by Elon Musk.
Again,
and he's doing a...
This plays to what I was saying. The biggest thing, like the biggest fallacy that he has sold his supporters on is the fact that he is somehow not a politician. How he is somehow just, I'm not part of the establishment. It's the deep state. It's totally the deep state. I have absolutely nothing to do with this. It's almost, you know what? I don't know. That Jeffrey Epstein guy, totally.
Fascist
weird,
takeover,
weird.
Destroying the Constitution, destroying due process, taking away people's rights, cracking down on free speech.
Meanwhile, he literally bought the Lolita Express.
And so there is no getting the
totally
soul
over
of Joe
everybody's
Rogan
head.
back. It's not happening. It's not happening. All you can do is defeat him in this information war. That's all you can do. Can appeal to his humanity as much as you want.
Oh, shit.
He's only going to give you so much. He's only going to go so far when he's buddies with them and he fucking texts with them. Okay? So that's what we need to stop doing the, oh, maybe he'll change. No, he won't fucking change. He won't fucking change. And there will come a time, I don't know how far away in the future it's going to be, but there will come a time where you won't be able to find a single fucking MAGA flag or bumper sticker in this country at all anymore. The same thing's going to happen to Trump as happened to George W. Bush. Where there will come a time when it's so fucking embarrassing, everybody runs to their car to scrape off their George W. Bush bumper sticker. They're going to do that with MAGA. They're going to do that with Trump. But I'm here to tell you, don't let them get away with whitewashing their history. They gave us this. They own this. And they're going to know you delivered the results of what happened. And nobody should fucking listen to you about politics ever again, ever. All right, guys, that's the show. I love you all very much. You know the drill. Everybody, please click like, click subscribe, click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video drops. Thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. Could not do it without you, as you all know. And thank you to everybody who tips with that thanks button on YouTube as well. Do yourself a favor. Like I said, hit subscribe. Also, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends. That's below the Substack link. You're definitely going to want to sign up there.
All right. Yeah, you know what? You guys are not following Kyle already, please check out his channel and subscribe. I really do recommend it. Always appreciate the Kyle Klinsky takes. Alrighty.
Have you changed your spending habits?
There isn't a red or blue America when...
Oh, my God.
Good evening from New York.
You like Brussels sprouts? No, I do not. The only time that I've ever liked Brussels sprouts is when they were essentially like, the way that my friend did them is he cooked bacon over top of them and he let the bacon grease like seep onto the Brussels sprouts. That, I'll admit, that was okay. But yeah, I'm really not a fan. Especially like if they're just, you know, whatever, just cooked in butter by themselves. Nah. Not a fan. Which is weird though, because I've been told that like if you don't like Brussels sprouts, then theoretically you shouldn't like broccoli. I've had that happen too, where I was like, actually, that kind of defeats the purpose of Brussels sprouts. The purpose of Brussels sprouts are to be disgusting. So if you want my true take.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Well, Here we are now on day 78 of the second Donald Trump presidency,
Is
and
it
we are on
really?
the precipice of a trade war that has
Okay, so
no
for as much as I say that like every day does feel like, a month at this point, that also kind of plays into that where it's like, geez, 78 days has already gone by? Wow. That's kind of fast.
precedent in modern history. Trump's saying that starting tonight at midnight, the U.S. will tax imports from China at a rate of 104%, an announcement that sent stock markets back into free fall as everyone contemplates the world's two biggest trading partners bringing global commerce to a halt. Now, basically, every economist across the spectrum, with maybe a few exceptions.
Do you think when he's making a large decision, he looks up to that portrait and is like, Ronnie, I need your help here, Ronnie. What would you do? Well, you would definitely trickle down on the people. I know that you're all about trickle down.
Thinks this is a disaster. The conservative opinion writers.
Meanwhile, he literally does think it's pissing on the people.
The Wall Street Journal, who helped elect Donald Trump twice, are absolutely freaking the F out that Donald Trump is killing free trade in the American economy. Even Trump's unelected co-president, Elon Musk, is reportedly pleading with Trump in private to reverse course on the tariffs. While publicly, he's fighting online with Peter Navarro, Trump's top trade advisor, and the
just when I thought it wasn't possible to look dumber in a cheese hat, here we are, and this is coming from a Chicagoan, so this is a true hot take.
Architect of Trump's tariff plans, Musk called him a moron. He called him dumber than a sack
5 minutes
of bricks, and worse. Amid all this, there has been this desperate, almost kind of pathological search for some sort of reason at the core of Trump's policy here. And so you're seeing the MAGA faithful spin this in the media. They've created, and not just them, I think some in the mainstream media as well, they've created this kind of alternate steelman version of what Trump is doing, where what he's trying to do is recreate the middle-class economy of the post-World War II boom years that many people have genuine nostalgia for, because it was the best time for certain folks. I mean, particularly white folks without college degrees, to enter the middle class.
Buying all those houses from the Sears catalog.
You had a strong, growing industrial manufacturing base, meant those folks could get union jobs, paid a good wage, have benefits in healthcare, send their kids to college. You had huge home production, right? And the 30-year mortgage, you could buy a home cheaply. And again, there's a reason that people across the political spectrum, I mean, liberals, conservatives, everyone in between, tend to hearken back to the days of high union density.
Yeah, weird. This is the time that, Sam Cedar was talking about where they paid a 90%
low
tax rate.
Inequality, a growing middle
on anything over $400,000 and more.
Class.
Which would now, I think that adjusted for inflation would be about $4 million.
It really was good for a lot of people. So, again, the charitable argument, and you're seeing this everywhere. Once we hear this,
I know that it goes into millions.
You'll see it. For what Trump wants here, the reason that he's started a global trade war that may very well impoverish the whole world and the U.S., that what he wants to do is go back to the heyday of the 1960s, the Wonder Years opening credits, and who doesn't want that? But here's the thing, and I cannot stress this strongly.
The Wonder Years opening credits. You know what that the thing about that is it was a TV show.
Enough. That is absolutely not what he is doing. It's complete wish casting, because he keeps telling us.
Now we live in the rare time, because we grew up with TV and our parents grew up with TV, that they have a just fantastical view of what it was actually like to live through those times. I mean, dude, I'm seeing that with my own age group, where some of the shit that they say about the early 2000s does make me just go, what?
What his actual goals are here.
The country was at the richest point in its history in the 1890s. It was all tariffs. If you looked at William McKinley as an example.
Somebody should have definitely, when he got his dentures, they definitely should have not made the top one. The bottom one's a little bit bigger than the top. I mean, I get it. That's the way that my mouth is totally built, but
he was a big tariff president. In the words of a very great but highly underrated president, William McKinley, I am a tariff man standing on a tariff platform. If you look at some of McKinley's words, he was very beautiful.
He was beautiful. He's
1789.
Very beautiful. I definitely had a little bit of a crush on his bald head.
To 19.
Gotta made me aware that I got a thing for baldies.
13, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. Then in 1913...
Dude, okay, this is just a me thing. I absolutely love how he cannot not read a teleprompter like he's reading a teleprompter. Somebody even tried to be like, oh yeah, look, he's so good at it. Like his reading comprehension skills are so great. And I'm just like,
for reasons unknown.
Listen, I could smell out my own. My man is really bad at reading.
To mankind.
To mankind.
They established the income tax. So
the income. I saw income. I went the income tax.
Citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government.
Trump still doesn't know what a tariff is. He really doesn't.
The foreign countries don't pay the tariff.
The foreign countries, they don't pay the tariff. Yeah, they do. What are you talking about, Chris?
But that aside, as you can see from that nice montage we put together, it's not about the 1950s. It's not about the 1960s. It's not boomer nostalgia. It's not the Wonder Years. It is quite explicitly about taking us back to the 1890s, to pre-1913, to William McKinley. He said it on the campaign trail over and over and over again.
And every time he did, his base went, who?
Said it on the day he announced the tariffs to the world. He is also very clear and consistent about why. The President of the United States, and again, he said this many times, just hopes this $6 trillion tax hike he is unilaterally slapping on you via all imports to the U.S., most of which will be paid by working, middle class, and poor folks, will raise revenue he can then use to hand over to the billionaires by either massively cutting income taxes or getting rid of them altogether. It is a plan economists call unrealistic, unattainable, bad math. It would be wildly regressive. But even if the math could work, think about it. Again, the period he thinks is the golden era, the heyday he's returning to is the Gilded Age. And tariffs are the way to get there. And part of the reason it is such a just idiotic, destructive, insane idea, and no one can really actually upset that's what he wants, even though that's what he's telling us. It's like the opposite of Morning in America, right? A shining city on a hill in America of the future. You want to know what that era was about? Rampant tuberculosis in tenement slums, non-existent public services, poor sewage, heavy industrial pollution, robber barons lording their insane wealth over everyone.
The robber barons. Oh, my man's turning into Kyle Kalinske.
Like billionaires could
And I'm turning into Donald Trump. I'm letting it in.
Possibly want that? I mean, they did build a bunch of nice houses in Newport, Rhode Island, but... And what about those manufacturing jobs, right? Isn't it all worth it if it brings heavy industries back to the United States?
Walks like me.
Yeah, maybe to factory owners, possibly for workers. Again, we're not talking about.
Is it bad that every time that I have my knees completely straight, that I'm just like, oh, don't turn into Trump now?
High-paying unionized assembly line jobs of the 1950s, 60s here. So don't think GM. Think Triangle Shirtwaist Factory of the early 1900s. Or, the 21st century version, I guess, as described by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
Trillions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. That's huge GDP. The factories being built in America are huge.
That takes years. And you've said that robots are going to fill those jobs. So those aren't union
it's really automated
jobs.
It's automated factories, but the key is who's going to build the factories, who's going to operate the factories, who's going to make them work. Great American workers. The army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great Americans, the trade craft of America.
You caught that, right? I paused that just so you guys could catch up. You caught that, right?
Them is going to work on them.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Thank you for broing on that one, Chris. I appreciate that.
That's a vision. It's honestly too self-contradictory to call it a vision. The screwing of the little screws will be in America, millions of people doing it, but it will be automated, and then the great American workers will be proudly fixing the robots that do the screwing? Who's getting screwed?
Okay, as long as we all are on the same page on that one.
If you err on the side of taking it all seriously, which again, it takes some effort, or believing that Trump wants to see this through and cause a global trade war and send us back to the 1890s, which I think is where we're at. The only thing that can stop it right now is probably Congress. And what's surprising is it looks like it might be starting to move a little bit in that direction. Today, senators from both parties got to grill Trump's trade representative, and Republicans did not hold back.
Who pays these high tariffs? In the short, medium term, it will be the consumer. It'll be the consumer. And so I'm worried about the inflationary effect. I'm worried if there is a trade war, that we're going to have market.
If are we playing the Iraq-Afghanistan war game here where technically it wasn't a war?
It's shutting down for American farmers.
God, there's no conviction anymore. There really isn't. And they absolutely treat us all like idiots.
I don't often agree with the members on the other side of the aisle, but in many cases here today.
And why even play the game at that point? Because, we were just talking about how the international criminal courts don't mean dick. So, what's the point?
Particularly when they're expressing concern about small businesses in their states. I'm hoping you're and I hope you and the president are very sensitive about companies potentially going bankrupt by these actions.
Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
That last senator there, that's Tom Tillis in North Carolina. He's up for re-election in a swing state. He's also one of 7 Republican senators who are now backing a bipartisan bill that would require Congress to approve President
I love his pouty face.
Trump's tariffs on trading partners. Under that bill, sponsored by Republicans.
But I want my pudding. Why did you tell me I can't have my pudding? I know that we got snack packs. I saw you bring snack packs in. I want a snack pack now.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
That literally looks like Trump was told no snack pack.
Tariffs imposed by the president would expire after 60 days unless Congress voted to approve.
You could have your Diet Coke, Donnie, but I want snack pack. Listen, goddammit, I'm the president. Give me my snack pack. Otherwise, I'm going to deport you I'm going to send you to Nicaragua. It's technically Venezuela. We have the prison in Venezuela, sir. As I said, Nicaragua. Ooh, somebody gave me snack pack. Somebody doesn't want to get deported. Dude. Oh my God, the fact that I could totally picture our fucking president doing that. As funny as it is, it's also oh my God, he totally would. I thought we had pudding. Wait a minute, you brought me the chocolate. I don't like the chocolate. I like the chocolate with the swirl. You gotta give me the swirl. I do the dip in the swirl. I thought that when I do this insinuated that I like the swirl, so you gotta give me the right goddamn pudding. Wait a minute, what do you mean you tariff the pudding? Wait, hold on, where's pudding made? I may have fucked up. This might have been a complete oversight. Oh, God. Jesus. Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Michael Steele. Welcome. We begin this hour with another day of the economic crisis that President Trump has created for average Americans. The financial markets were down for the 4th consecutive trading day after opening slightly higher, the Dow closing down more than 300 points. The investor anxiety returned, however, ahead of a midnight deadline for new tariffs to kick in. The White House confirmed that tariffs on Chinese goods, folks, would rise to a whopping combined 104%, just hours after the Chinese government said it is ready to fight to the end in the escalating trade war.
Oh, bother. Why would Trump go and do this? I knew he was a bit of a crazy man.
White House.
Wait. Christopher Robin.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reiterated President Trump's
because he's Winnie the Pooh
claim that China needs to make a deal with the United
States. Still one of the funniest things that he's so bothered that people say he looks like Winnie the Pooh because he kind of does look like Winnie the Pooh.
States. She also said Trump is not.
I think he's a strapping man.
Considering a delay on reciprocal tariffs. Even as Politico
a nice little round
reports
bottom.
that Trump's most loyal supporters are begging him to reach deals. Do the deal.
I wonder if he's a squishy bear like me.
Deals. Today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said nearly 70 countries have reached out seeking tariff deals.
I would say that the negotiations are the result of the massive inflow of inbound calls to come and negotiate.
Oh my God! I just realized that this guy would actually—he looks like the mayor of Whoville. Like he's got that long lip like this.
Nothing to do with the market. President Trump is going to
you wouldn't happen to be the mayor of Whoville, are you?
Personally involved in the negotiations, and we will see what the
Grinch has to say about this once he gets his 401k report.
What our trading partners offer.
He was the Grinch who stole the 401k. It was totally the Grinch.
Yes, we will. Meanwhile, there are more signs that Republicans in Congress are splintering on Trump's tariffs. Today, at least a few tried to get some answers from Trump's new trade representative.
Obviously,
I'm glad to see him do that, trade representative. He was just like, oh, mouth, come on, work with me.
As long as they have to, but is there a timeline you're dealing with?
So the president has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with parties that want to pursue reciprocal trade with the United States. We don't have any particular timeline set on that.
I hope you recognize, tariffs are a double-edged sword. I would argue a somewhat blunt instrument.
I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach. It needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the...
Did you not just hear what you answered?
The spear.
Come on. And oh my God, this guy. Wow.
I'm at the tip of the spear for certainly.
Yeah.
You sure?
I mean, he literally sounded. Dear. Piglet seems to have a little bit more of a
about that
manly voice than that guy.
I don't even know if you're actually attached to the staff.
Actually, sir, you can totally just wring me by my neck. It's okay.
Joining me now is Neera Tanden, former domestic policy advisor to President Biden. She's now CEO of the Center for American Progress Action Fund. And also joining me is former Pennsylvania Congressman Charlie Dent and Catherine LaRappelle.
I know his cousin Harvey. Did you hear about the tragedy over in Gotham?
Rappel.
She's poor son of a bitch. He's been missing for some time. Although I heard that there's been a crime wave, and all of a sudden there's also been this information leaking out to the police. Don't know where it's coming from, but it seems very two-faced of this criminal. If you get what I'm saying.
And soon to be host of the evening version of The Weekend on MSNBC. Welcome to all of you. So let's start with Charlie's little.
I've announced sanctions against the Batman.
Ditty, which you don't mind if I share?
Somebody said it, and you know what? It was overlooked. The Batman, he's got to. It's time to get him.
We were talking a little.
I've heard that he might be a billionaire. I'm not sure about that, but if it turns out that he's a billionaire, maybe I won't sanction him.
But earlier, folks, and Charlie, who is a former member of Congress, Republican, and we all know the inside game, and he just
Bruce Wayne, he's a great guy.
Kind of looked at me and said, this
may not have contributed to my campaign. But you know what?
It's a planned act of stupidity relative to these tariffs.
Got a beautiful home on the top of Gotham Hill.
Tariffs, Charlie. I mean, the administration has confirmed 104% tariffs on China will go into effect at midnight. Let's take a quick look at what that looks like. You're talking about what share of key products are going to be hit. 81% of blankets, 80% of video games, 77% of plastic houseware.
Blankets?
70.
Not the Blankets?
7%. That goes at Tupperware.
Actually, I'm not even kidding. I love me some blankets.
Folks. 77%
Video games.
of toys, 60% of brooms, 53%
Maybe now's the time to go digital?
of electric batteries. Y'all know how many
toys?
How many batteries you need to use for just one game? 47% of telephones, 38% of computers, 37% of vacuum cleaners.
Telephones.
Charlie talked to us about the impact this planned act of stupidity is going to have on average consumers.
Well, they're going to pay a lot more. I've seen various estimates. At least $3,000 a year more. And I've seen
to us about
vacuum cleaners.
The impact this planned act of stupidity is going to have on average consumers.
Well, they're going to pay a lot more. I've seen various estimates. At least $3,000 a year for many families. That's a lot of money for people. And we haven't gotten into cars. We're talking anywhere from a few thousand to over $10,000 per vehicle. So this is an enormous hit. And I think what's happening is right now the administration really needs to clarify what its objective is. Do they want to have high tariffs so they can raise revenue and use it to pay for tax reform?
Do they know? Like, honest to God, do they even know?
The things.
Hell, if this is Doge that's doing it, they're just like, they're all on a freaking, coke-fueled, rampage just going like, woo! Listen to what Trump Daddy has to say.
Or do they want to do what Scott Besson and others have said? Well, we want to kind of go to a 0-0 tariff regime. Well, I can't have it both ways. I think they want high tariffs, and then
allegedly that
they want a line in front of the White House of companies, countries, trade associations, all begging for exemptions. And then that's a cynical view of this.
Well, it's an important view, Catherine, because you've got Jameson Greer, the trade representative, telling us that he's in the room, he's at the table, everything basically is going to be okay. Yet you've got headlines from the Wall Street Journal talking about Canada imposing 25% tariff on U.S. autos to kick in starting on Wednesday. Where does the administration think this ends?
I will never understand when they do this shit. Here, check this out. You see this? They removed this, which is now just starting to get its like whole nostalgia vibe to it, where it's like, oh, cool, like the nostalgia Chrysler, to put a smaller version of damn near the exact same logo right above it. Like they couldn't even like plan it to where, hey, maybe just cover up this whole section that you just like. What the fuck? Like, seriously. That just is some oversight that I'm like, I can't get behind. I'm sorry.
Where does the administration think this ends? So that you got 70-70, we've been told. I guess countries, individuals, corporations, we don't know, who's called the White House, seemingly begging for a deal. What kind of deal are these folks looking for?
That's the problem. President Trump can't articulate what his objectives are or what he wants or what the concession should be. So how do you negotiate with someone who does not know what they want? That's the
I told you the tariffs.
Entire ball.
Tariffs were the word that I was told to use.
Game here, right? As Charlie just laid out.
Dude, how come none of the QAnoners ever talk about like him saying like they told me I can't say that? Because like I just saw a video about that where it was a conspiracy video going against Biden where it's like, yeah, you know what, Jack? They told me that I can't say that. And then without missing a beat, I just thought about that where I was like, Trump? Him literally on the campaign just, you know what? I'm going to say it, even though they told me I can't, I'm going to say it anyway.
Now, is this about raising revenue, in which case we want to keep...
Musk launches rockets into space. Rockets are so cool. How could Musk be so bad?
The tariffs in place? Is this just a negotiate?
The rockets, they go...
Ploy, in which case we want some other kinds of concessions. If so, what?
And then go boom.
Are they about trade? Are they about something else? Are they about fentanyl again for whatever reason? We don't know. Trump doesn't know. And as we have heard from all of his cabinet members and other senior aides, none of them can articulate what the objective is or what the
$32 million firework.
Long-term
What's more American than that?
Plan is. So if you're another country, maybe they really are burning up the phone lines. Probably they're just trying to figure out, what the heck is going on.
Yeah. Gee. You know what's really funny? I just for shits and giggles, I called Dick Durbin, Dick Durbin's office, just to be like, yeah, I want you to vote against this reconciliation bill. It's the same bullshit where it's just like, dude, they give you a
good evening from New York. I'm Chris.
Oh shit. Sorry about that. Oh, what just happened there? Supreme Court. Don't care. I really don't care right now. I don't want to even... Let's see. Oh, we're in the 420 Fun Half, guys. If you guys are just joining us and you are new to the channel, number one, appreciate it. Leave a like on the channel if you can. It really helps me out. It's free. Makes you awesome. But yeah, this is 420 friendly, so we are just kind of chilling, having a good time here. Gonna discuss a little bit of the stuff that we've been talking about here, which is Donald Trump and his inability to, like she was just saying, articulate exactly what he wants out of this, outside of just hold on, just wait, just gotta wait. Only the weak. Don't wait. Only the weak won't hodl. I'm surprised that he hasn't even used, like, that he didn't just start using the term hodl. He'd probably screw up and be like, you just gotta hodor. Hodor. You just gotta hodor. Dude, how funny would that be if that, like, what happened to Dexter, that happened in that episode of Dexter's Laboratory? If you don't know the one I'm talking about, then sorry. It's one of the best things that you could ever watch, as far as series and episodes, where Dexter tries to learn French, but the record starts skipping, so he can only say omelette du fromage. Well, how funny would that be if that was Trump starts doing that? It'd be great. Oh, man. Dexter's Laboratory. Can we just say that that's one of the better shows to ever just grace our televisions? If Trump said Hodor lives would lose their minds for years, SNL would find it for decades. Dude, it would be so funny. You just gotta Hodor. Hold the door. Hodor. You get it? When he was saying hold the door, I get it. Sometimes, every once in a while, I slip up. You know what I do? My mouth and my brain, they do this thing. Pep Talks knows exactly what I'm talking about. Not the best reader, but you know what? I've always appreciated him because he reads just like me. The ramparts. We stormed we stormed the beaches. We flew the ramparts. We stormed the airports. Dude. Somebody said it in chat, I think yesterday, but we can acknowledge the fact that Trump has said some of the most hilarious shit, even though it's like, scary. Because he's the leader of the free world. But just from an objective point of view. Ew, French, get him. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I read that as Trump. Wait a minute. Voulez-vous cacher? Alors, accessoire. You know what that means, right? I learned it in Studio 54. Never been to Studio 54? Yeah, I have. With my buddy Jeffrey Epstein. Wait a minute. I may have said too much. Who the fuck is the three-eyed raven in this scenario? Oh my God, Robert Cohen. Would it be Robert Cohen? Is that his name? Bob? Yeah, Bob Cohen. Yeah. His mentor. Never give in. Just never admit you're wrong. Never admit you're wrong. DOD, you see the DOJ tried to intimidate Liz into not testifying? Really? Well, I mean, I'll be honest. If she doesn't back down, then, there's credit to be had there. As much as I'm not a Cheney fan, especially, the way that she was used as a prop to try and bring the fucking neocon, dropouts into the broader movement. What am I talking about? Broader movement. Dude, they literally did this thing. Can we just acknowledge that they abandoned the far left to go and cater to a bunch of milquetoast Republicans who they were still playing fence sitter? I still can't believe that was that was a thing. Still trying to think who is a three-eye raven in this scenario. Let's be real. Right now, in his White House cabinet. Oh my God, I don't want to say Elon. No, Elon is Elon's Littlefinger. Right there, yeah. Spider. Uh-oh. Does this mean that the House of the Dragon's coming back because we're talking Game of Thrones? She's the DOJ attorney who was fired for trying to expose what Elon is doing. She testified before Congress today. Oh, shit. I didn't see that. Oh, Liz Oyer. Oh. Sorry, I thought you meant Liz Cheney. I just saw Liz and I was like, oh. No shit. Oh. I mean, am I surprised that anything is more dystopian than it was yesterday? No. Unfortunately, no, I don't. That's kind of the saddest part about the reality we're living in is the more and more it becomes dystopian, the more and more we're getting used to it. Again, psyop shit, but I'm just going to bring it up. Do you think that maybe it's weird that they're kind of at this point just getting us used to this shit? So they're just yeah, see, they're not gonna do shit. They're so used to this. I forgot to do something. Pokemon time. This is one of the smartest things I ever did was, I didn't hold on to Pokemon packs to sell them. I think I've gone through this. I held on to them because I originally was going to open them on TikTok, but then I just realized no, I like doing a pack a day with you guys. You got a pack a day habit there, son? Yeah, it's really unhealthy, Sometimes I do 2 packs a day when I'm feeling a little, a little depressed. They tried to send us tried to send 2 U.S. Marshals to her home to serve the letter warning her not to testify before Congress, but she was able to get them called off and get the letter via email instead. The Marshals were on their way to her home at 10 p.m. at night. Jesus, dude. Fucking A, man. They really are going for it. Yeah, but that Boeing the Boeing whistleblower totally, he was just having a bad day. Ready to testify and everything. Decided, nah, not worth it. Is this how Russians actually feel? Is this why Russians are the way that we've always perceived them as being hard asses, but it's just this? They're just so used to this bullshit that they're wait, you say politician is corrupt? Oh, that's adorable. Helioptile. Helioptile. Always have to sound that one out. You guys want to see something funny? Watch me try to read these. Finizen. I got that one. Ah. Caretaker. Easy. Ooh. Draw 2 cards. If you drew any card in this way, and if Community Center is in play, ooh, nice. Shuffle this Caretaker into your deck instead of discarding it. Lampent. Polyrath. Scolipede. That's Witness Intimidation, flat out. It is. Bug Catcher set. Oh, shit. Girder. Hell yeah, man. I got a full art. Hell yeah. Look at it. Oh, that's awesome. Fione. I've actually never even heard of this one. And I am actually into this property, so. And then, this is one of the best cards in the game right now. If you play Psychic decks. Oh, cool. Okay, so. Yeah, dude. If you're playing Pokemon Pocket, then this would make the little, like, whoosh noise. It's very cool, though. Looks cool on camera there. Pokemon! Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Just so you know, like, if I, for some reason you were to ever karaoke with me, just be ready that that's, like, the random one. If it's in, the, ability to play, I'm going to be singing that song. Sorry, I know I got a little wacky here when we were just talking about, witness intimidation in front with a witness in front of Congress, but what was she testifying on here, actually? Liz Oyer. Okay. Fired over Mel Gibson case. U.S. Marshals sent to delivery letter warning Liz Oyer about testifying to Congress over actor's gun case. What the fuck? How the hell does he have that much fucking sway? The Department of Justice, eh? Mel Gibson, I mean, did this have anything to do with him, like, in the whole blowjobbing jacuzzi thing? Like, if you guys don't know about that, look it up. The Trump administration-led Justice Department planned to send armed U.S. Marshals to deliver a letter warning a career pardon attorney about testifying to Congress after she says she was fired over a case involving actor Mel Gibson, her lawyer said in a letter sent to Reuters. This highly unusual step of directing armed law enforcement officers to go to the home of a former Department of Justice employee who has engaged in no misconduct, let alone criminal conduct, simply didn't deliver a letter, is both unprecedented and completely inappropriate. Michael Bromwich, a lawyer representing the fired pardon attorney Liz Oyer, wrote to the Justice Department. Marshals were called off on Friday only after Oyer acknowledged having received the letter by email. Oyer, who served as a pardon attorney during the Joe Biden presidency, was one of several career officials fired by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche on 7th of March. Oyer has since told various media outlets that her firing came shortly after she declined to recommend restoring gun rights to Mel Gibson, the star of Braveheart, as well as a supporter of Donald Trump. Gibson lost those rights after being sentenced to probation for domestic violence in 2011. She was one of several Justice Department officials who testified on Monday afternoon before a hearing organized by Democrats in the House of Representatives and Senate about the Trump administration's treatment of the Justice Department and the law firms who act in cases oh, wow. So this actually... Okay. So this was definitely a little bit bigger than what they were trying to make it. I'd be tired. Yeah. Fuck. Why'd you have to say that? You kind of reminded me. I'm like, I was feeling it. Who the F is the three-eyed raven? Oh, we're still on that. Damn. Ew. I just realized I have not eaten. Oh shit, I have to eat dinner. Oh man. Eat foods. Yeah, I just kind of realized that, like, my stomach was like, ooh, oh, wait. Don't you love when your stomach and your mind, like, when you're especially doing something that you enjoy, where you just figure it out, where you're like, oh, shit. Extra pepper? No. No, ironically, like, black pepper, I can't really eat black pepper, like crushed black pepper. It sucks, man. I do it anyway, but I know that I'm gonna have like really bad stomach aches if I do. Any other types of pepper though, I'm pretty much fine. Jalapeno, but I'll like that's also the weird thing. I'll eat a ghost pepper, no problem. Jalapeno, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. My stomach is very odd. I should probably take an allergy test with that. I've been thinking about that. It's been a long time since I've tested for any of that stuff. I just realized that I have a doctor's appointment soon. Ugh. It starts happening too. Get a little older, you gotta keep up. Also, with my mom's situation, you know, definitely, you know, that kind of hit. Oh, speaking of, oh shit, I have that. Oh man, here, give me a second. I thought I pulled this up for you guys. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just watch that tomorrow. Yeah, we'll watch that one tomorrow, but here, we'll watch this instead.
One of the things that's naturally...
Wait, here we go. All right, bees. What you got?
One of the things that's naturally going to get less attention, because Trump is causing so much chaos, that this is kind of a side thought, is the fact that so many clips at the White House recently of Trump are leading to many rational people asking the question, what on earth is happening? What is happening with Donald Trump? Is his brain okay? Is it okay? Is it functioning? And that's a scary thought when he's currently supposed to be leading our country through a trade war that he started for no reason. And there's still, you know, global military considerations he's dealing with on a daily basis. But meanwhile, he can't exactly articulate himself with thoughts like this one. And I'm just going to go through a hodgepodge of recent moments at the White House, starting with this LA Dodgers championship PR event where Trump just starts saying words that don't make sense.
Year the Dodgers faced down adversity. You entered the playoffs battered and bruised, but not broken. When you ran out the healthy arms, you ran out of really healthy. They had great arms, but they ran out. It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
Oh my God, I love when he does this. Okay, this is fuck off. Like, as far as, well, look, this is the one bit of joy that I get to take out of this, because like Beasley's trying to be like, he's saying nonsensical things. It's like, yes, but he's also, can we acknowledge he He doesn't understand what he's reading, which also kind of explains the tariff situation that we're in right now.
And pitchers,
They got great arms.
I guess you could say, in really particular.
You know, they play baseball. They throw really hard, so that means that they got great arms. You see, I'm totally on track.
Jaden, any idea what he's trying to say?
It's sports. That's all.
It's sports. They call it sports. They call it pitchers. They call it baseball. They have big, strong arms, but they get their arms chopped off. They don't have any. They call them unhealthy arms. I saw that the most recent or the top.
They all play baseball. You know what that means? They can all throw balls.
Comment under this video from somebody was putting that paragraph into chat.
Beagle had a stroke-like event.
GPT, and the response was the paragraph you shared has a low reading level. Excuse me. Likely around 4th to 6th grade. This is due to several factors. Number one.
Yeah.
Let's just read. Simple vocabulary and sentence structure. Repetitive phrasing. For example, ran out the healthy arms. Ran out of really healthy. 3. Lack of clear logic or coherence with the sentence, making it somewhat confusing. Despite being grammatically fragmented and lacking precision, the overall simplicity of language and structure makes it accessible to readers with basic literacy skills. Let me know if you'd like more detailed analysis or readability score calculation. Please, ChatGPT, explain what is happening with the U.S. president. But then we move on from that clip to an Oval Office event with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where Trump says this.
Two questions. Do you expect any of these deals to be made before April 9th? And secondly, there have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent.
Okay, so the question is, because you're going to get confused when Trump answers it, what is there has been a lot of mixed messaging from the White House. True, we've been covering that.
It's still not lost on me that Luke Beasley and Donald Trump have a very similar haircut. Luke Beasley just happens to have more hair.
This is negotiation. It's not, etc.
I like his style. What can I say?
Give us some clarity. Let's see if Trump gives us some clarity.
Wears a little bit too much on the sweaters, but you know what? I like his haircut.
What is the action?
Well, it can both be true.
He really does. He sits like a little 5-year-old.
There can be permanent tariffs, and
come on, Donnie.
There can also be negotiations because there are things that we.
If you're good, you get your snack pack.
Need beyond tariff.
Ooh, you know what? I knew we had snack pack. I knew you were lying before. I knew that we had snack pack. I saw you bring the snack pack in, and then you hit it on me. I don't know why you have to hide the snack pack from me.
So we need open.
I'm gonna get my tiny hands on those snack packs.
Borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China.
Did you?
All because you said no to the snack pack.
Hear that? He says we need open borders.
What is the action?
They can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be.
What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, all right. I can't even be funny right now. This is like what? What? What did he just say right there?
Negotiations.
Yeah, there could be tariffs. I don't know. There might be tariffs. Maybe there won't be tariffs. You know what? The permanent tariffs. The permanent's not permanent.
Because there are things that we need beyond tariffs. We need.
You ever seen a permanent marker? But they call it permanent marker. But if you take enough water, then it just washes it away. I know all about Sharpies. I love Sharpies. Have you seen my signature? I only sign with the Sharpies.
Open borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China.
And then I guess he's going on talking about the opening of trade. What the borders with China?
Sorry, that one took a minute for me to just be like, he ended it with China?
But it doesn't make it. That's the opposite. All right, Trump, let me explain.
What is happening?
You have a trend of global trade for about a century. There has been a lot of opening up of trade borders, maybe we'll say. And that means that it's become more accessible.
Look, Luke Beasley using a Sharpie. He
getting
knows
closer
exactly
to
what
a
I'm
free
talking
trade
about.
environment between countries across the world. This, while sometimes restrictions are necessary, has in large part contributed to the global dominance and wealth of the United States. You have been arguing that that's bad, that the opening of trade borders, I'm just using his language because I'm trying to explain I'm trying to explain to you and to him why he might have used that phrase, open borders. You said that's bad, and we want to isolate and restrict trade so that the United States is more isolated.
Yeah, Trump paying for anything means he was robbed.
And you just uttered, we need open borders.
For my upcoming Patreon, I eventually will be able to tell you guys a very interesting story about my previous work conditions and some things that happened there that were very similar.
Which you also wrongfully claimed to be the Biden border policy. Are you saying we need not open? Wow. So just words that he would not be able to explain coming out of his mouth. Then he says this.
Congressman, but he's been there a long time in a mental sense because he has really done a job and he knows Congress very well. He was with me for 7 years. Brian Jack. Brian, congratulations, Brian. And others, we have a couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this...
Yikes. All right. So that's that.
The thing is, that got a laugh.
And then we get to a
That's the problem right there.
Darker place. Back.
You can admit when something's funny. That was a little funny.
Take yourself back.
I don't even like him. Why would I even name him?
To the Oval Office. Now, he starts talking about how he asked hostages, Israeli hostages, if there was...
Guys, he's covering his eyes. Look. Stan is covering his eyes.
Love from their captors.
Oh. The stories they told me, I mean, as an example, I said to them, was there any sign of love? You were there, 10 people. It's only 10, but it's pretty representative. Did the Hamas show any signs of, like, help or liking you?
Again, I smoke weed. What is his excuse?
Did they...
Like, seriously, what is his excuse with this?
They wink at you. Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like, you think of doing? Like would happen in Germany, would happen elsewhere. People would try and help people that were in unbelievable distress.
And Pete Hegseth is embarrassed.
Okay. Like what happened in Germany. So then he goes on to say the response was no, as you could guess. No, there wasn't a sign of love.
No.
You thought I could
no. Donnie, buddy, why you gotta go and start a trade war?
Worse, then he starts not really understanding.
I don't know. Sorry, Luke got me going a little Christopher Walken.
Understanding why people would want their dead relatives' remains to be returned to them.
Oh,
I've had
that's my Christopher Walken. Oh, hey, buddy.
Israeli parents come up to me at events and say, my son is there. I said, well, how's he doing? Well, he's dead. But would you do me the biggest favor ever? Could you bring his body back home? They talked about a young dead boy and a young dead girl like they were living. And that could have something to do with religion. That could have something to do with, I guess maybe any parent would be, but I was surprised. And they said, sir, my son is dead. It is just as important to bring that body back home. So you have a lot of them dead, and we'll be able to bring them back. But it's a horrible thing.
So, yeah.
Okay, that was actually painful to listen to.
That's all they have. That's all they have to hold on to honor the life of the person. Trump.
I must be. I don't find him funny.
I don't know.
It's because you see the seriousness behind all of it. At some point, I have to just like turn the ridiculous brain. Like, I don't know. I think that I've said this before, Sylvie. Like, I can remove myself and like just hear something and be like, okay, objectively, that was funny.
Why on especially a subject of that sensitivity?
But then you can add some context to it, and then it might lose it.
He chooses to do the weird. I'm just kind of, I was thinking about the other day. It's so weird that people.
But that's also not acknowledging that he does have that. What are the? He has that charisma. I almost said, what do the kids call it? The Riz?
It's like they are thinking as if...
I just wanted to punch myself in the nuts for even thinking that out. It's like, yo, say that.
They're alive, but they're not.
Like, don't say that he has charisma.
This casual pontification about such a heartbreaking, tragic subject. Speaking of which, he then doubles down on his U.S. takeover of Gaza.
The way that Luke just dropped that. Oh, speaking of which, he just casually drops this little F-bomb.
Proclamation.
For the Times of Israel, the IDF is fighting again in the Gaza Strip. I myself might be called up in a month. Do you think that's the way to pressure Hamas to get to a deal?
Yeah, this is what annoys me. Say what you will about Pete Hegseth, at least the guy knows how to wear a proper suit.
Do you think blocking humanitarian aid is also an effective pressure tactic?
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in, but having a peace force like the United States there controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing, because right now all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems.
Guys, I know you guys don't like it when I do it, but I'm going to say it. This guy is... all right, he's a certified R-word.
And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that. And
yeah, there are times I find what he says to be funny, but that's not often. Often it's just me being exhausted with the stupidity.
You really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone.
Sylvie, I envy you as not being the content creator on this side, because sometimes I have to just listen to this idiot's voice, and even if I don't want to. There was the other day where I did not listen to his live speech, but I was already having a really bad mental health day, and I just knew that if I listened to it, I was going to rage out.
The zone where people aren't going to be killed every day, that's a hell of a place. It's you know what I call it, a great location that nobody wants to live.
If it weren't for the seriousness, I would find it more funny. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then he just goes on and on and on in response. Representative Becca Balint said this is just vile. What he's describing is ethnic cleansing. Trump truly thinks everything is for sale and sees everything in terms of real estate investments, no morality. He was always going to grab Gaza. And then Trump said this.
Buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza.
What does that mean?
No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it.
That's a declaration of war right there, dude.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S.
Gaza.
That's not how it fucking works, you absolute maniacal asshole. What? Guys, listen. I try not to do this thing with the fucking Kamala and Biden thing, but fucking, I know that Genocide Joe was such a fucking hot, it was a good one. It rolled off the tongue, but what do we have for this? And how are we not making this the top fucking issue?
It is.
What the fuck? He just literally said sovereignty. What sovereignty?
Hard to properly put into words.
No.
How frightening.
Like Sylvie, that just proved my point. I went from ha 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 to huh?
How inhumane and unserious and potentially disastrous that.
But come on, Luke, you're ignoring where that came from. I'm not sure if this is because you hung around, David Pakman a little too much, but you're ignoring the fact that that's because he had just met with fucking Bibi Netanyahu.
That, I don't even like calling it a proposal. That gives too much credibility to it.
Or Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever the fuck. I know.
That insane.
Someone's just like, don't use his pet name. I'm like, pet name?
Proclamation.
Shit, I thought that was his name for like the longest time.
Is from him. And it does denote a real scary lack of understanding.
Yeah, guys, he doesn't care. All of it's a fucking it's not even a joke to him. That's the fucked up part. He's not even doing this to troll people. Like, his supporters, they get more joy out of this shit. He just does it. And he doesn't even know why.
About what he's dealing with, what he's talking about, or again, a lack of care at all about what about the human lives at stake here.
Yeah.
Then he said this, going back to the tariff subject.
Maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult, the standards and the tests.
He's talking about the emissions tests. He's talking about safety standards. He's talking about working airbags. Guys, one of the things that a lot of people who lived through the Soviet Union, one of their top criticisms is car safety. Like automobile safety standards, and well, and how many people that killed. And I know I got this from like a YouTube video. I'll find it, but for real, this is the shit that we're going towards. He put these tariffs on, so now we get to just, I guess, the national car is going to be Tesla because why not at this fucking point? And you know what? Here we go. Like this is it. We're doing state cars at this point. Guys, what the fuck?
They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise, unless you can have
no. Oh my.
An army tank, it's going to dent. So
yeah, that's why Volvo's that's why the consistent criticism, if you will, about Volvos is that they're just too reliable.
they come up with rules and regulations that are...
Yeah, so in a moment where the world really is looking for clarity, we're getting anything but it. He's talking about bowling balls being dropped on cars. And if he has problems with non-monetary trade barriers, lay them out. Say what the punishment will be if you don't get concessions, and then force those concessions. Don't just set the entire world on fire and hope that someone proactively suggests the thing that you want in return. Even though Trump has explained...
Can I just say from a land standpoint, it is kind of crazy that, Israel has as much power as it does, and it's not even the size of New Jersey.
He doesn't see tariffs as
that's a little crazy to me.
The means to an end, but the end, that is how you create a robust economy. He talked about back at this particular date, tariffs were high, and that's when we were our most wealthy, right? Do you remember? He was wrong. He doesn't understand that at all, but he keeps citing the fact that tariffs are how, not how we get concessions or negotiations, how we become the wealthy nation that he says we'll become. It's all ludicrous, but if ultimately, as China's escalating, as the EU is escalating, talk about that in a different segment, etc., if ultimately he's the one who bends the knee, they're going to try to come up with an explanation for why it was all genius. But he's made clear what he thinks a rational tariff policy is, and we're seeing it. And we're seeing the outcome of it, and he's seeing the outcome of it. Will he back down? I don't know. But if he does...
He won't, because he doesn't... Guys, remember, he doesn't lose. He never lost the 2020 election according to his own fucking people. This is part of the problem, is you guys are still functioning on this like, so do you think he's going to do this? Do you think he's going to do that? Instead of just going like, yeah, he's going to do this. Let's prepare for it. Like, and this isn't just a content thing, Luke. Like, what the fuck? Start being a little bit more proactive with your content, man. We're like, fucking A. Don't ask your audience, what do you think? Is Trump just being Trump?
We're going to hear some laughable excuses for why it was all reasonable. Then he throws it over.
Honestly, this is why like the fucking libs like Luke Beasley are kind of the guys that you just go.
And Asen wrote,
heck, David Pakman.
Seth says,
David Pakman started making money from his fucking, his little books that he used AI on, and now look at him.
It's a bad day. Or
he's more than happy to pass off his centrist crown to, Luke Beasley here.
Says it's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis as he sits next to
Teflon
the
Don.
other
I mean, it does actually stick.
participants
Ironically, of all the things to stick to Teflon Don, it's the name Teflon Don.
in Signalgate. So it's just the imagery of it's wild.
Beer for you. Just found the channel. Looks good so far. Hey, man, thank you.
Discuss that.
Yes, sir. It's been a
Left to spin, 420 friendly, and welcome.
bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities.
Oh my God, he totally has little kid that is on probation energy right now.
Weapons manufacturing.
Oh, he's sober. Oh, that's what it
bunkers,
is.
troops in the open.
They were just like, no drinky for you, Mr.
Air
Hexon.
defense assets. We are not going to relent.
Allegedly.
And it's only to get more unrelenting until the Houthis declare they will stop shooting at our ships. And
You know what that reminded me of? He's a devastating campaign. Was this clip?
No phone.
First, all I would say is the strikes against the Houthis that night were devastatingly effective. And I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill of the troops. And they are ongoing and continue.
This guy looks like
to
a
be
Batman villain, like he really does.
devastatingly effective. The last place I would.
Well, not a Batman villain. No, he wouldn't actually be as cool to be a Batman villain. He looks like a Batman henchman.
It's a bunch of actors in a sick movie that we're in, where they're caricatures now of themselves.
He has a babysitter for sure.
I'm sure. No one doubts less the strength of the U.S.
Everything he drinks, they have to take a sniff of.
military than me. But
Hold
it's
on,
interesting
hold on,
how
Mr. Hexeth.
to distract from his own incompetence, he exploits their stories, right? The valor of U.S. troops, the strength of the U.S. military, to kind of distract from just how bad he's doing in running that operation. They're still doing things devastatingly effectively, despite his bad leadership, not because of his bad leadership, but he's just such a caricature of a buffoonish defense secretary, truly. Then last clip.
One shot at this.
Oh,
and
no,
no
I
other
thought we were
president's
done.
going to do this, what I'm doing. And I'll tell you what, it's an honor to do it because we have been just destroyed. What they've done to our system.
Just remember, the issue with the United States' wealth that is unprecedented.
Poison tester, alcohol tester for a government official.
Is that we don't
Pete Hexeth, the aides, just like
properly distribute.
So, Mr. Hexeth, you have a meeting at 4 p.m.
and invest it into communities that need it, that would cause all of us to prosper more if we'd uplift people who need it.
And then Pete's just like, hey, how come you get to have all the fun?
We need to do a better job dealing with our income inequality. We need to invest in programs through the vast wealth that we have so that everyone can prosper more. That's been our problem. Us being rich as a country has not been our problem.
Did Adam Mockler and Jake Paul have a baby and make this guy?
The global trade environment
That's dead on.
has been one of the major contributing factors to us being
good poll,
exorbitantly wealthy. And to think that we have real problems, but again, it's not the wealth. We got the wealth. It's just what we do with that, who we serve with it, should be different. But to think that we should collapse the entire international system that has been the necessary foundation for us becoming as globally economically dominant as we are is deranged. And for him to say no other president's going to do what I'm doing here. Yeah, you're right. Not for the reason that you think. Isn't it crazy that no other president wanted to collapse the entire global economy? Crazy. Share your thoughts in the comments. Support the show. Get the members only bonus show by clicking the
bonus show. Listen, he's like his mentor, David Backman, with the bonus show. I just realized that Pac-Man and then Beasley and Trump They all have that inflection. Go a little low, then go high. Not like Macho Man. Wait, you know what? Screw it. I'm done. Not like Macho Man, yeah. Macho Man likes to tell you a story, yeah. Nobody knows this, Everybody thinks Macho Madness is a bunch of, oh yeah, and snap into a Slim Jim, yeah. Nah, that's not how you do a Macho Man, yeah. You want to get him in, you want to bring him in, yeah. Almost do a whisper, Then you want to go almost a little bit higher, yeah. When I'm talking about Donald Trump, yeah, he's a bit of a meatball, Meatball sandwich. He let New York Deli, yeah. Ran into Donald Trump at the New York Deli, yeah. Wasn't behind the counter, Driver, yeah. Brought him meatball sandwich, yeah. Macho Man wasn't having this, Pastrami on rye. Went to Donald Trump and said, listen, I'm not even from New York, yeah. But I happen to know, You want a pastrami on rye? You don't get the meatball sandwich. I get it. Meatball sandwich is essentially what's Donald Trump's favorite meal. Yeah, meatloaf. Macho Man doesn't like meatloaf. It offends Macho Man. All right, I'm done. Sorry. But outside of the fact that, yeah, Donald Trump's, this shit is gonna get wild by midsummer. Fuck, dude. I mean, I've already been to one protest. Let's see how many more I go to. Like, dude, this is beer for you. Also, if you haven't already subscribed, definitely hit that sub button. Seem like you're having a good time, and also cheers. Cheers and cheers. Actually, here, check this out. The art on this is really, really cool. Also, Chicago beer is where it's at. Beer for you. Just out of curiosity, were you like, it wasn't a random algo hit where it just kind of like put me into your front page there? Because if that's the case, that's fucking awesome. And like I said, hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm near the end of stream, so like that's why I'm a little more chill. Just I have the 420 fun half here. So what happens is everything pre 4 hours and 20 minutes into my stream is I try to take it serious, try to do a structured show, but anything after 420 in the show, it's all fun and games. It could be serious, but the structure goes bye-bye. It's also why I did the, Macho Man impression that was probably a minute too long, but can't win them all. Carburetors go broom. Also, welcome over on Twitch. Oh, God. And if you guys didn't know that the pupper on cam here, you guys can donate to stream to give the pupper some snacks. He's got some marrow snacks. No real limit on that one. It's, well, there's a limit on how many he can eat, but no limit on the donation for the snackage. Also, if you guys actually, real quick, haven't already liked the stream, please do. That really helps out the channel. And then, I'm not trying to bring nobody down. I know. This is, God, I hate to say this is actually a little awkward for me. Because I'm trying to have good times, but also honor my mother. Because, unfortunately, My mom passed away recently, and yeah, we're trying to have a good memorial for her. So if you guys can contribute to that, then I appreciate that. But no pressure, and I just appreciate you guys supporting the channel. So still, as I said, it's weird for me to do, but yeah, I'm just trying to. Fuck, man. Anyway, back to Trump. Also, can we just, like, nobody has actually said that Luke Beasley's hair looks a little bit like Trump's. Like, do you not see it, like, the way that it just goes to one side, and how if his hair were to thin out, he would look a lot like Trump? Just saying. Just saying. Wait, I can donate to give the Pupper Snacks. How much for... Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. You donate to stream, Pupper gets a snack. So, actually here, I should be a bit more clear. Okay, so these don't have a limit. If you donate, more than, he gets 2 for the $2 donations. I cap out at 5. These are his $5 snacks, and then these are his guaranteed $2 snacks. He looked at me like he's just waiting for it. He's like, snack? Don't worry, guys. He doesn't know that I'm gonna give him one at the end of stream anyway. No, for real. He's been so good today. Like, you guys, taking himself out too. Like, I have to say, that's something he doesn't really do. Where he's one of those dogs where you kind of have to be like, hey, you gotta say potty. There's a few there's a few words. That one, the W word, which, go for a jaunt. Although he doesn't like to do that. Like, that's the weirdest part. Like, if I get his leash and say walk, he goes nuts. Second he gets outside, he's like, can I go back in? He bit off way more than he could chew. He is a very good dog. Is tips preferred or super chats good? Like, what's best? Okay, so, to be completely real with you guys, so the super chats help me out a lot as far as algorithm and just, they're easier sometimes. But here, the Streamlabs link that I left in chat is the best way to donate to stream. That's the one that takes the least. And yeah, it's just overall the best way to support stream. But I also have to be careful with that, because the way that they do this stuff is very odd. So, like, Twitch is good too. Like, Twitch is you can do the subscriptions over on Twitch, especially if you have the Bezos bucks. I don't want to recommend, but I'm just saying, if you guys enjoy the content and you want to kind of take the TYT route and just be like, hey, you know what? You got those. You get a free subscription from Amazon every month anyway. Well, if you want to support a smaller YouTuber dash, God, I keep calling myself a YouTuber, a streamer. Like, forgetting them on different platforms now, man. Remember that time he got out of the backyard and ran away to the front door? Yeah. Yeah, what's funny about that one is I looked for him for a good half hour. Went to the neighbor's house, went down the street, just to find him sitting at my front door, shivering, out of fear, Like, and he never, I don't think he went anywhere else. It was sad, but at the same time, I was like, oh, well, I never really have to worry about you running away. Now, my lab, she's a problem. Like, if she sees a squirrel or, yeah, then that could be an issue. Hell, one of my first days with my lab, we had a groomer. We had a dog groomer for my other dog come by, and my lab got out. The groomer and my wife watched me run. God, it had to be, what, a quarter mile? Like, it had to be about a quarter mile to, like, till I got to that other house. And I did, like, what I could only describe as, like, an NFL-style tackle, and I missed her, and I just ate dirt. Like, dude, I had this, like, I had a grass stain right up my shirt. Like, oh, that sucked. And then she just stopped. Like, she literally just stopped. I walked her all the way back. That was so annoying. I was really annoyed by that. And also, she jumped in a closed pool, where that was also, you know, a lot of fun. If you've ever seen the movie Unbreakable, that was a fear that I was just like, oh, great. Let's test this one. Ugh. The best part was how she looked back at you and just like, suck it. Yeah, I know. No, for real. She did. Like, she did this thing where she stopped halfway and it was just like, like, no. I love that dog. I love that dog so much, but damn it, that pissed me off. One of my favorite ones is when, because technically she was a family dog. She lived with my dad for like the beginning of her life, and then she ended up moving in with me when my parents moved. So they had a larger property where they had an electric fence, right? So my sister is watching her, and my lab, she chased after something so hard and so fast that she broke through the electric fence, but she got trapped on the other side, so when she tried to get in, it kept shocking her. And my sister, who, God bless her heart, is not the smartest person as far as, like, you know, in situations like this where it's just like she panicked and she was just like, what do I do? It's like, you take her collar off and then you bring her over to the other side and you put her collar on. That was like solving a very complex math equation. And that's where I also went, oh, okay. Like, I kind of had that understanding. You ever have that moment? I'm sure some of you had, where you just kind of, you learn something about your sibling where you're just like, ah. Yeah, dude. Where she yeah. Okay, there's nothing funnier when a 100+ pound dog does this shit. Carry me in. It's like, no, it's like, come on, carry me. Like, you want to carry me? She does this really cute thing to this day where she doesn't want to get up. She'll lay down, but she'll do like this dramatic, like, to lay down just to kind of protest you. I'm sure you guys all have a dog that has like proclivities, but I love the fact that both my dogs have such personality. Like, she really is just like, wow. I met her story. She, yeah. Oh yeah, my sister. Oh yeah. Yeah, my sister. Oh yeah. You know what? I'll let this one go. One of my favorite memories was when my sister, like, she calls me and she's just not ironic about it at all. Like, hey, so you know how grandma used to tell us that brown cows made chocolate milk? I'm like, yes. She's just like, is that true? Mind you, she was 18 at this point. So it hit me in waves, just like, huh? No. Like, dude, that was wild. And then I just did proceed to be like, no. I couldn't even think of anything funny to like retort to her. I was just like, wait. Have you ever had a brown cow? Wait, is that like a drink or something? No, like what are you talking about? Now you put a like quotation and I'm like, uh-oh. Oh, that's what she said. Yeah. She's, how now, brown cow? No, Uniboogle got it right. She asked with dead seriousness, just, do brown cows make chocolate milk? Just, you're how old? Love siblings. A brown cow is a Coke with milk. Used to serve it at Denny's. Oh shit. No, I've never had a brown cow with a moons over my hammy. Which, I've not had a moons over my hammy in quite some time. Ooh, actually, I think you just may have solved my dinner issue. I think I'm gonna make breakfast for dinner. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make eggs hanging in a basket. You know, like you take a piece of toast, take a little circle out, put the egg in the middle. Yeah. Where are we at? I mean, your sister is the best. That's why I took her as my own. Yeah, it's true. It tastes like a Coke float. Does it? I don't know about that. Does it? No, because that would insinuate that milk tastes like vanilla ice cream. Which it really does not. Wait a minute, really?
We're now just a little more.
Hold on, we just got an update. As much as I'm digging the music here, let's see what Anderson Cooper has to say while I go take a quick pee.
Than 3.5 hours away from a big escalation in what has developed into a trade war between the world's two largest economies. An extra 50% tariff on Chinese imports on top of the 34% extra imposed last week, in addition to the 20% originally, 104% in all. Perspective now from Scott Galloway, NYU professor, host of the Prof G podcast, and co-host with Kara Swisher of the Pivot podcast. So, Scott, do the president's tariffs make any sense to you, or any more sense to you now than they did before? I mean, and what is the end game here? Do you see this as a route to some negotiation country by country?
It would be difficult to think of a more elegant way to reduce prosperity globally than these levels of tariffs. These are more than 10x the levels of tariffs in the first administration. On a gross level, they're actually greater than the tariffs levied in Smoot-Hawley that led us into depression, where we lost a third of our GDP and unemployment was at 25%. If we're looking to alienate the largest trading partners in the world and shove them into the hands or the arms of China, Japan, South Korea, and China are having talks for the first time in a while. If we're looking to reduce our purchasing power, our prosperity, take our markets down. This is literally the most elegant way I could think of doing this. I used to, Anderson graduate school, I was a graduate student instructor in macro and microeconomics. And we used to talk about tariffs the way I imagine they talk about leeches in medical school, saying, can you believe they ever did this? So I don't know what the end game is here, other than somebody who believes he's a great deal maker and can go country by country and figure out a better deal. But we've lost so much credibility that I think the structural long-term damage here is really significant.
Beyond tariffs, the structural long-term damage, what, to America's reputation, to faith in our economic system?
The reputation of America means risk, innovation, IP, great universities. It also means consistency and rule of law. And in the last, literally...
Is he filming this in a mortuary?
The last 10 weeks, rule of law has been thrown out the window, whether it's defying court orders or having essentially a used car sale.
No, he just really likes white border pictures.
On the White House lawn, it appears we're no longer engaging or holding up rule of law, and we seem totally inconsistent. The tariffs are on, they're off, they're on, they're off. Global trade has been this enormous unlock for the U.S. economy and our prosperity. And anytime we take it down, we get especially hurt. This is the definition of stupid, is doing something that hurts yourself while hurting others. This could not be more stupid.
And so to the argument that the
No, it's not.
Administration makes, which is this is to bring American manufacturing back, to have iPhones manufactured here in this country, to have great jobs for people here.
The notion that somehow we're just dying for more first off, we're the second largest manufacturer in the world behind China. We have a lot of manufacturing already. The Cato Institute did a survey about manufacturing. Well, 80% of Americans think we should have more manufacturing. About 1 in 4 and 1 in 5 have any interest in going to work in manufacturing. There isn't a line of people looking to get
of slow mind, obtuse, lacking intelligence or reason, given to unintelligent decisions or acts, marked by or resulting from unreasoned thinking or acting, lacking interest or point. No. What you were trying to say there was the definition of insanity is doing, the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
To go work at a plant in Lansing, Michigan. Dave Chappelle summarized it perfectly. We want to wear Nikes, not make them. We have outsourced the most underpaid.
Guys, repentant man's. He's in chat. He's right, man. I burnt myself out. I'm smoking all that marijuana.
Paid jobs. Now,
oh, man.
Some people we've...
Somebody help me, man.
Left behind. But this notion...
oh, Lord, I'm just a repentant man.
Secretary Lutnick said that there are millions of...
Shaming all these pot smokers, doing the best I can.
People looking to drill in these screws in iPhones. If these tariffs go through, your iPhone's about to go from $1,300 to $2,100.
$2,100 for a fucking iPhone?
To produce it in the U.S. would cost $3,500. So we're not going to bring back iPhone manufacturing. These companies produce products on average 50 to 80% less expensively than we do, and we reinvest that prosperity in higher value add products. We import energy from Canada, we refine it, we add value to it, and we sell it at 3 times the price. So the notion that all these great jobs are going to come flowing back to the U.S. is nonsense. America doesn't want these low-paying manufacturing jobs. The basis of...
Just try it, repentant man. We get it. You are ashamed that you never got to try weed. You think it looks fun, and you want to go kill it for everybody else.
Trade is that you do a great job of producing something for a lot less money than we do. We do another great job of producing things at a lower cost than you can. It tends to be our products are high value add, very high margin. NVIDIA chips have 50, 60 points of profit margin. Mercedes operates at 8% profit margin. So for every dollar we make, we effectively get a maximum exponential shampoo effect or echo effect of much greater value.
Shampoo?
Global trade is has been the unbelievable unlock for global
Sorry, I want to sound outraged.
prosperity and massive prosperity in the United States.
What do you make of Elon Musk's criticism of the administration in particular, some of the folks around the president, Peter Navarro in particular? I called him a dumber than a sack of bricks and a moron.
You just said it's harmless.
You know, it makes for good theater. I think Elon Musk is going to fade to black. I predicted 3 weeks ago that within 30 days he would be out of
fade to black
government and Doge, because the bottom line is he could not have anticipated this type of blowback. And I think what really sent chills down his spine was when the province of Alberta and Poland, the nation of Poland, said that they were reconsidering their Starlink contracts. His brand has been so damaged by this, sales plummeting in Europe, and Starlink, which is his growth vehicle and now constitutes more of his wealth than Tesla. He's gonna leave the administration because this has not gone well for him.
That little fucking shit who just wiping his boogers on Trump's desk.
He is seen as someone who is non-empathetic, someone who has usurped constitutional power.
Oh my God, Elon is so weird. Oh my God, can he just not be weird for like 10 minutes? Nope. A damn square head of his.
Legally, and it is really...
Dude, how is this not a meme?
really damaging his brand. So, you know, the fight between him and Peter Navarro...
Elon...
That's good theater. He's going to be gone. He's out.
Away from me, weirdo.
You've been very transparent on your podcast about the millions of dollars you've lost in the market in a 48-hour period last week. Obviously, you know, you're able to take a hit, luckily. There's a lot of people who are depending on their retirement savings to make ends meet right now, thinking about retiring, who are now thinking, well, I can't retire. What are they supposed to do right now?
Yeah, look, I want to be clear. This really hurts people. In terms of financial advice, and I've got a lot of emails saying, what should I do? My advice for anybody right now is to do the following: nothing. You don't make decisions when you lose someone you love, when you have a financial catastrophe or something really bad happens to you. I don't think you make decisions in the moment because you're not thinking straight. And also, this guy's so unpredictable, he could announce tomorrow that the tariffs are off and stocks could go up, the Dow could go up 2,000 points tomorrow, and then you really hate yourself. What I would consider doing is the following, Anderson, and that is, if you think you're just diversified because you're in an S&P index fund, you're not. You need to be geographically diversified. And that is that re-rating we're talking about, where the U.S. may not be able to outrun the multiple contraction in stocks, in my opinion, are due for 5 years of decline in the U.S. You may want to think about taking some tax losses and then diversifying into other geographies, Asian, Latin American, and European stocks. But you never want to act out of emotion, because usually the same emotion you're feeling is what other people are feeling. And if you had followed some advice from famous CNBC people in 2008 and said, you can't stand the volatility, get out.
No, for real. No, I've been told that too.
And then the markets ripped back and recovered all of their losses within 14 months.
Yep.
Think about the hit to your mental health. So what do you do right now?
The problem is this guy, he's wrestling with the fact that he's not turning 40. He's turning damn near 70, and he's going to have to wrestle.
Nothing in the short run. You do not have emotional panic selling. You talk to people and maybe think about diversifying across geographies, not just across the S&P.
Scott Galloway.
Which means going and investing in other countries. Ain't that a bitch?
Thanks so much, Scott.
America first, baby.
Thank you, Anderson.
Yeah. Ooh, we got a Jordan Peterson thing with Piers Morgan that we're probably going to watch tomorrow. Sorry, you guys kind of saw a few of the videos that I had lined up. Got this little banger was on. Hey, take it easy on Elon. He learned a trick with silverware that almost every 10-year-old knows. And they looked at him like he's, again, that genius. It's that big brain. They couldn't wrap their head around the fork and the knife and the spoon and the fork going, forky, knifey, spoon. Forky, knifey, spoon. sitting there balancing it. Jesus Christ. I want to make jokes, but honestly, after watching that video, I was like, this would make sense if it was his booger-eating kid. Watching him do it? Cool. Richest man alive. But like that sign says behind me, we know what Elon does, right? Anyway, for real, guys. I'm gonna smoke with you guys and then start closing out the show here because here Kirk actually sent me new music that I wanted to play yesterday that I didn't get around to, so give me 1 second. Huh? Didn't he send music? Or am I crazy? I guess I'm crazy. All right. Could have sworn he sent me something. Well, I guess we'll go with the classic here.
Yeah, got my eyes made out in soap. My whip drive like a pole. Might seem a little low.
Every time man smoking might turn you into a slacker. At one point in my life, it's what got me through dealing with the stupidity of some people. The fact that he says slacker like he's literally the principal from Back to the Future is kind of wild. If you guys don't know, this is one of our locals here. Who unfortunately is not in chat right now, but here. Check out his music at this link right here. Writes all his own music, and he has indeed proven that, like, no auto-tune, none of it. He's the real deal, guys. Talented as fuck. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to thank. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass for 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I ain't rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dope. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, Schmo. Now, let's smoke together.
Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with a heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money
on YouTube means.
She ain't even special. I got 20 in the bando.
Alright, so on YouTube, this means that I have to just.
Playing with a heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special. I got 20 in the bando. I know it's wrong, but I need this to work. Cause I'm cashing out dirt, she gon' put in the work. I got plenty of baddies who fucking with Kurt. Got them passing out perks, never trying to be Kurt. I took away all her pride, I said she was mine and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me cry. Thought making money was all of my life. I changed what I did if I wasn't this rich. I made all this cash off it thanks to this bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the signs. She ain't going anywhere, one of us dies. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with a heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with a heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot, so I open the window. Giving me Arthur Penn, Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night. Rest over Bugatti, Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dough, senorita. This business is always, she want it sideways. She want it different, but it's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end.
Welcome to Stoic Horizon.
With her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando.
You guys want to watch some toxic masculinity shit and criticize it? Because honestly, I wasn't really ready to do this, but I just saw this shit and I'm 99% sure this is AI. Let's see what this fucking garbage is. We'll dip out if it's like really, really bad, but she will feel this breakup. Wait. Hold on. This video is titled that we are watching here. She will feel this breakup 10 times harder. ... You, when you do this, dash stoicism, stoic horizon. Yeah. How the hell this got on my algorithm is probably because of all the Nietzsche content that I've been watching, but wow. What in the Jordan Peterson? Let's take a look.
Horizon, embrace love with stoic wisdom. Let me ask you something.
AI.
How are you holding up? Because I know right now it hurts.
Oh God. So they're using robots to talk to lonely men?
She walked away, and there you are, standing in the silence.
Yeah, it's because of you and your fedora.
Staring at the empty space where love used to live.
I'm that serious. You know this came from, and you know that when the argument happened that this came from, they were at fault.
Your chest feels heavy.
No, does it?
Thoughts loud, and your heart caught
somewhere between. Dude, the AI is painful.
Anger and aching. You didn't expect this.
No.
Maybe you gave everything. Maybe you were loyal. Present.
You didn't expect it, but every other person in your life did, and they all saw it coming, and they were just, I mean, let's be real. All the people in your life at that point were all wondering how you had a partner to begin with, but now here you are.
Real. But none of that stopped her from walking. Now you're left with questions.
Dude, oh my God. Okay, we're not even a full minute in. At what point do they start making a case for, no-fault divorce and just being like, she should just be forced to stay with you, to endure, you are the gauntlet.
that won't stop echoing. What did I do wrong? Why wasn't I enough? Will she ever regret this? But what if I told you, this pain, it's not here to break you. It's here to...
Oh my God. Okay, guys. This channel only has 1.25 subscribers. They are literally at the same point as
Build
me.
you.
So hey, let's get me to that the 2.5 so I can at least
Most men crumble
be like,
in
hey,
this moment.
Stoic Horizon.
They beg, they chase, they lose themselves trying to hold on to someone who already
God, this AI slop bullshit.
let go. But not you. Not anymore.
Nope. Because you know your worth.
Because you're about to walk a different path.
Yep.
The Stoic path. The path of clarity, power, and inner peace.
Did this guy literally just say, "Give me a video of based on stoicism and breaking up"?
So solid.
Is that what happened?
Nothing can
Guys, for real. Like, if this is what it is, then I can just end this now.
shake it. And when you do, she'll feel the breakup 10x harder than you ever did.
Oh my God! They couldn't even say 10 times. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh
This
my
is where your
God. This is
transformation
painful.
begins. Let's walk through
I'm taking the view back after
the
this.
fire together. All right, if you're ready, let's get started.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Let's go.
Number 1, turn heartbreak into strength. Right now, your world feels shattered. You wake up with a weight on your chest that won't go away.
No.
You try.
Oh my God. Is this Moses or Obi-Wan or... Dude,
to
I'm
shake
having a
it
hard time
off,
getting through
but
AI
it clings
slop.
to you.
I'll be
The
honest.
memories, the questions, the what ifs that never stop looping in your head. You lie there, staring at the ceiling.
Is it bad that this isn't even... Okay, there's no, like, poetry. There's no nothing here. This is just sad.
Wondering
This
if
is just sad.
she's even thinking about
Is she
you.
thinking about me? This is some Donald Trump. Wait. Daddy. I'm sorry, guys. This was a pure, like, just random thing that I pulled out of of my algorithm that I just wanted to share with you guys. I'm starting to see that you're all no. All right, so
If she ever really cared.
poquito?
If you'll ever feel whole again.
This is bad.
Let me tell you something most men never
Can I just say how bad this is? This is bad.
hear. This pain you're feeling,
Okay, we get it, dude. We like Greek pillars and like, what is it about the broken Greek pillars that like every dude is just like, yeah, it reminds me of Sparta. Manly men.
here to break you. It's here to build you. Pain is just raw,
Okay, this really is fucking just. All right, it's such AI slop that I'm like, I can't. I tried.
tamed
I was-
energy.
I was just like, nah, we're dipping. And then I'm also going to make sure that I take that one back because yeah, we're not giving that channel a view, especially dude. Like the fact that dude, this is what pisses me off. Like personally, where it's like, oh, okay, he just used Chat GPT and somehow has like, damn near equal footing as me. Ouch. It definitely hurts a little bit. But hey, what you gonna do, man? Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro call out Donald Trump. Yep. Oh, actually, hold on. You know what? I happen to know that I have permissions for this one.
So just yesterday, I made a video about the fact that Donald Trump could care less whether or not everyday average
Shout out Angry Ginger. Here's his link.
Americans are affected by his tariffs. And I also said that the only people that could possibly bring Donald Trump into line was his billionaire boys club. And of course, they decided to prove me right by having Scott Bessent, his favorite little lackey, fly on over and tell him how upset that the billionaires were about him crashing their stock market. And for a few hours this morning, it looked like maybe, possibly, things were going to go their way as the market started out in a 1,300 point ascent back towards, where it started when Biden left it. But as it seems most obvious to all of us, it seems as though every time that sucker peaks, there is a massive sell-off. It's almost like these people are letting the stock market dip to all-time lows to buy stocks and then letting it go right back up so they can sell at the top and then just repeat the process and continue to create a larger and larger wealth gap between us and them. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, at this point I'm kind of envious because I would like that to be the same gap between me and Donald Trump, so far away that I don't know that he exists. And of course, the Dow ended up being in the red by the end of the day, finishing somewhere around 37,600 points, making its way back to 2023, just like the rest of us wish we could. But of course, there is at least one chart that has stayed green since Donald Trump has been the president.
Gold.
And that would be the VIX, the Volatility Index. And this, of course, is the index that people use to determine whether or not, they should get the fuck out of Dodge. And the VIX is currently approaching levels
Doge
not seen since, last time
So
Donald Trump was in office. And before that, it was a housing collapse. So maybe this being green isn't that great of a thing for us Americans that actually get affected by, recessions. And it does seem as though the billionaires aren't exactly super happy with everything that Donald Trump has done so far. And people even like Dave Portnoy and Ben Shapiro, and yes, even the bro himself, Joe Rogan, all seem to be kind of concerned about whether or not Donald Trump knows what the fuck he's doing.
Influencers who helped President Trump capture the so-called bro vote, well, they're a little displeased about all this tariffs. Let's listen.
I'm down $7 million in stocks and crypto. If this was Biden and he did some sort of scheme like this, a test scheme, what do you want to call it? He did tariffs, and he absolutely tanked the stock market, he would be getting crucified. In front of the line would be Trump.
It is a tax paid for by Americans. So this is a massive tax increase on American consumers. That's what it is.
5 seconds, they just start squaring off.
Yeah, why are we upset at Canada? This is stupid.
Is this over tariffs?
Yes, 100%. They booed us over tariffs.
Man, do they love a good winter sport up there.
We got to become friends with Canada again. We have to,
I'm down.
This is so ridiculous. Canada. I can't believe that there's, anti-American and anti-Canadian sentiment going on. It's the dumbest feud.
Is there anti-Canadian sentiment?
Yeah, there's a lot of idiots that now think that they're our fucking enemy.
Okay.
That why are we subsidizing Canada?
Right.
Well, how come they don't have their own?
Yeah, gee, Joe. Maybe it's like these are the guys that think that they're your bro, Joe.
Own military. Well, they don't. So let's just deal with it as it is.
Well, me and Joe Rogan definitely agree on one thing, and that is there are a lot of dumb people, and the dumbest of all of them is in charge. And at this point, we can't put anything past this administration, not even potentially using ChatGPT to determine the formula for the tariffs. That's right, some people have actually plugged in the question, how should I tariff these other countries? And ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, and Claude all gave answers similar to the one that Donald Trump has used. Don't believe me? Take a look at this prompt to ChatGPT. An economist named James Surowiecki said he quickly reverse engineered a possible explanation for the tariff pricing. He found you could recreate each of the White House's numbers by simply taking a given country's trade deficit with the U.S. and dividing it by their total exports to the U.S. Have that number, and you get the ready-to-use discounted reciprocal tariff. The White House objected to this claim and published the formula it says that it used. But as Politico points out, the formula looks a lot...
When people said, AI was going to be the downfall of humanity, I thought it was going to be a little bit more, Skynet, not
like a dressed-up version of Surowiecki's method. In case you weren't sure, Surowiecki calls this approach extraordinary nonsense.
What do you call dumb Skynet?
And if you think that sounds dumb, yeah, it gets dumber. You see, it seems as though Trump's tariff formula used the wrong value in its calculations.
Yep.
A
No, I love this.
conservative
I mean, we
think
covered
tank
this
says
earlier.
this whole thing was rigged. They found the White House measured retail price elasticity when it should have used import price elasticity. That mistake meant the tariff outputs were about 4 times higher than they should have been. That's right. The White House used a formula that roughly quadrupled what those tariffs should have been. Stan Voger, one of the people who wrote this article, said, "It's pretty Bush League. For such a big policy, you would expect a much higher level of professionalism." I don't know if Stan is paying attention to the same administration that we have been, because professionalism is not a high priority on Donald Trump's list. Voger and
Nailed it, Ginger.
his co-author,
Hell
Kevin
yeah,
Corinth,
man.
went on to say, "Now our view is that the formula the administration relied on has no foundation in either economic theory or trade law.
This is what I was talking about last week.
But if we are going to pretend that it is a sound basis for U.S. trade policy, we should at least be allowed to expect that the relevant White House officials do their calculations carefully. This is a conservative think tank. These are no blue-haired liberals. These are people that probably, just like Dave Portnoy, Joe Rogan, and Ben Shapiro, were actually supporting Donald Trump before they realized how big of an idiot he actually is." Another AEI economist, Derek Scissors, went even further when he said the administration hadn't made a mistake so much as intentionally fudged the math to get the outcome officials wanted. This whole thing was rigged, he said. It was a manipulated way to get very high tariffs because President Trump wanted to announce very high tariffs. And then they said even without the error, the formula was dubious. It does not make any economic sense. The trade deficit with a given country is not determined only by tariffs and non-tariff trade barriers, but also by international capital flows, supply chains, comparative advantage, geography, and etc. And of course, the White House got back to them with a "What are you talking about, bro? Do your own research," saying that if it was up to them, the tariffs actually would have been even larger. And in response, one of the people that they cited as a source in their report
This is the best negotiator. Like, remember,
had to clear up his own name by saying, "It's not
Oh, I
entirely
said it like
clear
that.
how they use our findings. Based on our research, the elasticity of import prices with respect to tariffs is closer to 1. If that figure were used instead of 0.25, the implied reciprocal tariffs would come out about 4 times smaller.
Yeah.
If that version of the formula were adopted, it would drastically lower the
as they said, bad math.
tariff rates imposed
Like,
on
that's
countries.
what it is,
For
though.
example, Cambodia's 49% rate would drop down to 13%, and Vietnam's would go from 46% to 12.2%. The vast majority of countries would end up being subject to the 10% tariff minimum that is part of the White House's new policy. Look, I don't know why I'm surprised by this. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of any of this. But every day I
Hey, try your best.
wake up thinking, well, hopefully today will be the day that I'm wrong, that this administration has been playing the 5D chess that they claim they have. And every day I wake
said
up,
the same
I
thing.
find out that, no, it is what I thought it was. It is literally idiocracy. Our trade allies hate us. South Korea and Japan are making friends with China. Canada has literally came out and said that they're going to create a alliance of trade partners, and the United States isn't allowed in it. And even Trump's billionaire bro supporters seem to be lacking in faith now. I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure that there is a plan. In fact, Scott
There never was.
Bessent, part of the reason he flew there was to try to get Trump to disclose some type of plan. Joke's on him. There is no plan. It really seems like at this point that Donald Trump's only advisor, the one that he trusts, is ChatGPT. Or maybe it's Grok. I don't know. Maybe this is actually how AI takes down humanity. They found a aggressively gullible president that was willing to plug whatever he thought into it to see, what it
No, again, I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming.
thought about it.
I really
Anyways,
didn't see that
you guys tell me what you guys think is going on. Let me know in the comments. Like, subscribe, turn on all notifications.
Hell yeah, man. Subscribe to Angry Ginger. I linked him right above. Please, like, he is one of my favorite streamers right now, and gotta say, man, like, consistently good content, and makes me feel dumb. Something I always appreciate. So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing like a possible collab with the man. We will see though. Got fam. All right, guys. I'm gonna do one more song from Kirk here, and then I'm going to take on off because I gotta go eat. So yeah. Oh wait, hang your hate. I forgot that I got given permissions for the song. Sorry, Jeff. I had to do a little bit of YouTube finagling, but here. Ah.
Big waves, sharp pains, and blocking all my ability to safely say something.
There we go.
All I wanna do is just.
Oh shit! No! Damn it! I tried to right-click this. That was a total boomer moment on my part here.
Big waves, sharp pains, and blocking all my ability to safely say something. All I wanna do is just dream, never have to act, just be, live hedonistic, all for me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me. Did I give you something to laugh about? Am I the butt of the joke? Modern day humor delivered in the form of insults. Every now and then I like to shake my world around. Could you pull the rope hanging from my back now? Can I blame it on God? Is that trick too old now? How did you find everything you need? Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need?
What up, Mateus?
Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me.
Excuse me. I can't.
How did you find everything you need? Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me, how did you find it easy? But not me.
I think it's really cool that this community has like inspired like this video inspired Kirk to do more metal music, and then that inspired Kirk and Sylvie to start like collabing. Like, man, this is the stuff right here. Like, I'm telling you, like, it is very, very cool. Gotta say. Yeah. Good to go and eat some food. You know what? Hold on. Just thought about this though. Why not just close the show with one of Kirk's songs? As I said, check out Kirk, check out Hang Your Hate, check out Sylvie. Do you said that you have a YouTube page. Do you want that to be put out there, or Taco Tuesday? No, it's a actually I'm about to go upstairs and make some eggy in a basket, which is if you don't know, it's the egg in a take a little hole out of a piece of bread and then put some egg in it and fry it on up. So that's what I do. Here we go. Nah. Damn. Well, soon.
Calling out a settled on a
Taco
weekend.
Tuesday.
I told you you could come on over if you need it. I'll break you, we mix it up and then repeat
well, Sylvie,
it. I'll tell you there ain't nothing better than his feet.
Oh, hell no. With Kirk and all this, like, I hope that you can share it. And come on.
Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water. Fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky. Whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high. Feeling like we about to fly. Told you you can count on me. Give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste.
Sylvie, actually, real quick, when you say no point, like, do you think there's no point to like putting it on there just because you don't think there's gonna be like, you know, monetary like gain from it, or just like you don't think you're gonna get any views from it? I'm gonna go with number 2.
Showing you what is my desire, always by your side. So when you need me, I put out the fires. Never felt the feeling quite the strongest. Something
based on what I checked out yesterday,
taking hits of you, inhaling everything to get me higher. Fucking up the whole night, seeing all the city lights. Driving drunk, ain't gonna lie, we ain't never gonna die. Told you you can count on me.
As somebody who has recently, I mean, within the last year, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna put like my creative ability out there. I don't know.
Can't keep everyone away from you.
I just hope that you're not scared.
It's not like me to be lost.
Oh, well, if it's not, then we need to find a way to get this page a membership, because I'm not even kidding, like, it's about to matter. And some extra hours here coming up.
Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water. Fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky. Whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high. Feeling like we about to fly. Told you you can count on me. Give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you
Well, wait,
do.
Sylvie, is there a way to rebrand the page that you have now for what you want to use it for, and then use the other one as your other? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure this one out.
It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste, way you taste.
No, that's cool. I'm just excited that you guys are talking about collabing. Like, that's one of my favorite parts. Like, I don't know. I'll see what comes from it. Oh, no. Hey, I'm glad that you appreciate it.
I'm not saying that I'm proud, but I'm burying a bitch. I done everything for you. This is what the fuck you do. Take my pride away now. I'ma take your life away from you. Trust is all that we have now. I'm here taking care of business when I take out the trash. I bought you jewelry and bags and gave you all of my cash. Now you and boy can fuck up out of here. I'm blasting your ass. I felt like I was not enough. See you with him off.
Nope, I guess not. Worst. Where you're just like, I'm going to sneeze. Yep, never mind. And to find my voice, maybe Kirk can help with that. Hell yeah. No, he can. You definitely can. I'm like, dude, I'm so excited. Like, I'm see you guys produce. This is awesome. Having musicians in my community is definitely something that I appreciate. So. So tomorrow is Wednesday. That means a little bit earlier. I'm going to be on around 2. So keep your notifications on. It'll be a fun show tomorrow. I can figure this out. I actually might have a special guest on tomorrow. Alright, so think. Just tilt the camera this way. I could probably just... Alright. Or I just devote the stand cam to him. We'll figure it out. Either way. Someone unapologetically truthful and upfront is what I need out of someone. Kirk will help with that. I mean, if that's what you need, I mean, send whatever you need to send, and I will totally do that. Because I don't want you to think that I'm just too nice because I'm too nice. Like, for real. I will give you any pointers that that I can. So, all right, guys, I have got to go eat. I am starving. My stomach officially folded in on itself. So, I will see you all tomorrow at what time did I say? 2 o'clock, right? Yep, 2 o'clock. One of these days I'll get used to that. So, I know Kirk will be truthful and won't sugarcoat anything. Hey, I will too. Sylvie. I appreciate you. But no, regardless, I do have to go eat. I'm starving. So. You can't sleep? Well then, yeah. Well, Sylvie, hold on. Sylvie was just talking about how you're not going to sugarcoat anything on the music stuff, which, hey, I thought that I was pretty honest, guys. What the fuck? Like, I appreciate y'all, but damn, I thought that I had some trust there, Bloodstone. I know. Thank you. Thanks for the stream. I fucked up because Kirk pops in. He's like, I can't sleep. Well, same goes for you. I know you will be. I was about to say, I'm like, hey, I will definitely critique stuff. Love it. Exactly. No, hold on. That's why I was like, back up, not leaving yet. Hold on, guys. Even though I had everything set up, I can chill for a minute. You. It was worth it. Yes, that happened. Oh. It's more important that I fell than my dog scratching a already open, wound. Well, it's a scabbing wound. Damn it! My audience. Ever so loyal. Clipped. I should have just ended the stream. Kirk, I played your damn music. And here I am being betrayed. Oh. A two Kirk guy. Damn it. That was rather embarrassing. I think so. Yeah, we'll always end up listening to the stream at work the next day. Oh, cool. No, I appreciate that. But yeah. Yeah, I'm back, played some music. Where did you put that song from yesterday? I couldn't find it. I could have sworn that you put that in general. It's not there. Oh. The one place I didn't check. Oh, son of a bitch. It's right there. Alright. Well. I guess that's where we're putting music now. Got it. You could put that... I mean, I have a music channel. Whatever. Not gonna harp. Fine. You can clip that... Again, I was saving my dog, dude. I was saving my dog. Now, if you guys need to know, bro, we are children. Yeah, I know. We really are. This is like, oh my god. Are we ever gonna grow up? And then we just both look at like whoever the fuck is asking. Most likely our partners, and just go, no. But here's where I'm actually saying like whoever's asking, because our partners are more than likely gonna just go, no. Like I know my wife is gonna go, are you kidding? No, he's not going to grow up. I don't know. It's like I said, the Toys R Us oath is real. Really? And now my cat's going crazy. That's hashtag factualization. Fuck yeah. This sucks. Why you pick the one time where it's like, I haven't eaten. I need to go eat. And you're like, I can't sleep. But here you are. Motherfucker. No. Alright, Kirk. I do appreciate you, but man, I gotta go eat. I've not eaten pretty much, I literally woke up and was like, hey, what's up? Yeah. Alright, y'all. I do gotta go. Check out Kirk's page. I think that I sent it to link up. Sure. Or not. Yeah, I do. Come on. It's this easy. If you have not subscribed already, please do. He is getting closer to that 1,000, so let's help him out there. And you know that I really appreciate you guys doing that. Bloodstone, hey, what up? All right, guys. Well, I will catch you all tomorrow. I'll be on it too. Can you give us your best? Welcome. All right. Welcome to America. America. Welcome to America. See, most of my Joe Biden is like physical. I don't know. Welcome to America. Yeah, Jack. You know, ice cream. What's more American than ice cream and Corvettes and aviator glasses? It's almost like I made a me. Dark brandy. Yeah. All right, guys. I really do gotta go. Fucking gotta go eat. So let's put on this cool ass outro music that Kirk made me, and then I gotta get the fuck on out. So now I'm getting aggressive. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh my god. Ugh. Peace, y'all.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.